Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Saturday. How are y'all doing on this Saturday? Make sure you smash that like button on your way in here. Smash that like button. So yeah, we are back in the building to talk about Charlie Kirk and Tyler Robinson. And for those that don't know, I'm sure most people do know, conservative activist and Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk was fatally shot during his American Comeback Tour event at Utah Valley University on September 10th, 2025, a day before 9/11. He died from a single rifle shot fired from a rooftop, which I showed the video as well, where you could actually see the suspect, which we now know is Tyler Robinson, 22, from Utah, that he fired the shot from a rooftop of a nearby building. Okay. And about Tyler Robinson, people are, of course, now going into the motive and what made him tick, what made him actually unalive Charlie Kirk. People are really trying to figure out like his political affiliation. And to be honest, on online, people are at somewhat war, trying to stir up a war based on the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. And on top of that, it's crazy, but people are actually getting fired for their commentary or opinions and thoughts on Charlie Kirk. Now, I will say that some people in certain positions, obviously saying certain things about him being unalived, like celebrating the unalivement in certain positions is an issue. However, there are some people in certain positions or careers that are simply stating or pointing out his negative rhetoric and commentary, and they are also getting fired. And the latter, I believe, is a violation of freedom of speech. Okay. So I understand if someone is working in a certain occupation or field or career and they speak on him being unalived and they celebrate it based on in their career, that can come across as condoning violence or celebrating violence. But however, for people that are not celebrating the violence, but only bringing attention and calling out his hateful rhetoric, those people are being silenced. And that's where I feel like the line has been crossed, and where there's now people being fired for freedom of speech for speaking the truth. And that's when people really do need to step in and speak up and speak out. And there are people speaking out, and I'm happy to see that people are speaking out, because if you see something, say something. And freedom of speech can be taken away, piece by piece, tragedy by tragedy. Freedom of speech could eventually be taken away or even stifled more and more as time goes on if people don't speak up for their rights and the First Amendment rights and things like that. Okay. So we are going to go into that, to where I want to make sure it's clarified and understood the difference between debating and calling out his rhetoric and controversial topics and celebrating his death. People are conflating the two as if anyone calling out his hate speech and rhetoric are also celebrating his demise, when two things can be true at once. I'm not condoning the violence, and I'm also not condoning his rhetoric and his speech that the things he used to say when he was alive. And it's crazy because if he were still here, he would go back and forth with even someone like me, go back and forth on talking points, to go back and forth on his controversial topics. So if you actually really were a supporter of Charlie Kirk, you will understand that he liked to debate. He liked people going back and forth on controversial topics, and people going back and forth with people with the difference of opinion. So why let this stop now that he's no longer here? It seems like a lot of people that are really trying to silence anything negative being spoken, or they perceive to be negative being spoken. When in fact, when he was here, he went back and forth with people that were in opposition. That's what he did. Prove me wrong is what he did. So people should actually carry that out, as far as the being willing to debate with people in opposition instead of trying to silence people in opposition. So we're going to get into that, and I know I made a petition on Matthew Dodd and him being terminated, which I think is almost at 100 signatures. So I do appreciate everyone that has signed that petition. But little did I know that when I made that petition for Matthew Dodd, which I will share in this live as well for those that want to sign it, um, I had no idea that other people were being fired all across the world as well, all across America. Other people were also being fired for their thoughts and opinions. Now, some people, rightfully so, they were fired because their statements come across as condoning violence, and in their field and occupation, it was not, I can understand that. But for others, their statements were not condoning the violence, but just speaking out against his hateful rhetoric, and hate speech. Now, as far as Matthew Dodd, he actually was calling out the motive as to a possible motive of the suspect as to why the suspect might have unalived or shot um, at Charlie Kirk. And he pretty much was calling out the hate speech and hateful rhetoric. And guess what? As time goes on and more stuff is coming out about the suspect, Tyler Robinson, people are saying that, a family member said that he did not like Charlie Kirk and that he thought Charlie Kirk was full of hate. So now, hindsight 2020, was Matthew Dodd wrong about a possible motive? It's not to justify the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, but it's to say a possible motive. So was he wrong about the possible motive? If family members are saying that was a motive, or, a possibility of that he did not like Charlie Kirk, knew Charlie Kirk was coming, that he was full of hate. So now Matthew Dodd's statement actually is, as a analyst for the show MSNBC, he actually, called out a possible motive, and is actually came to be true. So should he have been fired? The answer is no. If he were condoning violence, like celebrating, like, yeah, he got shot, that would be one thing. But actually calling out a possible motive as to what what the suspect might have thought, and what the suspect might have done, that's not victim blame or shaming. That's just calling out the truth of a possible motive. And in fact, the right and the left, people on both sides, including Donald Trump, actually stated a possible motive when Donald Trump said that he believed it was someone trying to silence him for his political thoughts and beliefs, and he believed it was some radical left person that did it. Because of his rhetoric and speech. So both sides are saying that his speech and rhetoric might have been, an issue for someone, right? So they're both saying the same thing. It's just that if you are on the side of Charlie Kirk, which is more positive, of saying stuff about his positive rhetoric, then you're fine. But anyone that labels it and describes it and use the other side adjectives of describing his rhetoric as negative, then now your speech is considered problematic. So that's when it's a problem, when it's the same message being delivered as far as his speech being a problem, but only people that are saying it was positive are being celebrated, and those that say it's negative are automatically being punished and silence, or people are trying to, I'm going to get you. And also, the crazy thing is that everyone that speaks out about his speech and his hate speech and rhetoric, you're automatically labeled as celebrating. So it's kind of a way to try to paint everyone that calls out his negative rhetoric as celebrating, when that's not true. I'm not celebrating. I never will celebrate someone being shot in the neck for even being a racist. However, I am against his rhetoric. So two things could be true at once. So that's another thing to pay attention to. Another thing we will be talking about are the of course, the legal status and what's happening with that. Robinson does, the killer, Unaliver Robinson, faces multiple charges, including aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, obstruction of justice, and discussions are underway to elevate charges to federal level and obviously potentially to pursue the death penalty. Now, if you recall, as I said before, I kind of felt that Tyler Robinson would be someone that could have suicide ideation, like thoughts of suicide, if someone did not intervene. And sure enough, one of the articles did report that he actually would, when they were trying to convince him, like his father and people were trying to convince him to turn himself in, he didn't want to turn himself in. And he actually said, according to an article, that he would rather unalive himself than turn himself in. So I kind of figured that he would have that type of mentality. And I do believe that if left to his own devices without interference from parents or you pastor or someone to talk to him, he probably would have went that route. Because a lot of people that if y'all remember, I was talking about, most people that follow this path, the trajectory of how he moved and everything he did to unalive, they usually will unalive themselves before turning themselves in, unless there's some sort of intervention or something, someone steps in. Another thing people have been talking about, of course, is his political affiliation, which I showed you, and I looked up the records live, that it was unaffiliated. That's what it was showing, inactive, unaffiliated voter. Since then, people are, there are some fake documents floating around. When I say people are just making up stuff, some people are floating around fake documents, assigning him to different political affiliations or different organizations or hate groups and things. So one good website I would recommend is the website Snopes. I like Snopes because Snopes actually debunks myths and lies, like I similarly do on my channel. I debunk things. So Snopes is a good platform to check out from time to time if you actually want to see if something floating around is true or not, especially if they are covering a topic. And they usually will have the receipts and tell you how they got to that information. So he came back as unaffiliated voter who did not vote in the last 2 general elections. People are floating around this document claiming that he was a part of the Make America Great Again Trump committee. And he was not even old enough to, I want to say, at the time, he wasn't even, I think he was a minor at one point. It says something about 2019. Remember, he's only 22, and they were talking about something about 2019. So you have to keep in mind his actual age, how old he would be. And also keep in mind that there's going to be people with the same name. So that we're going to talk about that, but that receipt floating around that he donated to the Trump Make America Great Again Trump campaign, that's actually something from another Tyler Robinson that actually was married with a home and an actual mortgage and a deed at that time. And this guy is 22. He's not married with a house and a deed and all of that. Wrong Tyler Robinson. So people will have mishaps from time to time as to the right name, the wrong middle name, completely different person, 100%. And of course, they talked about the weapon, which was a rifle. I even showed pictures on my own channel, and there's pictures everywhere that this family is a gun-toting family. From an early age, the kids in the family are taught how to use a gun, hold a gun. They go to gun events, and they, so he has a lot of experience and practice with the guns, and even his minors. The minor kids in the home, you can see them with the weapons. So they're all taught how to use weapons from an early age. So some people are thinking like, oh, no way he could be a shooter. Yes, he can. If you have a child and you train them from an early age how to do anything, that's from basketball to figure skating to gymnastics to dance, a lot of times people start their child at an early age so they can already be experienced. There are some minors that are already like headed towards like sports and things like that because they have been training since a child. So never discount someone that has been doing something since a child, and as he has with weapons, with his father, 27-year-old veteran of the sheriff's department. Come on now. This person has experience at the gun range, firing range. We're going to talk about, as well as his grandmother, pretty much spoke out that the whole family is pretty much Trump supporters, MAGA. So, you know, and she defended him, and grandma does not want to believe that her grandson could be capable. Oh no, not my grandson. No, my grandson would not do something like that. So grandma doesn't want to believe that her little angel, oh sweet, you know, her little sweetheart grandchild could be capable. But you know, a lot of people don't want to believe it because, I mean, come on, 4.0 GPA, middle school, bright person, bright student, graduated from high school, got this $32,000 scholarship to college, high grades, high achiever. That's actually great. And he actually had it. He had an opportunity to go to college for like 4 years, like $32,000. He had a lot going for himself. So it will be, and you know, he seemed like a decent kid, or you know, as far as with the pictures, but pictures, you know, can be deceiving. But it looks like, you know, so son could do such a thing. So we're going to get into that article as well. And she, you know, she's pretty much denying that she believes that. And, you know, her, you know, the father pretty much talked to the grandma, you know, that he is guilty, but she doesn't really want to believe it. And then, of course, the last thing I said, people are getting fired from people from working for the government, like FEMA, Matthew Dodd, of course, and from media, Office Depot. People are just getting fired from all walks of life and occupations. And then last but not least, we might not get into the full video, but we will watch a clip of Erica Kirk. That's Charlie Kirk's wife. She did make a statement. It's about on a Turning Point USA channel. It's about 30 minutes long. I will not be watching the video, just a snippet. And yeah. And so let's go ahead and start. So there's also Don Lemon as well. He spoke on this topic. So let's start with his video because like I said, I am loving that some people are speaking on this topic and also making a distinction between people celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and people just having conversations about his rhetoric, which he was doing even when he was alive. So I don't see the point of ceasing that. Shout out to Sharon. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. Again, shout out to Sharon. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. I appreciate the support, and everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by hitting that like button. So as you can see in front of you, there is a petition to reconsider the termination of Matthew Dodd, and there is 93 signatures. So shout out to everyone that has signed this petition that I just created a couple of days ago. So make sure you sign that petition. And to be honest, I might actually make it, I don't know, because there's other people getting fired as well that I want to talk about. Okay.
Plan our weekends, but not in 2025 when we have a corrupt, corpulent, vulgarian, white supremacist president who doesn't even care about the violence that he has unleashed in this country, the hate he has fostered. And look what is happening to young men in this country, specifically young white men. And one thing before we start, we just found out that the identity of the shooting that happened in Denver, because it wasn't just one shooting in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Also, we found out that the shooter is a young white boy who was radicalized online, and wait for it, was not trans, was not immigrant.
It wasn't a transgender woman or man, or no, it wasn't a black person.
Boy promoting white supremacist, anti-Semitic messages.
Interesting. Now, wait a minute. Now, remember, when they
And that's the whole thing, is that people were hoping, and there was even a press conference where it was mentioned that, you know, they were hoping that it wasn't someone that wasn't from here. And people are spinning that, of course, and into what they think. And to me, it did come across as, oh, I wish it wasn't someone white from a Republican family. I wish it was someone, you know, possibly from, you know, an immigrant, someone foreign, someone black, someone outside of just being what we don't want. White on white crime. Okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead and listen to a little bit more of this. Hold on.
thought, like, you know, the Muslim guys were, you know, they were the purveyors or perpetrators of terrorism, that they wanted to have a Muslim ban from the country. And then the FBI director, Christopher Wray, came out and said, wait, well, no, most domestic terror, well, our biggest terror threat in this country is domestic terrorism, and that is carried out by white men radicalized to the right. And so
the number one domestic terror threat in America is right-wing terrorism tied to white supremacy. It's the GOAT. No one comes close. When it comes to the overwhelming identity of mass shooters in this country, it is white men. The person who tried to assassinate Donald Trump was a young white man who was radicalized Republican, former Trump voter, who came from a gun-toting family. What we know as of today, as of the suspect, this individual who was arrested, again, we're breaking news, Tyler Robinson, white, not trans, not immigrant, not Muslim, young white man, 22 years old, gun aficionado from a MAGA Republican family, according to his own grandmother, according to the Daily Beast article. His father was a former sheriff. They all into guns, MAGA, Trump, Second Amendment. So not left, not immigrant, not Muslims, not trans. And I wonder if there's going to be a ban on young white men.
I don't know if you remember when I asked that, and the right, they went off. They're like, they wanted my head. You're all
wanted his head. So here's the thing. That is what I was bringing up in my other video, is now that the suspect is not someone that's black, not an immigrant, not foreign, white-born American from a MAGA family and things like that, then now what is the answer? Because what are you going to do now about the white on white crime here? So with this incident and other incidents where it's a white male that's doing it, going after black people and international people and foreigners and immigrants is not going to solve the problem or the issue with these assassinations and mass shootings, especially, you know, the majority of these mass shootings and things is going on. So is it smart for society to keep focusing on others or people that they have othered instead of within their own race as to solving these mass shootings or assassinations or attempted assassinations of even the president? Jonathan Oddie is you know, so I want to bring up Jonathan Oddie, but the point is, we have to, just like before when people keep on saying black on black crime and how to solve black on black, so it's a serious conversation to flip it now and say, what about white on white, instead of, and then when this white on white happens, the focus gets, they try to redirect the focus on, if you're an immigrant and you post up on social media, we're going to screenshot it and this could mess up your opportunity to be a citizen or, you know, citizenship. And if you are a Democrat or someone and you're posting, you could get fired from your job by posting certain things about Charlie Kirk. We're going to raise, you know, the lower the flag or have the flag at half. We're going to do this and that. And what about now that it's actually a white male that committed this crime? So now the research needs to go into how to reduce crime within with white on white crime, as far as it goes to mass shootings and these attempted assassinations or like completed assassinations.
Are racist. I can't believe. I'm like, well, I'm only saying the truth and what the actual stats show. But let's talk about some of the things. And I watched you today and you did a very good explanation of this. So if you look at his social media postings and other things, he had at least some association or affinity or fascination or interest in this Groyper group. And that is a racist group, isn't it? And which would lead you to believe that he's actually not a leftist but go on, you explain.
So all this information is still coming out, folks, and we just look at the evidence of our eyes and we're connecting the dots. I want to remind everyone that Nick Fuentes, 2.5 years ago, the leader of the Groyper movement, a man who said Hitler was based, an America First Christian nationalist who's against immigrants, who against people of color, who wants America to be a white Christian nation, who promotes anti-Semitic conspiracies, who thinks that Charlie Kirk was not pro-white enough and right-wing enough. A man, Nick Fuentes, who leads the Groypers, which we'll talk about in a second, came into fame in the right wing because he used to troll Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point USA, because, folks, Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk were not right enough for him. That Nick Fuentes. Yesterday, Don, because I'm a masochist who's been following this for a while, Nick Fuentes, when he went on his stream, do you know how many people were on his stream channel yesterday watching him?
I'm sure there were hundreds of thousands.
200,000. That Nick Fuentes, 2.5 years ago, dined with Donald Trump. Donald Trump dined with Nick Fuentes and post-anti-Semitic Kanye West. Donald Trump said, I had no idea who he was. After they told him this man is a racist, nativist, bigot, anti-LGBTQ extremist who is further to the right than Charlie Kirk, who used to troll Charlie Kirk, who used to call Charlie Kirk a fascist, who used to troll Ben Shapiro. Why, oh, why did you dine with Nick Fuentes? Will you condemn him? It's been 2.5 years, Don. And I hope any reporter who's watching, ask Donald Trump, do you finally condemn Nick Fuentes, the leader of the Groyper army, whom you dined with 2.5 years ago?
Nick Fuentes. So let's look into Groyper, okay? It says the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk has reignited attention on a long simmering feud within elements of the far right, particularly between Kirk and the so-called Groyper movement. So Groyper movement led by white nationalist Nick Fuentes. Kirk was shot and unalived on September 10th during an appearance at Utah Valley University. As authorities investigate the motive, online speculation has turned toward extremist factions that once targeted Kirk. So they're believing that there are some extremist groups that have once targeted Kirk, especially Fuentes' Groyper Army, which has long accused him of being insufficiently radical, okay? Despite his confrontational style, Kirk was frequently attacked from the right for being too moderate. During the 2019 Groyper Wars, Fuentes supporters disrupted Turning Point USA events, challenging Kirk on immigration and LGBTQ rights, while labeling him a gatekeeper of establishment conservatism. One thing people need to keep in mind as well, for some people that don't know most people do know, not all Republicans side with Trump or agree with everything that Trump does. There's like a misconception that if you're a Republican, you believe everything that Donald Trump says or side with or agree with everything he does. That's like a no. Similarly, just because you're a Democrat, it doesn't mean that you like every Democratic president, or you agree with everything that every Democrat says or does, or our statement or policy. So people need to get away from this one-sided view to where if you're in a party, you agree with everything about that party or everything that party does, because you have chosen that political affiliation. That's why some people become non-party, because they might have some Republican beliefs and then some Democratic beliefs, and they're not just on one side. So they just choose not to be labeled, because to be honest, once you're labeled, then people are automatically going to think that, oh, you're a Democrat, so now you believe in everything that everything Democratic, as far as the Democrat party. That's not always true. So there are some Republicans that are anti-Trump or against Trump. Yes, they are out there. So we have to keep that in mind, okay? And so let's go on back to the article. It says, now as the public searches for answers in Kirk's assassination, that conflict within far right is back in the spotlight with renewed scrutiny on the rhetoric and influence of Fuentes and his followers. Social media users have also questioned whether early claims by officials that the suspect apprehended late Thursday was tied to left-wing extremists were premature, pointing instead to possible links to the far right. I mean, his family is far right, are, you know, they are Trump supporters, and then they're MAGA supporters according to the grandma. So yeah, but you know, most people are on the right are hoping that he's democratic or a Democrat and far left radical. So that way they can try to have this us versus them. It's the Democrats responsible. They don't want it to be someone on the right responsible, because that will go against their all the narratives they want to put out here or spin. As of Friday afternoon, it remained unclear what the motive was in the Kirk shooting or the political ideology of the alleged gunman. Robertson's family said he became more political in recent years, according to police. The markings on the bullet casing suggest the subject was steeped in meme culture and made references to online taunts and fascist messages. So it says the Groper Army is a far-right online-based movement organized around white nationalists and America First advocate Nick Fuentes. According to the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, the group consists of alt-right, white nationalists, and Christian nationalist activists who hold anti-Semitic, race, and homophobic views. Often cloaked in rhetoric about traditional values and family. Let me see if I can make this bigger so I can see. My bad. And it says the mascot is a cartoon frog called Groper, a variant of the PP meme used, or Pepe meme used widely among extremist groups. Okay. The term Groper began circulating widely in 2019 during a public feud inside the conservative movement. That year, followers of Nick Fuentes disrupted college events hosted by Charlie Kirk and his group, Turning Point USA, accusing Kirk of watering down Donald Trump's message. The class, later referred to as the Groper Wars, drew national attention for its confrontational tactics and for pushing white nationalist ideas into mainstream conservative circles. So that's the group they're referring to, Groper, okay? So right now, I'm going to try to see if I can find real concrete evidence that's showing that he's a part of this Groper movement. Because right now, people are speculating he's a part of this, Tyler Robinson, the shooter, because of the messages left on the bullet casings that reference internet culture, subcultures, and memes. And so this has led to that speculation about whether or not Robinson, the shooter, might be affiliated with the Gropers, since these groups are known for using memes, torrid rhetoric, and provocative stunts, okay? And of course, the leader of this whole Gropers is Nick Fuentes, is denying any connection, stating that Robinson and his followers are being framed, are misrepresented by the media. So anyways, these are people speculating as to his possible affiliation with the Groper group. To be honest, would that make sense or logical sense that he could be a part of something like this? That would make more sense to me. But again, we still would need receipts of his involvement with the Groper group, beyond just speculation based on the memes and things left on the actual bullets to show proof that he's actually involved with this group. So again, at this point, I would say the connection is speculative at best, just based on the use of the provocative like symbolism and memes that he used. Okay.
Groypers, folks, is the name of this movement of these nativist, racist, neo-Nazi white nationalists who are further to the right of Charlie Kirk, who have exploded online in the past several years. Their avatar is Pepe the Frog, you know, that frog who sits like this. By the way, the shooter, Tyler Robertson, the suspect, what was his Halloween costume a few years ago? Pepe the Frog, right? Thank you, you got it. The engravings, the memes that everyone's talking about that are on the bullets, people are like, what is he talking about? That language, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO, notices bulges, right? Oh, Bella Chow.
Explain to them what noticing bulges is. That is
noticing
anti-trans.
Bulges, OWO, what's this, is a phrase in the gamer community, but recently has, if you will, been hijacked by the groyper community. For bulges, they're literally noticing bulges, so they call it transvestigating. When it comes to hey fascist catch, and you had that up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrows, that is a reference to Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is a video game, and this guy was a huge video gamer, played Helldivers 2. I don't know if you saw this fantastic movie called Starship Troopers, directed by Paul Verhoeven. It was a send-up on fascism, right? It was a send-up on militarism. Helldivers 2 is a game where it's a satire on fascism, where you actually play as the bad guys, but when you do up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrows, you drop a bomb. So it's, hey fascist, catch this bomb, right? And the bomb being, of course, this bullet. And then the homophobia, which is just rampant. If you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. All over 4chan, all over groypers. In fact, they got the governor of Utah, if he was reading, remember that he was reading this all out? They were laughing on 4chan because he said the thing. What was the thing? He said, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. Now, a lot of people, Don, are looking at this like, what the hell is all this? This is the subculture, the online culture that has radicalized white men, predominantly, not exclusively, and furthermore been co-opted by the right wing. QAnon also came from the right wing swamp, and then Donald Trump and the right wing mainstreamed it, Don, because they realized, oh, it helps us, and it weaponizes these young men against who? Our enemies. Look at this past 3 days. They've weaponized all this rage against the left. Who got radicalized by QAnon? Vance Bolter, the white Trump voter who killed Melissa Hortman. Who got radicalized by QAnon? Ashley Babbitt. Oh, you know, the violent insurrectionist that they've made into a martyr. And folks, what I was warning people about is the following. I'll give an analogy real quick. Frankenstein's monster. Republicans nurtured this monster, fed this monster, and wanted to unleash this monster against the left. And I always ask them, what happens if the monster escapes the lab and turns on you? And folks, Nick Fuentes is further to the right of Charlie Kirk. He spent the last 5 years trolling him. They called Charlie Kirk a fascist, a sellout. All of these terminologies that we're seeing right now are consistent with groyper stuff. The ADL that 5 years ago came out with groypers, calling them a threat. And I want to remind y'all, 2.5 years ago, Donald Trump, who's currently the president of the United States, dined with Nick Fuentes, the leader of this movement, and post-anti-Semitic Kanye. And to this day, he has not condemned it. Don, sorry for my TED Talk.
No, I love that you are here and you're spouting the truth, because people don't understand this. They have been, they're portraying him, as I was talking to DL about just moments ago, they are portraying him as some sort of deity or he's a martyr now, but as if he's a second coming.
Yeah, that's the thing that people need to pay attention to, is that they are, you know, having him as a martyr or the second coming, or someone he's not even like, yes, he is, you know, someone in politics, like as a commentator and as a debater and, you know, a public figure, but he's not an actual elected political official. For someone that's not an elected political official is kind of like, what's really going on here? Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing. So worldwide collaboration states, this is where Black people need to step back because we don't need none of the smoke. It is all on. Here's the issue I have with the stepping back. And I would use the example of, I'll use Matthew Dodd, for example. Matthew Dodd, and I'll also use a bunch of other white people that are actually being fired from their job. So here's how it goes. Matthew Dodd, MSNBC analyst, right? We have other people that are in the government or other positions, white people, they're speaking out, they're getting fired, and they're speaking out about hate, about the hate speech of, Charlie Kirk's rhetoric, hate speech, divisiveness. So what happens when you have all these white people getting fired from their jobs for speaking out about hate? What happens is a chilling effect, and also the silencing of other people, to where now you're going to have white people all over the world afraid to speak up against hate because they could face losing their job or get scrutiny or people coming after them to punish them for speaking up. So here's the issue. Yes, people can say step back, but if you notice certain things where people are being silenced for speaking up for things that has nothing to do with them, then that's going to be problematic. Now, some things that he spoke on as far as, transgenderism, transgenders, homosexuality and things like that, it can affect people of different races. Other things he spoke on as far as towards the Black community, even like immigrants or even Hispanics, is towards a certain group. So what happens is, if someone is getting fired like Matthew Dodd and he's white, people can say, well, we can stay out of it because we're Black, we don't have nothing to do with this, let them all handle it. Here's the thing. A lot of people are getting fired for speaking up against hate. And throughout history and throughout time, on the Underground Railroad and through other times throughout history, Black people have needed white allies that speak up against hate and speak up for minorities or speak up for certain groups that are being oppressed. So sometimes when white allies are getting fired and targeted for speaking up for something that, to be honest, sometimes it has nothing to do with them. If you have a white woman getting fired for speaking up against hate when she's not actually being affected by some of the hate or some of the things, we need to actually speak up, because we don't want all the white voices to be silenced, especially when they have platforms. They're in these corporations, they're in these businesses, they're in these high places, they're on TV, they're in media, they're in places that sometimes Black people cannot get into, or our feet are not in those doors, and we're being shut out of those places, in those meetings, in those places, in those doors. So if someone is in those places, we need to make sure they stay in those places, because you don't want everyone to be fired that is going to speak up for Black people to be out of those places. So that's why it's important that if you notice that white allies are being targeted for speaking up against hate, that it is important that we actually do step in, at least for those people, to say, hey, no, that's not right. You're trying to silence the white voices that are speaking up against hate. You have to pay attention, because once they silence those people that are in top places or high places, it's only going to dwindle down to now you're technically going to be silencing the Black voices that are not in those spaces. So I hope I can clarify what I'm trying to say, and people can understand that it has a trickle down effect and a domino effect, to where you silence the top people that are in those spaces, so then they cannot speak up for the bottom people that don't have a voice in those same spaces. Okay. So if you have someone at the very top, let's say at the level of some top organization, they're speaking up against hate and they get fired, now that person's no longer there to speak up for the bottom people. So now the top people can just move on and do what they want to do without that voice there to speak up. So you don't want the silences of any voices that are against hate. Okay. So yeah. So I hope you understand my point of view. So that's why I did make a petition, and I probably will add more people to my petition because I don't want white voices silenced. Any white voice are speaking up against hate, especially when the hate is not even directed towards them, and they could actually, some people can actually be quiet. White males that are not gay or just heterosexual white males, they can just shh. They can be quiet and sit back like this ain't got nothing to do with me because I'm not being targeted. I'm not being attacked. I'm not the subject of hate. I'm not the subject of discrimination. I got me a job. I got me a top spot. I can be quiet. But in the moment that those white people decide to speak up, despite that they are not being affected by the hate, you have to try to, if they take that risk, you also have to say, hey, we have to make sure that people are not going to silence the white voices that do have our back. Or I'm not saying he specifically has the black back. He could be speaking out against hate on transgenders, homosexuals, which affects a lot of people of different races or this or that. The point is, anyone speaking out against hate needs to be somewhat protected. Okay. Yeah, hold on.
And I don't think, look, if he had died, sadly, and no one is condoning what happened.
No.
But if they wouldn't try to deify him, I don't think there would be the response from folks like us and people who are saying it's awful that it happened, but we must know who Charlie Kirk was. And there are a lot of us out here who are wondering why they're trying to give him state funerals and lowering flags at half staff and giving him a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Oh, we know.
And the thing about lowering flags at half staff is that, can y'all believe that someone was actually fired because they questioned why is someone that's a homophobe, and I have to go back and look at their message, but they were not fired from FEMA, but I think they were placed on leave. I have to see the current update, but placed on leave from FEMA because they said, why are we lowering the flag or having the flag at half staff for someone that's a homophobe or someone that is not even a political figure or elected political figure? So why would that? Now, if the person was actually saying they condone the violence or condone that he was shot, that's one thing. But actually questioning why are we lowering a flag for someone or half staff for someone that's a homophobe? I mean, he was. So, I mean, people are being fired for the truth and also for their opinion and for freedom of speech. It's freedom of speech. Even though he works for the government, that's protected speech, in my opinion. He's not condoning violence. So my issue with a lot of this is anything that's perceived as negative against him is now going to be considered that you're condoning violence. People are conflating speaking about his negative rhetoric with condoning violence, and it's not the same. So I would need case by case scenario, case by case, looking at what did the person say, and one, what did they say? Two, is it condoning violence or advocating or inciting violence? Or the last one, or is it someone just opinion based on his rhetoric? And then if it's only that, not condoning violence, then that person should not be fired, placed on leave, suspended, or any of those things. So now it's free, you're violating someone's free speech. Because if you said the opposite, like, okay, why are we lowering, the flag at half staff when he's a homophobe, then that's considered negative. You deserve to be fired. But if you said we need to lower it because he's pro this and pro that, then now it's positive. So now you're good. So if it's positive, then you're good. If it's negative, then now you're condoning violence. You're reaching. No one's condoning the violence. They're talking about his actual verbiage. So that's the problem I'm having with what's going on and the current climate. Okay, hold on.
so they call it transvestigating. When it comes to hey fascist catch, and you had that up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrows, that is, they're literally noticing bulges, so they call.
So I want everyone to understand. They're talking about when they found these casings in this in the engravements and the gun on the gun, and the cartridges and things like that. When they took this weapon apart, they're noticing that it has these memes and these certain verbiage and phrasings and sayings of certain memes. And these memes are coming from, they believe, this Fuentes group of gropers. So they believe that he's actually a part of the gropers based on these memes and the things that he has placed on his gun parts.
Call it transvestigating. When it comes to hey fascist catch, and you had that up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrows, that is a reference to Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is a video game, and this guy was a huge video gamer, played Helldivers 2. I don't know if you saw this fantastic movie called Starship Troopers, directed by Paul Verhoeven. It was a send-up on fascism, right? It was a send-up on militarism. Helldivers 2 is a game where it's a satire on fascism, where you actually play as the bad guys, but when you do up arrow, right arrow, 3 down arrows, you drop a bomb. So it's, hey fascist, catch this bomb, right? And the bomb being, of course, this bullet. And then the homophobia, which is just rampant. If you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. All over 4chan, all over Groypers. In fact, they got the governor of Utah, if he was reading, remember that he was reading this all out? They were laughing on 4chan because he said the thing. What was the thing? He said, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO. Now, a lot of people, Don, are looking at this like, what the hell is all this? This is the subculture, the online culture that has radicalized white men, predominantly, not exclusively, and furthermore been co-opted by the right wing. QAnon also came from the right wing swamp, and then Donald Trump and the right wing mainstreamed it, Don, because they realized, oh, it helps us, and it weaponizes these young men against who? Our enemies. Look at this past 3 days. They've weaponized all this rage against the left. Who got radicalized by QAnon? Vance Bolter, the white Trump voter who killed Melissa Hortman. Who got radicalized by QAnon? Ashley Babbitt. Oh, you know, the violent insurrectionist that they've made into a martyr. And folks, what I was warning people about is the following. I'll give an analogy real quick. Frankenstein's monster. Republicans nurtured this monster, fed this monster, and wanted to unleash this monster against the left. And I always ask them, what happens if the monster escapes the lab and turns on you? And folks, Nick Fuentes is further to the right of Charlie Kirk. He spent the last 5 years trolling him. They called Charlie Kirk a fascist, a sellout. All of these terminologies that we're seeing right now are consistent with Groyper stuff. The ADL that 5 years ago came out with Groypers calling them a threat. And I want to remind y'all, 2.5 years ago, Donald Trump, who's currently the president of the United States, dined with Nick Fuentes, the leader of this movement, and post anti-Semitic Kanye. And to this day, he has not condemned it. Don, sorry for my TED Talk.
No, I love that you are here and you're spouting the truth, because people don't understand this. They have been, they're portraying him, as I was talking to DL about just moments ago, they are portraying him as some sort of deity, or he's a martyr now, but as if he's the second coming. And I don't think, look, if he had died, sadly, and no one is condoning what happened.
No.
But if they wouldn't try to deify him, I don't think there would be the response.
Here's the thing. People are wondering, and rightfully so, if this were a president, like someone presidential, president, someone, and elected, someone at least elected into a political position, then it will be different. This is not someone. What happened to Melissa Horton? What happened to the other political people that were actually elected into the government positions? What happened to those people? The flag wasn't at half staff for those people. So it's about equality here too as well. Why is he getting special treatment compared to others that were also unalive or assassinated that actually were elected officials. So elected officials, they were not, the flag was a half staff, but he's not even an elected political official. So why are people acting like this is some king or some presidential elected political figure or something like that, to have the flag at half staff, especially when his speech was divisive. So here's the thing. When people see someone spreading hate, hateful rhetoric, hateful speech, and United States, home of the free, home of equality, home of freedom for everyone, equality for everyone, why are you so, okay, so he has freedom of speech, but are we going to pretend that his speech was not full of hate towards certain groups and individuals? So now everyone that, you know, was the subject or topic of the hateful rhetoric is like, okay, the government is wanting us to have staff for homophobic, racist, or transphobic person. Whatever group you're in, you're probably wondering why someone is anti this, anti that. So now he gets all the special treatment. Y'all want us to what? The people, okay, if you are not the subject of his hate, then you won't understand because you're not the topic or subject of his hate. But that's common sense if someone is wanting you to have the flag at half staff for someone that, you know, people are wondering why government officials are actually taking a side. It would best be objective. It would be best to be objective than to actually take a side. So when you actually take the side of someone that's full of so much hate, people are wondering, okay, you must agree with his rhetoric. You must agree with all his talking points. You agree with what he has been saying about everybody. He has been the mouthpiece for a lot of people because apparently he's been worshipped as some great what? When a lot of us don't see him as this great person that's spreading, we see him as someone spreading hate. So now he's been celebrated when he's a person that's been spreading hate. Okay. Yeah. So I think that is a thing, is that even like everyone keeps on saying it, but they're going to keep ignoring it, is that no one is celebrating or condoning the violence. However, people are sick of people trying to gloss over or overlook or silence people that want to speak about his talking points. And like I said, when he was alive, he was still, even up until the point that he was unalive, he was arguing, going back and forth with people about his beliefs and talking points. So why should that stop? Why do a lot of people online want everyone to stop talking about his beliefs or his talking points and controversial topics, when that's what he did for a living, was to go everywhere and talk about it? So it's the silencing of the talking that is annoying, or trying to silence the talking of these of his points. And also to then try to smear people and attack people and associate people to something violent. Because I say I don't like that he talked about black pilots or talked about DEI in the way he talked about it. Because I say I don't like that, now people are going to say, oh, Dani, you support his unaliving. And I say, no, I don't support that he's shot in the neck. I don't support or condone the violence. I believe in speech for speech, debate for debate. I don't support that at all. But people are still going to go out there and say, oh, you support it, because they're trying to shut me up or silence me. So anyone that's speaking out, you're automatically going to be labeled as someone condoning violence. And you can scream from the rooftop, I don't condone the violence. I don't condone the violence. But to shut you up and to smear you and to paint you as someone violent, they're still going to keep on going on. You condone the violence. You condone the violence. Shut up. Okay, you heard what I said. I said I don't condone the violence. So you're trying to be ignorant and play tone deaf or deaf to deaf. You're playing deaf or pretend like you don't hear me say I don't condone the violence. I don't condone the violence. Okay. Even with him being a racist and a homophobic and all that, I still don't condone the violence. I don't condone the violence even of a racist. However, I do believe that once someone is no longer here, I have the permission and I have the freedom of speech to talk about the things I disliked about their rhetoric. And in fact, that person, Charlie Kirk, would go from tour to tour, place to place, and tour and go to places and say, prove me wrong, and argue with people back and forth. So if you have an issue with what I'm saying, do what Kirk did, argue with me back and forth. And don't try to throw cheap shots. So you're condoning violence. Just argue with me on the talking points.
From folks like us and people who are saying it's awful that it happened, but we must know who Charlie Kirk was. And there are a lot of us out here who are wondering why they're trying to give him state funerals and lowering flags at half staff and giving him a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Oh, we know. I really appreciate what DL was saying. And, my wife, who's not into this stuff, she had no idea who Charlie Kirk was. So she was telling me, man, is this guy like some humanitarian? He has a bigger send-off than Jimmy Carter. And then she read what he was about and she was horrified. This is America's X-ray. The past week is an X-ray of America. Look at who this country chooses to lionize, sanitize, deify, and valorize in death, Don. You are a black man, I'm a Muslim man. You're a gay man, I'm a child of immigrants. In order for you and me to have statues and monuments named after us, we would have to create statues and monuments. This country named statues and monuments after racist, treasonous losers who lost the Civil War and chose to secede so they could own black people. Look at how they have valorized Charlie Kirk. I was watching the Commanders-Eagles game yesterday. Moment of silence for Charlie Kirk before the New York Yankees game. Look at the bullshit Ezra Klein piece. My God, look how they fired.
I heard an earful about that today. Oh my gosh.
Look at how they've fired Matthew Dowd for saying the truth. Look at how JD Vance skipped the 9/11 memorial and went and traveled with his casket. Charlie, what DL said. This is a man, I'm going to say it. I condemn Charlie Kirk's murder. I think you and me, you've had me on several times. We're on scene. I've been very consistent. You can condemn the murder and call out Charlie Kirk's history of radicalizing young people with hate.
Exactly. And that's the message. And you know what? People understand that message, but see, they don't want to hear that message that you can condemn the actual unaliving and the violence. But at the same time, you can also talk about his history. Nothing has changed because even when he was alive, everyone was talking about his rhetoric and his talking points, and that was in his polarizing statements and controversial statements. That's his whole brand. So people need to understand why do some people have an issue with it, and they're saying, you're condoning violence and you are celebrating. No one is celebrating. We are just continuing on with the same path that was before he died, which was going over his controversial talking points and talking about his brand and the things he vocalized and spoke on. Y'all are upset because people are still talking about his controversial topics, which was what his brand was about, his controversial topics. It doesn't make any sense. So you no longer wanting his brand to continue. So now that Charlie Kirk is no longer here, all conversations must cease and desist on his actual talking points. Oh, okay. That's not going to happen. It's called freedom of speech. It's America. Okay. Isn't that what you say? It's America. It's freedom of speech. People are going to talk about it, and talking about it doesn't mean that we condone the violence or we're celebrating anything. We're just talking about his statements that he made. Is that an issue? That we're talking about the prove me wrong statements and all the topics he makes on his show. He is a talking topic, right?
History of cruelty, his history of bigotry that he wore as a badge. A man who said that gay people should be stoned. A man who said that black people were better off during slavery. A man who, folks, supported the January 6th insurrection. A man who supported the white nationalist conspiracy, the Great Replacement conspiracy that radicalized people to commit violence. A man who was anti-trans, anti-woman. A man who said that the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. A man who used to sick his army out on researchers in the media. a man who was against gun control, and gun control could have saved his life. And after a mass shooting 2 years ago, said, well, you need to have some of these casualties for our Second Amendment right. Well, those casualties are fine, because as long as the casualties were us, Don, right? Cruelty for you, civility for me. Safe spaces for me, terrorism for you. You can't criticize me, but I can criticize you and mock you. Charlie Kirk was a hateful piece of shit.
Oh, wow.
And he was a man who used his talents to radicalize young people, to bully the most marginalized on earth. And it is perfectly fair and fine for the rest of us to not engage in a hagiography or a sanitization, but actually show his hateful rhetoric and how they actually radicalize young people. And Nick Fuentes of Groypers is further to the right of Charlie Kirk, said Charlie Kirk was not white enough, not pro-America first enough, and he called Charlie Kirk a sellout and a fascist. That's where we are right now, Don. And 200,000 people were on his stream last night.
Crazy. And we need to figure out why. This is a conversation for another day, Wajahad. Why so many of these young people are attracted to Charlie Kirk, considering what were or still are considering the things that came out of his mouth and the things that he believed. Wajahad,
can I ask you this question real quick, Don,
sure,
if you don't mind?
Sure.
What does it say? We know about Charlie Kirk. He's out there. We know his rhetoric. He didn't hide it. He was proud of it. Anti-Black, anti-immigrant, anti-transgender, anti-Muslim, anti-woman. What does it say about this country? And what does it say about our powerful institutions? And what does it say about Republican parties that has embraced him and made him into a hero in death? You tell me, Don.
Yeah, I don't think I think we get it. That tells you that they're what they want. That tells you that they're racist. It tells you that they don't care about actually being Christians. They don't care about religious freedom. They don't really care about the First Amendment. They don't really care about any of the other amendments in the Constitution that grants equal rights to all people. So they don't really care. What they care about is power, and they care about money, and they care about supremacy. That's it. Wajahad, thank you, brother. Please come back.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks everyone for watching. Your support means the world to us. So make sure you hit the like button and you subscribe to our channel to make sure that you never ever miss a video. We're live every day, 10 a.m. Eastern time. We drop even more content at 2 p.m. Eastern.
So again, this is the message people are sending out, that we can condemn the violence and not condone the violence and still not agree with his rhetoric and talking points. Before he passed away, a lot of people did not agree with his talking points. Are y'all now going to expect everyone, just because he's no longer here, that if you disagree, now you have to agree or be silent or mute and just not do anything, and that you see it as a sign of disrespect? Why is it a sign of disrespect to talk about his own words? If you say that his own words, if people talk about his own words is disrespectful, how? If you have an issue with people talking about the words that came out of his own mouth, then maybe you should look in the mirror at your own reflection and self-reflect as to why you have an issue with me playing clips or video clips of Charlie Kirk saying hateful things. Why? He said those things and I'm just replaying it and giving commentary on it. So why is that an issue? So maybe you're feeling a little bit something is going on because maybe you don't like it, because you don't like, why don't you like it? I'm just playing its own words and giving commentary on it. So if you don't like it, then maybe there's a little bit of guilt in there that you're realizing that he's saying things that you don't really like being replayed by different various people, okay? And discussed and talked about. But according to Charlie Kirk, that's where his brand was, to go from place to place and debate with people and tour to tour. So if you want to debate. Stop trying to silence debating. He actually wanted debates, including against opposition. So if you're actually for Charlie Kirk, you should be for freedom of speech and for people debating and having a difference of opinion, even if it's oppositional. How can you be rooting and cheering on for a man that was so pro-speech and saying whatever he wanted to say, and then trying to silence everyone else from saying what they want to say? If he can say whatever he wanted to say, and why can I can say whatever I want to say, or does he have more rights than me? I'm confused. So this person says, Cole Floyd says, yes, it is a sign of protest. But why? No, it's not a sign of no one is protesting by speaking on his talking points. How is me playing a video of Charlie Kirk and what he said about the black community? How is that protesting? I'm not cheering on or celebrating or condoning. I, in fact, showed the picture of the suspect, and I actually make videos on who could be the possible suspect. And I was saying that they were going to find the suspect, and he's turned in, and he should face his consequences and penalties. And lo and behold, it's a white male, white on white crime. I'm just saying. So I'm just wondering why HBCU schools were being threatened and why immigrants were being threatened on social media when it turns out it's a white male that is the actual culprit. And even in the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, we have another white male. So I'm confused as to why the focus keeps on being on the opposite when it seems like an internal thing, especially when Tyler Robinson, the actual suspect, is from a MAGA family, gun-toting MAGA family. White male born in America, good old USA, Utah. Okay, and the second part she says, but why do we need to protest the far right side? No one is protesting any side. If anybody is protesting, is people on the opposite side trying to silence people that have a difference of opinion. When y'all are trying to support a man and show support of Charlie Kirk, a man y'all said had the right to say whatever he wanted to say, polarizing, controversial things, and then you're trying to silence other people from talking about controversial, polarizing statements or even just the truth about his rhetoric. It doesn't make sense. So I guess it's freedom of speech on one side and the silence on the other side. But I want to say one thing. Come shut me up. Come shut me up. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't shut me up. Ooh. Okay. Mass. Come shut me up. See, I know a lot of y'all wish y'all could shut me up. Ooh, let's get her fired. Let's go after her. That's what y'all want to do. Okay, but I'm not condoning the violence. I'm just speaking out because I have freedom of speech. It's America. Instead of having a time for memorial for Charlie Kirk, no one is stopping his funeral. No one is stopping his memorial services. No one is stopping any of that. Anyone that wants to participate in his memorial services or anything, no one is stopping that. However, on the other hand, someone should not get fired for questioning why someone that's racist and a homophobe is the flag in America, a home of the free equality, is lowering the flag or having a flag at half staff for someone that's not for equality. So if United States of America represents equality, people are wondering why our president wants the flag raised at half staff for a man that wasn't for equality or diversity or DEI or anything that's going to be equal for everyone. So yeah, that's going to be a common talking point here. Yeah. So we can mourn a person's death and still speak honestly about their public record. Critiquing Charlie Kirk's history of spreading division and divisiveness, as such as Matthew Dodd, make sure you sign my petition, is not condoning violence. It's part of an honest conversation about what he actually said. If I was putting words into his mouth, then that would be one thing. But since I'm not putting words into his mouth, then, that's another. I'm just replaying his words and giving my free speech commentary on his words and rhetoric. So that's not, it's about honest conversation and about his toxic speech and rhetoric. That's why I also question the decision again to lower flags to have staff for someone who was not an elected official and whose work often spread hate. Lowering the flag is meant to honor service or sacrifice that unites the public. Using it in this case risks elevating a figure whose rhetoric fueled hostility, not equality, and not healing. So I don't want to have the president of the United States worshiping, idolizing, and praising someone to the point of having the whole world and country say, oh, lower the flag and have the flag at half staff for someone that wasn't for equality for all. If it was for someone fighting for equality for all, I understand that. But for someone that was divisive and spreading hate and was not spreading equality for all, the lowering the flag up for the whole America is weird. because that's not what America stands for. Well, at least that's what I thought America wasn't supposed to stand for, because I thought America was supposed to be for equality for all and freedom for all and the rights of everyone. But I guess it's only, you know, it shows like a slap in the face when people are praised and worshiped and deified that are the exact opposite of what America is supposed to stand for. But I digress. But I will keep talking at the same time. And no, I will not repeat talking points. If you actually want to listen to my videos on DEI and my opinions on DEI and actual Charlie Kirk, I would refer you back to my 2 previous videos. Yeah, so for that person, please go to my previous videos on DEI and my opinion and why I say and what I have to say about that. I will not argue the same thing twice. Yeah. So let's see here. Let's move on to the next topic. But before I go, I'm going to say this. We should remember victims of violence and also protect the meaning of public honors, reserving them for those whose contributions actually contributed to or helped showed our shared values, or what America should be as shared values. Respect for life and clear accountability can and should go hand in hand. Okay, so with that being said, while some people are mourning the death of Charlie Kirk, others are also going to be going over his life's work. And it just so happens that his life work is, guess what? His life work is controversial, prove me wrong debates and controversial topics. If you do not want to listen to anyone talk about his life's work and controversial topics and rhetoric, then I suggest you log out of YouTube during your time of mourning and grief, because right now, others will be talking about his life work. And if he did not want his life work to be remembered in such a way, maybe he should have thought about what his life work would be instead of spreading hateful rhetoric throughout America, from tour to tour and from campus to campus. Okay. So now for anyone out there, my advice is your legacy and what people will talk about once you're no longer here is what you have done while you're living. So while you're living, people will that's your life's work. And when you're no longer here, people will discuss your life's work. And it just so happened that his life work is debating from town to town. So it's so weird for people to be so much fans of Charlie Kirk and his debating from town to town, city to city, country, county to county. They loved his debates, but now, lo and behold, they don't want anyone to review the debate videos anymore. Oh, all the debate videos, throw them away, toss them away. Don't discuss any of those debates. Throw them all in the garbage. Silence, silence. Shut up, bitch. Shut up, you black bitch. You know, like, shut up, shut up. And I keep on, this is my new slogan. Make me shut up. Make me shut up. Ooh, I love America. Freedom of speech. Oh, I forgot. Some people are actually getting fired. Right? People are getting fired because they don't have the freedom of speech that America proclaims that everyone is supposed to have. So anyway, let me actually show y'all this video. A video I guess nobody wants anybody to see anymore. Nobody wants to see. I bet his videos all slowly disappear from the internet because they're going to wipe out anything that could be perceived as negative from their master. I think that people don't want, they want to see him as completely perfect, so they don't want anything negative to be floating around here. So I won't be surprised if all videos start being just wiped away and eradicated from the internet of Charlie Kirk because they don't want anything negative to be out there. I hate to break it to you, but that's his whole legacy, is to have controversial, prove me wrong debates. Okay, so those videos are going to be circulating. Just a second. And again, no, I'm not condoning any violence. I'm just, if you want to know my issue is I just feel like people are being stifled and silenced, and people are trying to shut people up from talking about his talking points, and it's annoying to me. And if you want to annoy me, just try to take away my freedom of speech or anyone's freedom of speech. That's annoying, okay? Especially when they're telling the truth about topics. If someone is lying, okay, I get it. But telling the truth and just discussing topics that even Charlie Kirk would discuss, he would go from campus to campus talking to people that were in opposition, people like me that would be in opposition. He wanted to talk to people in opposition and prove me wrong. That's all he did, all day and night. So it's strange for people to be online trying to silence people in opposition, and that's Charlie Kirk would actually go against those people in opposition. So if you actually want to be like Charlie Kirk, go against people in opposition, not with violence, but with your words. Go against people. Go on your microphone and go in opposition. Stop trying to silence people, though. It's weird. Yeah, truth is not defamation. Yeah. And yeah, that's a good point. Keep in mind, we have nothing to do with this. A lot of times we mind our black ass business. We don't have nothing to do with this stuff. And then people like Charlie Kirk get on the microphone and black woman this and black man this and this and that. People just start throwing hateful things towards black people when we be minding our business. Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
Charlie Kirk dude, so I have to give him a clap back for this video he posted.
Black people are allowed to talk about black culture.
Now, I want to keep in mind that this video, before you get into it, the video was made before he was on the live. Again, it was made before he was on the live, so it's not a fresh video or a new video. It was made before. Okay. Hold on.
In a way that white culture cannot. For example, black people can go up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did. So what are you gonna do? Cancel me? Black people are much easier to be able to say that black individuals, despite being 13% of the American population, commit 55% of the murders. Most white people say that at a job, they would get fired for being a racist. I don't care because I say whatever I want.
Oh, bless your little colonizer heart. You really climbed on the internet and opened your pale mouth and decided to rewrite history in real time like the rest of us haven't been wide awake. The audacity to claim black people have more intellectual freedom while simultaneously gaslighting the entire globe into believing your fragility is under attack. Now that's rich. Irony is so thick, and it might as well pay for reparations. But I'm going to reveal the lie and hypocrisy behind the Olympics that you just won the new gold medalist for. You say black people can talk about black issues, but white people can't. Well, sweetheart, when y'all own CNN, Fox, Time Magazine, Hollywood, Disney, and the banks, and every Ivy League endowment, maybe, just maybe, you can sit out for just one conversation. And while you're pretending to be gagged, your people are in every boardroom, courtroom, war room, media room, pushing propaganda like it's your birthright. If you're so silent, how come the world speaks your language, worships your whiteness, and mimics your mediocrity in music, fashion, and culture? But I'm going to drop those receipts, the historical Holocaust y'all don't want us to talk about. Let's get into these statistics, since you love to throw out black crime rates around like white folks aren't the original terrorists. Let's talk about genocide. 100+ million indigenous people murdered globally via colonization. And how about slavery? Over 12 million Africans stolen, tortured, sold as properties, built your banks, White House, legacy wealth. And what about these serial killers? Oh, you don't want to talk about that, because statistically, over 76% of serial killers are in the U.S. are white. And how about school shooters? Yeah, those white boys, it's about 90% of them were school shooters, right? Oh, and let's not forget global extinction. Yeah, nearly every animal now endangered or extinct, white-led colonizers hunted for sport, fashion, and science? Yeah. And what about environmental destruction? You bulldozed the whole rainforests of this world, dumped oil in oceans, and then said climate change like it was a mystery. And let's not forget, you poisoned your own Europeans during the bubonic plague because y'all didn't believe in using soap. So before you speak on crime statistics, check the colonial body count. Yeah, I want to talk about this irony though. You all want to parent us now? You want to talk to us and talk down to us? You say Black folks need to get their act together? Sir, y'all are the original baby's daddies, raping our women, selling our families, and now you're confused about single mothers? Your wives were sipping tea while your children suckled on the breast of Black nannies. Did you forget? That's the origin of your wet nurse economy. You stole our families and then had the nerve to blame us for the fracture. That's like robbing a man and breaking his legs and then calling him lazy for limping. And don't come for our music, our art, and our soul. You manufactured the whole hedonism and handed the record deals to those willing to sell their souls for the culture you corrupted. Yeah, you say our rappers don't challenge the rot? You own the labels, genius. But I'm gonna connect those dots from the plantation to the Pentagon, baby. See, it wasn't just slavery. It was the war on drugs, the FBI's COINTELPRO, the Tuskegee experiment, redlining, predatory loans, prison labor, Black Wall Street bombings, and forced sterilization. Oh, did you forget that? You all orchestrated the problem, blamed the victim, and then handed out Band-Aids and made that BS, okay? Even your DEI talking points are laughable. White women are the primary beneficiaries of affirmative actions. Did you hear that right? You parade Black faces for photo shoots, the poster child, while your HR departments remain whiter than sour cream. We see it. But here's the uncomfortable truth, sweetie. We are the blueprint, not the afterthought. We are not just Black. We are the descendants of the tribe of Judah, the royal priesthood you've tried to erase. And you know this, which is why your scientists study our DNA, your historians bury our truth, and your politicians silences our speech. You envy our melanin, our rhythm, our brilliance. So you commodify, crucify, and then cosplay it on TikTok. But guess what? You can't colonize the spirit, baby. Here's the inevitable reckoning truth, and the truth don't die, it rises. So
okay, hold on a second. Again, that was made before his passing, okay? Just reposted by someone else. So here's the thing. People are believing that he's a groper and not, on the left. And let me show you why. Another reason why. Hold on. And it says, Tyler Robinson dressed up as a Slavic groper meme for Halloween. This is conclusive enough proof for me that he was a right-wing 4chan incel. It says, happy Halloween, handing out candy alone since these weirdos ditch me. Tyler is some guy from a meme. Ooh, Tyler is some guy from a meme. Austin is the crazy end of the world homeless guy, and Logan is a fancy skeleton. Hashtag my kids are weird. Hashtag happy Halloween. Wow. So to be honest, he's some guy from a meme. He has the black hat. Looks like a green undershirt. Striped jogger set. And I didn't know the mom actually she put Tyler is some guy from a meme. Ooh. And that is a groper meme. So, wow. So I didn't know they had that type of evidence. Yikes. Someone used ChatGPT said, what exact phrases were written on Charlie Kirk's assassin bullets? Hey, faces or fascists, hey fascists, catch, hey fascists, catch, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao, Ciao. If you read this, you are gay, and notice his bulge, OWO, what is this? Yeah, ciao. Okay, now someone is in opposition saying he dressed up as this and not the actual, well, who is that person from the meme? That person is also, to be honest, the groper, because they have the same outfit on. Someone says, a what Slavic groper? First off, that's a Pepe or Pepe, a Gopnik Pepe, a swatting Pepe. Two images, one the swatting slave, the other gropers. Someone said that's a Gopnik. So let me look up and see what's a Gopnik versus a groper, not groper, a Gopnik versus a groper. So let's be fair and look at both sides, okay? Hold on. But the thing is, the person said that's a whatever, but that is it looks like the Gopnik is something that's in that's what's wearing the costume. So the green thing is still what's wearing the costume though. So what are people talking about? Like that is a groper. I see what people talking about Pepe or PP or Pepe the Frog or whatever. I think some people just don't want to actually kind of come to terms with this or come to grips with it. It's not just that one image, it's the whole totality of all the images together and the memes together. Three main meme amphibians. Apu or something that he originated as a redrawing of Pepe on the Finnish image board. He is generally depicted as innocent and childlike. Gropers in the middle is a toad who is friends with Pepe. He originated on 4chan board, generally depicted as smug, more so than Pepe. And then Pepe the Frog or Pepe the Frog, it says the OG based on the character of the same name from the comic Boys Club and was popularized by 4chan and Tumblr in 2008. Okay, in my opinion, I still have to go with the side of based on all his statements is coming back as groper, like he's something with that group, so far, unless proven otherwise. In my view, these encryptions on the ammo casing notices bulges, OWO, Bella Ciao, cast as fascist, and if you are reading this, you are gay, are not random or left-leaning signals. That's some early reports claim. Instead, they trace Tyler Robinson's political beliefs squarely to the fringes of the alt-right, specifically the groper movement led by figures like Nick Fuentes. So here's the thing. People on one side are pretty much saying that he's a groper, and the other side saying he's some sort of transsexual or trans activist, trans activist, leftist. People are obviously, one side wants him to be one thing and the other the other. I will say you have to go by evidence. What evidence are you showing about him about trans something? Activists, they're going, I hear something about a roommate. So we have to dig further into this. But so far, I am seeing the whole thing with the whole groper thing makes more sense. As far as his costume that he actually wore and the actual memes and phrases that he had And then there is also a possibility that he could not be any of a groper or other side. Time will tell. So people are putting him as, a groper. And that's him with Donald Trump, like on the back of Donald Trump. Okay, let's get into what articles were put out about his grandmother, okay? Apparently, Tyler Robinson was a groper. The groper, sometimes called the Groper Army, are a group of alt-right, white nationalists, and Christian nationalist activists led by Nick Fuentes. And it seems like Nick Fuentes had beef with Charlie Kirk. If you have more information or if this is incorrect, let me know. Very interesting stuff. So Nick Fuentes in the past, November 2019, put on X, Charlie Kirk is trying very hard to play this cool in public, but privately he is panicking, desperately calling all of his allies to join in this smear campaign against me and the America First students. The Groper War is taking a big toll on this organization. They are cracking. I don't know, because we need more receipts, but it would make the family member said the family member of Tyler Robinson said that he had expressed hate towards Charlie Kirk before his death, and he knew that Charlie was going to be at UVU speaking, and that he was full of hate. He expressed that. So him having that costume on that looks like the groper, the phrases on those engraved phrases and inscriptions look like it could be actual things and phrases from this group as well, or from these 4chan and things like that. So that also goes hand in hand. Then he's also riding the back of like Donald Trump. His whole family is MAGA according to his grandmother, so it would make sense that he will be alt-right. And then maybe some people are within the Republican group, but they just don't fully agree with all the talking points. So that would make more sense, but who knows, because he also, on the other side, his political affiliation was shown as unaffiliated, no affiliation, like he had no party affiliation. He didn't choose either side, and it was inactive. So what I want to bring back is that people are really just trying to paint him as one side or the other, so then people can place blame on one side or the other, so then they can have this whole war as to, a lot of people on the right want the person to be associated with the radical left Democrats, and some people on the left want him to be associated with the Groper Army or alt-right, so then the fingers can be pointed. And what I want to say is, I feel that this is someone already, because he's white, he's 22, from Utah, born into a MAGA family, that obviously a lot of people are not MAGA people are not going to like this. So, and they don't want this to be internal and someone within their own group that has done this. And even I think the governor of Utah was like, he was hoping it would be an outsider, someone not in Utah, someone that's foreign, an immigrant, someone else. So if I were to be honest, I would admit that it would be ironic, and if he was a groper outright, someone completely internal. So then I will actually want to see how some people will actually move and operate now that they can't point any fingers. What happens if you can no longer point fingers at immigrants or anyone else outside, external to your group of people, and realize that, hey, sometimes violence is just violence, and it comes from even within your own race. It comes from within your own community, and sometimes within your own political affiliation, even though it could be radicalized or outright, So what happens when no fingers can be pointed? And I think the day that people stop pointing fingers and realize the day people stop pointing fingers and realize that it could come from anywhere, violence can come from within or out, then people can stop trying to start wars that don't need to be started. This should not be a war over political affiliation. It should be about number one, freedom of speech, and then that everyone on both sides should have freedom of speech, yes, and that violence should not be tolerated at all. But everyone should have equality, and it just doesn't feel like people have equality on both sides. It seems like one side has more equality than the other, and the other side is being silenced. That's my opinion, okay? One side is being villainized, as always being villainized as the outsiders, the others, the monsters, and then the other side wants to maintain this. We're saints, we're so innocent, we don't do wrong, we're not this, we're not that. When in reality, a lot of the crimes and a lot of things that's happening to your own group is happening with white males trying to unalive Donald Trump, and now has taken out Charlie Kirk. Sometimes you have to look internal to your own group of people, okay, and stop trying to externalize as the others, the day. No, sometimes it's your own people. White on white crime. Focus on that. Focus on white on white crime, and then stop focusing so much on black on black, and immigrants and this and that. There's some internal work that needs to be done, and that's what these latest assassinations and mass shootings are seeing. Okay, sometimes it's in-house. So I would love to see more in-house conversations about in-house happenings, and not always pointing the finger outwards. And then maybe you can actually get to the root of some of the issues of mass shootings and these assassinations by your own people. Okay? Hold on one second. So let's get into right here is a post on Twitter where someone actually made a spreadsheet. Someone said, bro, they made a spreadsheet of people who said mean things about Charlie Kirk. This person said, I've only just begun creating a spreadsheet of people who've said vile things about Charlie Kirk's assassination. So far, teachers and professors are by far the most represented. It would not be unusual for teachers and professors to be the most represented, because those are people that usually are trained and taught to speak on history, and fairness, equality, and to be open-minded, balanced people who have to teach kids from diverse backgrounds, and who have to interact and communicate with families from all cultures, ethnicities, and things like that. So teachers and professors are going to be people that are educated and usually well trained or educated on how society works and equality and hate speech and things like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people are teachers and professors. Yeah. So here's the thing. I would rather have a teacher that speaks out against hate than a teacher that condones hate and is complicit towards hate and does not speak out. But of course, in today's society, people are going to be silenced. Now, again, there are two types of people. One person that speaks out about the hate only and the talking points and the rhetoric. And there's the other type that actually condones the violence, like good riddance, I'm glad he's gone. They condone violence. So I'm not advocating for anyone that's condoning violence. However, I am advocating for those that does not speak on the violence or condone the violence. They're only speaking as to the hate speech itself, in and of itself. Those are two separate things. My issue are that people are getting fired for freedom of speech for calling out his hate speech. And in my opinion, anyone getting fired for calling out hate speech, that's signaling to me that whoever fired them is pretty much is like protecting the hate speech, or complicit, even though implicitly okay with the hate speech. And again, people are acting like Republicans are a monolith and only one person. Is it possible for a trans person to be a Republican? I've seen Republicans that are Black. I've seen Republicans that are gay. I've seen Republicans that are Hispanic. I've seen, Republicans that are actually in the trans community. So someone actually being Black, Hispanic, trans, or any of that is not going to be indicative of their actual party affiliation. So again, until you actually tell me what someone's exact party affiliation is, and with proof, I don't go by that, because people are Republicans and they're from all walks of life and all sexualities and all genders and there's across the board. So people saying that someone is trans or has a trans roommate, what does that even mean? Because a trans person, or even having a trans roommate, or even into trans or attracted to trans, that person can still be a Republican. So I don't know. So what's the point of that? Okay. Conversation. The point of the conversation is you don't want Tyler Robertson to be a white male just from his MAGA family. You have to find something that you consider to be negative to make him an other. How can we make him into an other? We have to find something about him that makes him a other, so he's not one of us. So he's so Charlie Kirk was not alive by one of us. He was unalive because he's a trans activist. He was alive because he's a far left radical. He was unalive because of this. You gotta scour the internet trying to find one more thing you can find, one morsel of something so you can other him. And that's the issue I have with America, is the fact that people are always trying to other someone to make them not one of us, so then they could be dismissed from the majority and the mass. So then they can say, okay, well, it wasn't one of us. It was someone else. It was an outsider. So now, that's the whole objective, as to trying to scour the internet to figure out what he was or anything associated with him, so then they can other him and make it so it wasn't an insider. Because look, God forbid it was somebody just outright, white 22-year-old born in America, not an immigrant, any of those things. So yeah, so that's the objective, is to find a way to other this white male born in America, U.S. MAGA family. Gotta other him, so then they can say, okay, see, he's not one of us. It wasn't one of us that did it. It wasn't one of us. It wasn't. It wasn't one of us. That would make them sleep better at night. It wasn't one of us. It wasn't. He's white. He's a male. He's 22, born into a mega family. He wasn't one of us, even though he was white and all a million things about us. But no. He has a roommate that's a transsexual. He did. Yeah, they losing sleep trying to find something. They over here googling, trying to find something on Tyler Robinson to other him out. Okay, shouldn't y'all be just out here doing other things? But yeah. So they really busy. They done dug up. They don't went and found a whole nother Tyler Robinson that's married with a family. He's a Tyler Robinson. Let me show y'all. A Tyler Robinson is married with a family. 2019 has a mortgage, a deed with like a wife and everything. Before Tyler Robinson, 22, could even vote, they had him out here paying money to the Make America Great Again. And I'm not just talking about one side; it's other side too. They had him supporting MAGA. So it's not just one side, the right. I'm being fair here. The right is, as I said, pay attention. The right is trying to figure out how they can other him and make him not a white, born American, MAGA family, gun-toting, good old boy. And then some people on the left are trying to make him into this alt-right, radical groper and this and that. Okay. And then whatever side comes out on top, then then now he belongs to this group, he belongs to that group, and then now the fingers can be pointed this way and that way. And I'm saying all together, the person that unalived him at the end of the day is a white male. And even, do I have to play the clip of the governor of Utah is disappointed that it was one of them that actually did it? People are disappointed, and it's okay to say, hey, I'm disappointed that it was a white male, one of us. It wasn't an immigrant or a terrorist or someone outside of the United States or outside of Utah or outside of the white population. It's okay to be disappointed that it's one of your own people, white on white crime. So it's okay. You'll be okay. Take a day off if you need to. Okay. So people are talking about Nick Fuentes and his people, and the gropers, and how they have issues with, the gropers have beef with or issues with Charlie Kirk and the Turning Point organization that he co-founded. It says Nick actually wrote in the previous X tweet, Turning Point is now making a concerted effort to slander all critics of their bullshit fake conservatism as extremist trolls. We are America first, and you are being exposed for the sellout frauds you are. So yes, we will get into the other side of the fence and of it, which is people trying to go the angle of a trans roommate. I will explore that. On my channel, I do explore the conspiracy. So we explore the conspiracies in both sides and what they have to say. Like I said, this side is saying groper. We're going to look at the other side of mentioning a trans roommate. We're going to look into it, okay? And I'll give my opinion on this bullshit or realistic or okay or not okay. Yeah. So let's get into what the grandma had to say. Okay, exclusive of Daily Mail, grandma of Charlie Kirk's assassin breaks silence to reveal why the FBI must have the wrong man. Child, grandma said, no, not my grandbaby. My grandbaby would never do such a thing. Not my grandchild. No, not Tyler Robinson, 4.0 GPA, great American, all-American. We're a MAGA family. It says the 22-year-old university student accused of assassinating MAGA firebrand Charlie Kirk grew up in a staunchy Republican Trump-backing family. The Daily Mail can reveal. Breaking her silence on Friday, Tyler Robinson's grandmother, Debbie Robinson, 69, says she is stunned by the charges against her grandson, describing him as a quiet, reserved young man who never spoke about politics despite his father's staunch Trump support. My son, his dad is a Republican for Trump, Debbie, who also lives in Washington, Utah, told the Daily Mail. Tyler is the shyest person, she added. He has never ever spoke politics to me at all. Most of my family members are Republican. I don't know any single one who's a Democrat. So she said everybody in her family is a Republican. She doesn't know any single one that's a Democrat. I'm just so confused. Law enforcement sources told the Daily Mail that Robinson was turned into police by his father, Matt Robinson, who was part of a family-owned construction company. Debbie said her son has not answered her call since the news broke on Robinson's identity as the suspect in Kirk's assassination. Now, he might not have answered the phone because you're in complete denial that your grandson, Tyler Robinson, could never do such a thing. Like, you're in denial. He's like, Mom, I'm trying to tell you it's him. I'm sad. Now, to be honest, this is sad. He's 22, smart, intelligent, 4.0 in middle school, graduated from, high school, $32,000 scholarship. They said he had it for 4 years. He was good to go, set. Good grades, It appears to be in a family that was supportive. But pictures, we don't know the full extent of this family. I mean, people have nice pictures and things happen within the home. But altogether, it doesn't seem like, it seems like this would be someone set out on a good path. But now we have, and people are thinking that he went off to college, become radicalized, but he didn't even, I think he only did like a small stint in college, not that long to be in that, that long. I probably went to some trade later. So let's go ahead and get into a little bit more. She insisted there was no way her grandson could be involved, claiming she had never even known him to touch a gun, let alone own one. I don't think he's ever shot a gun, to tell you the truth, she said. He doesn't hunt. He's never liked anything like that. I know he doesn't own any guns. There's just no way he could have been that good of a shot. She also said she never heard of the 22-year-old alleged killer having mental health issues. He's a wonderful child, she said. There is no way that he could have done anything like that. I would cross my heart and promise that there was absolutely no way. He has never, ever gotten in trouble in his life. He's just a very, very shy, good kid. People always say that. Like, there's someone that they're good, they're smart, they're intelligent. It's just no way. All American kid, you would think, will have the whole world in front of him. And in fact, with those grades and the GPA, and don't forget his A's, he aced his ACT scores. He could have been anything he wanted in life. So what led to this? There's no way he could be violent, she said. There's absolutely no way that he did that. So the grandma is definitely in denial. The shoes are matched. If the gloves fit, you must not acquit. Okay. So anyways, the shoes match. Them the chucks. Okay. Grandma, you have to understand that it's your grandson. Debbie also revealed that Robinson works in St. George and that she had no idea that he was going to Kirk's event, chalking it up to a possible case of mistaken identity or something. No, it's not mistaken identity, Grandma. He confessed. That's why your son is probably not wanting to answer you. Like, Mom, I'm telling you, he did it. And she's like, no, there's no way. Mom, he did it. No, you mistaken identity or something. Mom, he confessed. It's the shoes. He dropped out the building. I know it's him. This is my son. I know it's him. No, not Tyler. No. She emphasized she believed Robinson could not be responsible for Kirk's murder. Now, this is like a stage of denial, which is not unusual. No one wants to believe that their grandson, with all these accolades and good things happening for him could actually be someone that would do this. And that's no one, I have never heard like an interview of someone saying, oh, I always thought they were capable of unaliving or shooting someone, or capable of doing this. I figured that they would. No, people are always saying, I can't believe it. People are always going to be like surprised. Okay. So hold on.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America?
Ooh, hold on now. Y'all gonna play that whole video on my channel, okay? Okay, let's get another article. A teenager full of hate. Hold on. This is, by the way, this is what the article is reading. It says, a teenager full of hate from a family full of love. How Charlie Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson, went from a once gawky youngster to America's most wanted man. Now, people are throwing, shade at Kash Patel, FBI director, and they believe that, if Tyler had not turned himself in, that they still would be on the manhunt. So they're pretty much trying to shade his, investigation. So it says, the article says he wore train track braces. Wait, why did y'all actually write that? Train track braces. Yeah. Okay. I thought I was reading some sort of shady post for a second. And a teenager's awkward smile. But suspected assassin Tyler Robinson could not be more handsome and wonderful in the eyes of his mother and grandmother. Between them, proud Amber Robinson, who worked with disabled youngsters. Hold on, ads popping up. Hold on. And her mother-in-law, Debbie, posted dozens of photos of the young man they doted on, along with his two younger brothers. Today, this once gawky teenager is, according to U.S. officials, the hate-filled extremist who this week became America's most wanted man, with President Donald Trump already demanding he be executed by the state. Now, here's the thing. I wonder if Debbie hit her Facebook, because when I was live, yeah, KK, that is true. When it's to be honest, when it's a minority, they automatically say a grown man or grown up or adult, or they say a man. But then when it's a white person, they'll say teenager to give that person and say that, or something like that. But he's actually 22. So let's see. It says today, this once gawky teenager is, according to U.S. officials, he's not even a teenager, but it says once gawky. So he's not, that was like once, okay? The hate-filled extremist who this week became America's most wanted man, with President Donald Trump already demanding to be him to be executed by the state. It says he went from being interested in politics to being apparently obsessed by it. Somehow transformed from an ordinary son in a family. And the family's $600 in a 6-bedroom home in Washington, Utah, about 260 miles south of where Charlie Kirk was murdered, into one of the most notorious characters in U.S. history, according to U.S. officials. According to officials last night, Robinson had allegedly said during a recent dinner that Charlie Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. Among shocked neighbors, Christian, 66, said he was very respectful and quiet and had friends, adding he was smart, he's from a very loving family. I love his mother and he's from a hardworking family. His family's Facebook albums are bursting with ordinary, smiling family snaps. There is one on Robinson's mother's Facebook showing her beaming as she manages to grab her teenager to pose together for a portrait. It was 2018 when he was 15. Last night, someone has added a comment: "Murderer, your life is over. Judgment Day is coming." Alongside one photo of three brothers posing by waterfall, their grandmother Debbie Robinson wrote, "How lucky I am to have such a handsome grandsons." Yet in the hours since Robinson was arrested by the FBI, outraged members of the public have been able to add a stream of comments to the family album, such as learn how to parent and maybe your son would not have done that. One picture of teenager Robinson next to the Grand Canyon, a Facebook user named Travis has added a comment, "Should have jumped." And to a camping photo of Tyler with the dog snapped in 2018, someone has now written, "Poor dog, no idea he is a maniac. He has a maniac standing next to him, or behind him, should I say." And by the way, I posted snapshots from that Facebook of negative comments, right? But the mom has since put her, when I was live, it was put on private or deactivated. So I don't know if she put it back up yet or not. Robinson was taken into custody on Thursday night in southern Utah after having allegedly confessed to his father, who persuaded him to turn himself in with the help of a local youth pastor. Tyler's father recognized him from images released by authorities and encouraged him to turn himself in. A law enforcement official revealed. Alongside the happy family snaps, there are plenty that reveal his love of high-powered machine guns. And one image from when Robinson appeared to be a teenager, he was seen posing with an M2 Browning machine gun. Another showing him posing with the scoped rifle, and another he was holding a bazooka. Hold on. Facebook posts from his mother show Robinson and his two younger brothers at gun ranges and military events. In one post, Amber was seen holding a U.S. Army machine gun. One picture of her son, whom Amber called her man-child, showed them dropping him off at university, apparently wearing the same trainers as in the FBI wanted pictures. He attended Utah State University for one semester. Again, one semester, people. He attended Utah State University. According to a university spokesman, before dropping out and moving back home to complete an electrical apprenticeship. So he became an apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. So what happened, I wonder, because he had this UBU scholarship, $32,000, 4 years. He was set. But he was only there for one semester. For people saying he was so radicalized in college, he only spent one semester there in 2021. Some people can say, "Oh, that's enough time." Well, not really for the amount of what you're saying of being so radicalized for one semester. Yeah. So then he dropped out after one semester. One semester is not that long for college, people. It's not. Before dropping out and moving back home to complete an electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. So he completed a program. And to be honest, some people can make a good living without actually completing 4 years at a university. They can go to a trade school. Maybe school wasn't for him long term, and he realized maybe what he wanted to do was something that he could do in a shorter time frame. I don't know. His mother wrote she was hoping he'll pick a Utah college and stay close to mama, adding his options are endless. Yes, that is true with his ACT scores and his GPA. Last night, Mr. Trump said, "I hope he's going to be found guilty, and I hope he gets the death penalty." So they are hoping for the death penalty. And like I said before, when they kept on saying death penalty, I'm like, this guy is still on the loose. So if he catches hold or wind, of course, that y'all are seeking a death penalty, he might actually have thoughts of unaliving himself. And that was actually true, that he was actually considering that. Well, based on one article article. So I actually want to talk about people getting fired as well, but before we get into that, let's talk about there was a conspiracy about hand movements of people behind Charlie Kirk and their hand movements. So let's get into an article on that. And it's pretty much as I expected it to be in my initial video before this article came out of what it could possibly be. Yeah, the article is, I've analyzed Charlie Kirk's guards' mysterious hand signals. Hold on. And as a top cop, I know exactly what they are doing. I mean, it's common sense that it's something internal, okay? Guards are at a distance from each other and they have to communicate somehow. And you can say, well, they can communicate through, obviously, devices. However, with a large crowd and a lot of noise, sometimes people can utilize hand symbols, okay? A veteran lawman has confirmed the curious hand gestures seen in a video of Charlie Kirk's bodyguards just before the conservative firebrand was gunned down in Utah were security signals. I said that. Footage circulating online shows two members of Kirk's modest detail standing behind him as he addressed a crowd of 3,000 at Utah Valley University on Wednesday. One appeared to adjust his cap while holding a phone, while another shifted his arms and cast glances across the courtyard. Moments later, Kirk, 31, a rising star of the conservative movement and close ally of Donald Trump, was struck in the neck by a single rifle round apparently fired from a rooftop some 200 yards away. He slumped under the white Prumi round 10 as horrified supporters screamed and ran. Social media sleuths have poured over the clip and spread wild conspiracies at what the signals could mean. Now, in an exclusive interview with the Daily Mail, veteran law enforcement officer and security consultant Stan Kephart said that in his expert view, the movements were deliberate but not unusual.
Experience the excitement of college football on ESPN with Spectrum. Catch every first down and touchdown to see who takes home the glory. With Spectrum and ESPN, you can get all the action. Get Spectrum.
Mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years.
Counts are not counting gang violence.
Great. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence.
Great.
Oh my God. Go, run. Oh.
Okay, so those were the hand signals, okay? And this is someone's opinion. It doesn't mean that they are right, okay? The people that were there and actually doing these movements will have more of an expertise of what it means, our explanation, okay? But from his experience, he's giving this viewpoint. I can tell you from experience, those were definitely hand signals. The way they were done was not casual. It was more than one signal that Kephart, a former California police chief, who has advised on security for the Olympic Games and other major events. But he cautioned against jumping to the darkest conclusions. My suspicion is that he's checking off with somebody else, perhaps a supervisor, saying everything is okay, he added. He does not arouse my suspicions. If he wasn't okay or if he has something to say, he would have reverted not to hand signals, but to his communication system. Courage Group Turning Point USA did not reply to our request for comment. Authorities believe the assassin slipped onto the university roof shortly before Kirk's appearance, lined up his target with a high-powered bolt-action rifle, and fled into a nearby neighborhood within minutes of pulling the trigger. This was a political assassination, Utah Governor Spencer Cox declared. The FBI has since released grainy images of a black-clad person of interest wearing sunglasses and a cap with the image of a bald eagle flying across the U.S. flag. So again, there's going to be a lot of conspiracies. People don't believe that he was a lone wolf. People believe that there are others involved. Now, what do I believe? I believe that he is a lone wolf. Now, did he tell other people about this? Possibly after he did it? Possibly yes, especially when he dropped something into the Discord about the gun. So I don't believe that he had completely sealed lips on this. Yeah. However, as far as carrying this out and planning it, I definitely believe that he was a lone wolf. He realized that Charlie Kirk was coming to this school to speak, and he's trigger happy. People need to really consider that some people can be trigger happy. You're teaching a kid, I'm not blaming the parents, I'm just saying in general. And it could just be not even a kid, anyone. If you teach someone how to use a gun and they become great at it, firing range, gun range, everything, and gun events, everything. So then what happens is you have someone now that may be trigger happy, someone that might be hoping to be a hero in some capacity, or to be able to use their weapon one day, or to use it. Some people actually get trigger happy to where they might even look for moments where they can use their gun, or to be a vigilante, or to do something because they gaining all this experience with the gun. There are some people I've even heard that said, I wish somebody would pull up on me. To be honest, even me, I'm like, you try me, you're going to get something. And it's kind of like, you have it there just in case. But there are some people that are just really trigger happy. And I believe that can actually contribute to some violence of people having a weapon and then looking for moments or opportunities to probably even use it. That's my opinion. Now, like I said, thankfully, and I'm happy that he's not a mass shooter, because he could have actually shot a lot of people, but he was only there for Charlie Kirk, and which makes him, of course, the assassination and a targeted attack. I'm glad it was, I'm glad it wasn't just a mass shooting to take out way more people. Now, I'm not happy that Charlie Kirk was unalived. I'm just saying that we all know, if you actually listen to what I'm saying, this could have been way worse, because the same way that he shot Charlie Kirk from that distance on that rooftop, yards away, he could have shot a lot of people. He had the ammunition and the capability and even the expertise to shoot a lot of people, but he did not. So that is one thing, to be honest, in this moment, you have to be thankful that he was not the mass shooter type of personality, okay? Hold on.
The man who allegedly murdered Charlie Kirk. Suspect's name is Tyler James Robinson, and Outfront just spoke to a man who worked with the 22-year-old as recently as 2 weeks ago. So 2 weeks ago, the man you see on your screen was at work. The two were both doing electrical work at what our source, who did not want to be identified, describes as a big custom house in Santa Clara, Utah. He says Robinson was, quote, a little abnormal, didn't talk to anyone. He was a quiet dude, and he didn't like talking unless spoken to. He stays in the back, and I knew from word of mouth from coworkers that he was not fond of Trump or Charlie Kirk, obviously. Now, you know, when you think
So an electrician who worked with the suspect shooter Tyler pretty much said that he knew from coworkers he was not fond of Trump or Charlie. So listening to this, Tyler definitely, if he's at work talking about politics, at home, at family dinners talking about politics, and other places, which we probably will hear about talking about politics, because his family did say that in recent months he has been really heavy into politics. So he definitely was motivated in some capacity with this whole political aspect. Now that's why people are trying to figure out, determine his exact political affiliation, his exact groups that he represented or were a part of, and his beliefs. Now, here's my thing. If it is found that he is, let's say, outright far, MAGA, but, some Republicans don't support Trump, then what happens then? And then also, if it's the opposite, where you find that he is, let's say, a radical on the left, then what? Then what becomes of that? So then now it could be a war against for the right to try to say let's war against the Democrats. It's all Democrats did this. And then what happens if, just like on his voter records, it says that he has no affiliation, unaffiliated. So what happens if he is not a part of any party? And then what? Because he did not vote. It shows that it's inactive and that he's unaffiliated with either party. So then what happens if it's no party affiliation? So like I said, I think the biggest thing now, which I already knew what happened, is that people are going to be on both sides trying to pin him to the other side of the coin of who he actually, his party affiliation. So then one side, to me, the fact that he's already a white male and also 22 and from a MAGA family, it's already not, it's already showing that he's somebody. The fact that he's this white, forget party affiliation, is going against what people are putting out here in the world, because people were hoping that he would be an immigrant, someone foreign, someone non-white. That's what they were hoping for. Okay. And now, in my opinion, the goalpost keeps moving to where, okay, he's not, okay, so he's not immigrant, he's not black, he's not someone like a other. Okay, so now what is he now? Okay, what is the religion? Okay, what is the political party? It's like the goalpost keeps moving more and more and more. To me, in my opinion, as soon as that he's shown that he's born white American, that automatically shows that he is the same as Charlie Kirk, is white on white crime. Okay, because it had been black on black, y'all wouldn't care about if one person was Republican or one person was Democrat or one person was far right, far left. Y'all would not care outright this or that radical. Y'all wouldn't care. Y'all would just see two black people and say black on black. So in this case, it's like, what's the point of going on and on about his party affiliation when ultimately let's talk about white on white crime and mass shootings and assassinations. Okay, nobody want to talk about that though. Okay, white on white crime is where you can leave it at. And then how can you now say for some of these mass shootings, school shootings, attempted assassinations, completed assassinations done by white people, now it's time to do research on those types of studies. Okay, hold on.
About this, right? He's working on this job site 2 weeks ago. Robinson was a 4.0 student, honor roll kid. He'd received a prestigious scholarship to college. He had no criminal record. He is registered to vote, but not affiliated with a party. His parents are both registered Republicans. Right now, though, he is being held without bail on several charges, including aggravated murder. They say assassinating Charlie Kirk as a sniper. These are live pictures we're showing you right now of a Utah County jail. That is where Robertson is as we speak. Now, according to sources, he is not cooperating. He is not speaking to investigators. He was arrested overnight, though, more than 250 miles away from Utah Valley University, where Kirk was shot as he spoke to a crowd of students. We do have some new video of a person matching Robertson's description walking near Utah Valley University just moments before the shooting. So again, appears to be new video of the suspect just before the shooting. What later ensued was a massive manhunt, more than 33 hours, that ended only after Robertson's family turned him in. A source tells us that Robertson's father recognized his son after seeing these images. And it wasn't images you could look at and realize if that was somebody you knew well or that was your child, you would recognize them.
So he didn't, the father is a 27 veteran of the sheriff's office. He recognized his son right away. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's my son. I mean, come on, you're gonna know your son. 22 years old, you gotta know how their body built, their backpack, their clothing, their just everything about the person. You're gonna instantly like, oh my gosh. So I know his heart dropped, his stomach dropped, like, oh, my son. And then he'll also know that, hey, would my son have the capacity and the capabilities and access to weapons to be able to carry out this assassination? And his answer would be like, oh my gosh, I know my son has experience with firearms. I know it's firearms. So then now I know his stomach really just dropped as soon as he realized that was his son.
Well, his parents did. And when confronted by his father, Robertson confessed, according to another source. But according to our John Miller's reporting, Robertson did not want to surrender. And he told his father, according to John's reporting, quote, I would rather kill myself than turn myself in.
So, press one chat, you were here, but I said that based on this person and how they're moving, that I felt like this person would try to do murder-suicide, where someone commits unaliving or murder or something like that, and then they take themselves out before being apprehended by police. So that's how I really saw this happening. However, with an intervention from the father and possibly even the youth pastor, then he just turned himself in without doing that. But I kind of feared that if he did not have that intervention or someone to kind of put a stop to that, then he definitely probably would have took himself out.
Now, police say that one of Robertson's family members eventually reached out to a family friend, contacted the sheriff's office, and according to court documents, Robertson's behavior leading up to the shooting had changed. They say, and I quote, investigators interviewed a family member of Robertson who stated that Robertson had become more political in recent years. And Utah's governor says the casings found with a rifle that's believed to have been used in the assassination included inscriptions like the words, hey, fascist, catch. Now, in a moment, I'm going to speak to Utah's Attorney General Derek Brown about the evidence and the investigation. First, though, I want to go to Ed Lavandera because he's outside that jail I just briefly showed you in Spanish Fork, Utah, where we understand Robertson is right behind you tonight. Ed, and what is the latest that you're learning?
Well, he is here being held without bond. Two sources tell CNN that he did speak with investigators briefly when he was first taken into custody, but now we understand he is no longer speaking with investigators. And this, as investigators are now focused on trying to piece together the motive for what might have inspired this deadly attack.
We got him.
The information that led investigators to Tyler Robertson came just after authorities released new videos and enhanced photos of the suspect fleeing the shooting scene. The 22-year-old was arrested at his home at 10 p.m. Thursday night. Robertson is now in custody in the Utah County Jail, held on several charges, including aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, and obstruction of justice. He could face the death penalty. The manhunt lasted 33 hours and started right after conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot and killed with a single supersonic bullet. 12:23 p.m. Wednesday local time. Investigators say this video shows Robertson running along the rooftop of a Utah Valley University campus building, dropping to the ground and walking away. A rifle was found in a wooded area near the university with evidence that may point to the suspect's motive.
Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" Catch!
The governor also revealed investigators have unreleased video they say shows Robinson arriving on campus in a Dodge Challenger.
He is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes.
Authorities say the suspect arrived on campus at 11:52 a.m. Less than 24 hours later, at 9:48 a.m. Thursday, the FBI released the first photos from surveillance video of a person of interest, showing a man in sunglasses and a dark blue cap wearing a t-shirt with an American flag. Later that night at 7:52 p.m., authorities released the video of the suspect running across a rooftop. Robinson, matching the descriptions in the video, was later located at his home in Washington County, Utah, at 10 p.m. Thursday, 260 miles from the scene, and taken into custody. According to Utah's governor,
here's the thing. No one can blame anyone on the left or the right for his death. You can only blame one person for the death, and that is the lone wolf, lone actor, Tyler Robinson is responsible. So you cannot say, even if he is a leftist, you cannot blame all leftists for his death. Even if he is a groper, you cannot blame all gropers for his death. Even if he is from MAGA, you cannot blame all MAGA from his death. So to me, the whole back and forth debate about what side is he on is just a waste of time, because at the end of the day, there's only one killer, one shooter, one lone shot. Only one person fired a weapon that day. That was Tyler Robinson, one shot to the neck of Charlie Kirk, and that is Robinson. So that's the only person responsible. So please don't come talking about, oh, well, the leftists are responsible. No, only one person is responsible, and that's Tyler. Now, everyone wants to try to go back and forth to see what side he's on. But at the end of the day, no one group is responsible. Just like if someone black were to shoot someone, that's that one individual. No one is a monolith, and not everybody is agreeing with that one black person. If someone, a Trump supporter shot someone, it doesn't mean that every Trump supporter is guilty. And if a leftist, radicalized Democrat shot someone, it doesn't mean that everyone that is in that party or group is guilty. So we have to stop with that. If we find one person guilty in a group, then everyone in that group is guilty. That's not how things work. Okay, please stop. It doesn't make any sense. At the end of the day, when it all boils down to it, people were probably thinking this would be some sort of immigrant and this some sort of terrorist or some sort of outsider. And it turns out he's American-born white male. Despite any party affiliation, can we talk about that he's actually American-born white male? And that's even something that people don't like. Okay, hold on.
Robinson's father confronted him after seeing the video and the images and told his son to turn himself in. Robinson was then transported overnight and booked into jail just before 2 a.m. Friday morning, 12 miles from the scene of Kirk's shooting.
And Aaron, local prosecutors tell us that formal criminal charges will be filed on Tuesday, and that is when Tyler Robinson is expected to make his first court appearance, his initial appearance, but he will not be taken from this jail to the court. We are told that hearing will take place virtually. Aaron?
All right. I guess with all the frenzy that would surround that. Ed, thank you very much. And Ed, outside that jail, I want to go now to the Attorney General of Utah, Derek Brown, as promised. And Attorney General, I appreciate your time. As you see that, Ed standing in front of the jail where Tyler Robinson is right now and is going to be through that booking. Is this, Attorney General, an open and shut case?
Well, I think at this point, what we know is that we've got a suspect in custody. The next couple of days, we're going to be obtaining all the evidence we can. As you've already indicated, this is a process of getting evidence that we can use in the charging documents. So the charging documents will be filed. We'll have that appearance in a couple of days. And then our goal now is to identify everything that we can, get the kind of information that we can to, essentially assure that we have the right charges. We, at the county level, where your reporter is, we've had great work done, but we've also worked together with federal law enforcement as well. And so really this has been, I think, a model of cooperation from the highest levels of the Department of Justice all the way to the county level here in Utah.
So, and obviously you're gathering all of your information, but we understand, I was just talking about, we had talked to somebody who was actually on a job, an electrical job with Tyler Robinson just 2 weeks ago, right? Described him as a little abnormal, not talking to anybody, sitting in the back, but that he had made clear to some others that he was not a fan of Trump or Charlie Kirk's. These are just the little data points, right, that are coming in. I understand, Attorney General, that the suspect is not talking to investigators right now, although he might have briefly at the beginning. Is there anything you can share with us about what he said then, or about his demeanor, anything about how he is conducting himself right now?
At this point, I can't, because we're going to be involved in the prosecution. But what I can promise is that we're doing two things. Number one, we're collecting all the information we can, doing every conceivable avenue that's out there to collect information about what happened, people he's talked to, and that sort of thing. And then we will use that to ensure that he is brought to justice. And all options are on the table for that.
All right. So justice. What does that mean in your view in this case? What is justice?
Let me pause for really quick on here. So, again, I think that the whole focus on the party affiliation is just a distraction away from reality of that. Even with Trump and others, and recent assassinations or assassination attempts even were white males. So there's always going to be a distraction from there. If the person was immigrant, they wouldn't care about party affiliation. But only if the person is white, then they care about party affiliation. If the person was a foreigner and an immigrant, they would just say right there, like, oh, this person is just an immigrant. So then it stops there. No one cares about the party or affiliation of the person. Once the person is white, then now we have to care about the mental health status, and now the party affiliation. It has to be some way to then other the person. Okay, once they are an immigrant, then that person is othered. But if the person is an immigrant, they have to figure out another way to other the person, and they can do that through party affiliation by saying, okay, they're other and they're different because of the party affiliation. The goalposts will keep moving and moving and moving until they find something to other the person or make them different from the group, what they consider the group. When the main issue should be on how can we stop white males from committing mass shootings? How can we stop white males from these assassinations? So what's going on with the white males that are doing these types of things? But of course, that won't be a topic, because then now you are trying to say that the white race has issues, internal issues, and that's not what they want. You have to be right. You have to have something wrong. Let's look at this video right here, to where this type of problematic language from leaders is problematic language. So someone posted on Twitter, which I agreed with yesterday when I first played it the other day during the actual live press conference. It says the governor of Utah, quote, I was praying that it was an immigrant. And this is someone else's word. Says the USA is a hellhole to smear immigrants like this on the stage in front of the whole country when they had nothing to do with it. This is disgusting. So let's play this clip really quick.
This bad stuff happens. And for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say,
Okay, who is us? Easier on us. Who is the us? It's always the us versus them, othering. Us versus them. So if it's us, then the them should be someone else. The outsiders, the immigrants, someone else, somewhere else, or outside the country, immigrants, somebody else. Just hoping it wouldn't be one of us, but it is a white male born in Utah.
This bad stuff happens, and for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us. That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for. Just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, "Hey, we don't do that here." And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. This bad stuff happens. And for 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
What child? Hold on.
That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country.
Who approved this speech? Raise your hand if you approved this speech and you actually thought this was a great speech to have.
Sadly, that prayer was not answered.
A prayer to be that it's an outsider and not one of you. Okay. So like I said, I needed to address that again because it's troubling that came out of his mouth after a tragedy. The governor said he was upset that the suspect was not an immigrant or an outsider. And that framing is very dangerous and it completely misses the point. And does violence happen from foreigners? Yes, but violence is not just a foreign problem, it's a human one. And a lot of times when in these recent assassinations or assassination attempts, it's actually white men committing these crimes, white men. So when you keep on looking at these assassinations, always trying to look for an immigrant or a foreigner, when it's showing through research and these statistics that it's white men, you're missing out on who can actually be the suspect or culprit of these crimes and trying to point to the society or to the public that it could possibly be someone outsider when it's actually, you should be taking a closer look on the inside of who could it be based on what's happening with Trump and other assassinations or recent assassination attempts, right? Pointing fingers at immigrants every time something awful happens only fuels prejudice, fuels it. While it's actually a white male, you're pointing fingers at immigrants, you're pointing fingers here, you're calling HBCUs, doing this and that threat, acting like the threat is outside when it's actually inside is problematic. And it lets people avoid looking at the real causes of a lot of issues. And there's ease for one that people, I believe in gun rights, right? But hateful rhetoric is what radicalizes people. Radicalizes people. What radicalizes people is hateful rhetoric. It could be on either side, whether it could be the left or the right. Hateful language on either side can radicalize people or lead to that radicalization. Easy access to weapons. People that want to do something have easy access to weapons. It's not that hard to get a hold of a weapon. That's great for people for self-defense, and it's also a negative for people that actually want to do harm to others. And also, there's a lot of people being complicit in co-signing hate or being implicitly co-signing hate. If you know someone is known for hateful rhetoric and hate speech and divisiveness, ordering people to lower the flag at half staff to for someone that is known for hate. It's one thing to mourn the person, but it's another to try to make it some sort of national thing or some sort of national okay. This person was not a elected political official in office. And are all people that are at his statue are all political figures being memorialized in this way or honored in this way? Was Melissa Horton and her family, were the flags ordered at half staff or actually elected officials? So then people are going to fairly and justly try to see if things are equal across the board. So I guess the flag is only going to be a half staff for Charlie Kirk, but not other people that were assassinated recently on the other side. All right, was that a thing? So with that being said, if you are a leader, it's not about finding a scapegoat. When you're in a position of leadership, you can't use divisive language or divisive speech. So someone should have looked over his speech before he spoke, because his language was not appropriate. It was very inappropriate to be in front of an audience and then mention anything about immigrants at this time or any outsiders or anything. This us versus them speech. That was the time to be for unity and not for divisive language. It wasn't. So again, I reject the violence that occurred, and I also, at the same time, I reject the silencing and the one-sidedness and the unfairness and the people getting fired for their freedom of speech and their voices being silenced. I also reject that part. Okay. And also the fact that people are using stereotypes to fuel anger or fuel things by saying, oh, I wish that I prayed and wish that it would be an immigrant or someone else, because that would make me feel better. Of course it would make you feel better. And that's the issue. Why are people spending their days and nights trying to make themselves feel better? Because they need to feel better to sleep at night, that it's not their own people on committing these assassinations or other things. They have to try to make it so it's someone that's a other outside their group, so they can sleep better and feel better at night. Lord forbid that if he has any MAGA ties, because the whole family is MAGA. Lord forbid if it turns out he is affiliated with MAGA and he is just an alt-right, far radicalized person, then the Lord have mercy. Now, to be honest, if that were the case, the irony of it all, because at that point, they can no longer point any finger. The moment they try to figure out anything that can make him a leftist or anything, then they'll be able to sleep at night. So all they're looking for right now is a moment so they can sleep at night and try to pin this person on somebody else and some other group besides their own. A mess. When the whole thing is, why are y'all even doing that when the truth is, even if he is an alt-right MAGA, it doesn't mean that everyone that's alt-right MAGA is guilty of this crime. Only one person is guilty of this crime, and that's Tyler Robertson. So whether he's a leftist, MAGA, alt-right, radicalized left, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he's the only one guilty. So both sides pretty much need to stop trying to pin this on that one and that one on that one. When the truth is only one person did this, and he's an individual. And it turns out so far he had unaffiliated party, no party affiliation on his freaking voters record. Okay. Now, one thing that, like I said, that people are saying the Groper, but to be honest, that seems more convincing so far, the Groper angle. But I need to actually look at even the trans activists. It doesn't make sense, but I still will look at it. Okay. Either way it goes, I want to say this. None of that is still a justification for what happened. There's still only one guilty person. And let's look at this one.
Thanks for watching 2 News at 6. Tonight, I'm Heidi Hatch, live from the campus of Utah Valley University, now for a third night in the row after 31-year-old Charlie Kirk was assassinated just behind me here on campus. We now know today the police have their suspected shooter, a 22-year-old from southern Utah, Tyler Robinson, in custody. It took them just 33 hours after that shooting to take him safely into custody overnight last night. This all started, though, on Wednesday morning when police say Robinson walked onto the Utah Valley University campus. 31 minutes later, he's accused of shooting Kirk in the neck from a rooftop 200 yards away. 2 hours after that shooting, Charlie Kirk died. 33 hours after the initial shooting, police arrested Robinson. This is the suspect, Tyler Robinson, a young man, just 22 years old. Authorities say he lived in Washington with his family down in southern Utah before moving to an apartment with a friend in St. George. He's accused of aggravated murder, discharge of a firearm, and obstruction of justice. Robinson will appear in court next week on Tuesday. We do have live team coverage for you spread out across the state tonight. We're digging into Robinson's history, and we got reaction from students as they were able to return to UVU for the first time today. Brian Malahy is first, though. He is live at the Utah County Jail with the very latest on this 22-year-old accused shooter.
And this is what emerged today. Robinson had been enrolled until now at a school in Utah, not UVU. A probable cause statement says that he confessed to a family member arrested last night in southern Utah, and for the last 16 hours, an inmate here at the Utah County Jail. One shot and national pain beyond measure in the murder of Charlie Kirk. And now this.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
The announcement from Utah's governor touched off relief and a firestorm of inquiry. Who is Tyler Robinson? The Utah Board of Higher Education called him a third-year student in the electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College and said he received concurrent enrollment credit at a university while in high school. This is not going to be one of your clients.
Absolutely not. There's no way they're going to give him bail.
Heather Page, bail bondswoman, suspects Robinson is in a solitary cell and other inmates know he's here.
Oh, absolutely. Gossip goes crazy inside that jail. Yeah.
They know.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure of it.
Utah County Sheriff's Office did not confirm he is being held in a solitary cell. The Utah County prosecutors began screening the case today. They say they will file charges against Robinson on Tuesday, and he will see a judge that afternoon. Live at the Utah County Jail, Brian Malahy, KUTV2 News.
Brian, thank you. As investigators were looking for their suspect, they believed it was a college-age young man. We learned today that he is just 22 years old. Chief investigative reporter Wendy Halloran tonight looking into his background and if there were any warning signs that led up to this. Wendy.
Well, Heidi, Tyler James Robinson is considered not on paper, no criminal record, no arrests that I could find. However, FBI psychological profilers trying to determine what the motive was in the assassination of Charlie Kirk have inscriptions or engravings, if you will, on the bullets that are playing a big part in determining motive.
I think that he believed that Charlie Kirk, in his mind, he would have described Charlie Kirk as a fascist.
Greg Rogers is a retired FBI agent serving 30 years with the Bureau. The arresting documents lend insight into a possible motive.
Motive is not going to be difficult to prove in this case.
And why is that?
Because of the writings.
Rogers has examined what investigators noted, inscriptions engraved on casings found with the high-powered...
And those inscriptions are what are leading people to believe that he's a part of the Groper group, okay, with the memes and things like the costume he had on and the wording and phrasing. And again, others are believing that he's a trans activist, which we will cover and go over that to see what their angle is on that. Okay, we already looked into the Groper and why they believe those memes and phrases and things, even his costume he had previously, so we will look into that as well, those two angles. Right. And again, sign my petition. Please sign my petition. And again, I might actually add on more things or change this petition around a little bit as well, as far as whoever else I decide needs to be added, as far as losing their job due to freedom of speech. Again, is not for people that condone violence. It's for the people that simply expressed disagreement to the rhetoric, to the talking points of Charlie Kirk. And again, people need to just really just take a time out outside of, just take a step out away from emotions and just pay attention to the fact that Charlie Kirk went from campus to campus, college to college, and he wanted to debate with people in opposition to his talking points and rhetoric and controversial topics and even polarizing statements. And he wanted to debate with people and have these open conversations and topics. So that's something that he wanted and he actually did for a living. Okay. So with that being said, you should be understanding that he already knew that his talking points and his rhetoric were something that opened up conversations and debates. And you should not try to silence people that actually are speaking out against his talking points, because that's what he did. He went to campus talking to people that were speaking out against his talking points. He engaged with these types of people all the time that are speaking out against his talking points. So it's weird that y'all are now acting like he's someone that did not do this as a day-to-day living or a day-to-day brand of speaking out and talking to people in opposition to him, because he is a debater. So if you're not in the land of debating controversial topics, then maybe you should sit this one out, because that's what people do in the world of debate. They go back and forth between these arguments. It's not to be negative. It's not to condone violence. It's actually just to speak on the subjects and topics without actually going to violence. Now, Tyler Robinson is the one that went to violence. Okay. Other people are just sticking to words, and words versus words should not be problematic unless you're trying to silence people's freedom of speech.
Rifle, a Mauser 30-06, and the bullet that killed Kirk. Inscriptions on the bullet fired at Charlie Kirk read, "Notices bulged. OWO, what's this?" According to experts, this phrase refers to a meme on online forums and comes from furry subculture about being unable to determine someone's gender. Some gamers use the phrase OWO representing an expression of surprise.
That is clearly referring to his intent to shoot him. He had told some associates he believed Charlie Kirk was a fascist.
An inscription on an unfired cartridge read, "Hey fascist, catch," with an up arrow symbol, right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols.
Catch, I think, is a snide way of saying you're going to get hit by my bullet. And the arrows arguably are referring to where he was. He was above him, shooting downward. So that's, again, indicative of the amount of thought I put into this.
But it also could be a reference to the Helldivers game, which is a satire on fascism played online.
Unfortunately, there are video games that are preferred by these types of people where you can get into video games where you shoot fascists.
Another unfired cartridge read, "Oh, Bella Ciao. Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao Ciao."
That Italian song is interesting. It's a sort of a anti-fascist rant. That song is very big in that movement. It's something that everyone knows. So I think he had heard that song in the hours and hours and hours I think he spent on these websites. He heard that song numerous times.
Another unfired cartridge read, "If you read this, you are gay," with a slang abbreviation for laughing his expletive off.
I think that shows that he has some other mental issues, that because it's that, quite frankly, is just nonsensical. I think the best term for that is nonsensical and shows some irrational behavior on his part.
See, that's the thing. You see it as a mental hiccup. Now, let's be honest. Someone that does something abnormal, such as this, as shooting someone, and then a sociopath or psychopath, like a personality disorder, cluster B personality, this person, could have a mental health issue, yes, but this person could also have just like a personality disorder, cluster B. This person could have just be someone younger that uses something you don't know, like terminology or verbiage you don't know, or from some group or some Discord group, because something was dropped into a Discord group he could be a part of. So no one has really said what Discord group he was in, what Discord group he was in with the roommate or someone that saw those messages being dropped into Discord. Okay, so what Discord groups are he in? What, not just speculation and guesses based on engravements and inscriptions, but what actual groups was this kid in? So this guy, I'm not trying to say anything, but based on your age and this kid being 22, a college student in Utah, there is a possibility that to you is nonsensical, but the other person, the 22-year-old, could be making perfect sense based on his age, and his generation couldn't know, or his group of people couldn't know exactly what it means, and it makes our 4chan or these anon groups or troll groups or whatever, they definitely could know what it means, and they can make perfect sense and be very much sensical. So I wouldn't just like say, oh, go right to mental health. Now, I'm not saying that if someone committed a crime like this, which he has, something has to be abnormal to do an abnormal thing. That's what I believe. But we also have to take into generational factors that the terminology and phrasing and slang used by him could be sensical in his world and not in yours.
Rogers believes Robinson will be facing both state and federal charges.
I think there's discussions going on also that he will also be charged federally with domestic terrorism under the domestic terrorism statute, which also carries a death penalty if you commit a murder in furtherance of that violation.
And speaking of charges, the Utah County Attorney's Office is reviewing all the evidence in this case to determine appropriate charges to file. County Attorney Jeff Gray is expected to file formal charges against Tyler James Robinson on Tuesday, and he will be holding a press conference that same day. I will be there. Robinson will have his first court appearance at 3 p.m. that same day on Tuesday.
He did it. I believe in capital punishment, even though I love this family and I hate to see him go through this, but actions are actions, and that's how it is.
Shock in southern Utah tonight with word of this arrest of 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. We're now hearing from people who lived in the family's neighborhood and knew him when he was growing up. Liv Kelleher covers southern Utah for us, is live for us tonight with more of what she's hearing from those neighbors.
Well, the overwhelming emotion that I've heard today is shock. I'm at the suspect's apartment in St. George. You can see it's still an active crime scene. There is crime scene tape up behind me, and police presence is still here, although it is waning. Earlier today, this parking lot was buzzing.
Okay, so he has an apartment that he stays in as well. You know, he has the parents' home, but then he has his own place with the roommate. So here's the thing. This apartment is in St. George, and there's another guy by the name of Tyler Robinson that lives in St. George as well. That Tyler is older, and people have conflated these two and mixed these two up. And there are records from the other Tyler Robinson, who is older, who actually donated to the MAGA Trump committee before, and that's public record. So people are, automatically just search that up and say, oh, well, here he goes supporting MAGA. And again, even though I'm not a Trumper or whatever, I do go just by objectively and just by receipts. I'm still receipt based. So the receipts actually go and back to say that that's the wrong Tyler Robinson and not this person who wasn't even, I think, of legal age at that time to vote to actually be that person that committed that donated to MAGA. Okay, so that's the wrong Tyler Robinson, which I will go over and show receipts for. Okay, yeah, but like I said, both sides are really trying to figure out a party affiliation or some sort of affiliation, so that way it can be like, okay, well, he's on that side, he's on this side. When the truth be told, it doesn't matter what side he's on. He's a lone shooter, a lone wolf. There's only one bullet, one shooter, one killer, and that's Tyler Robinson. who should just carry this guilt himself. He's the one that will go to trial, go to court, go to prison, possibly face a death penalty. No one else. So no one else should also be blamed for his actions. That creates divisiveness by placing a lone wolf or shooter on one side, so then the other side can then weaponize it. Well, to be honest, like I will say, is that we have to stop with this and realize that a lot of these mass shootings and assassinations are attempted assassinations are being done by white males. So we need to also stop the finger pointing and trying to make it to, well, the others are a threat. Okay. Yeah, when the truth be told, whether you're black or white, a lot of times the crimes committed against you are going to be committed by someone in your that's in your proximity. So if you're in a mostly white area, white community, most crimes against you are going to be committed by someone white. And if you're in a black area around black people, a lot of times most crimes committed against you are going to be by black people. So this whole notion of black on black, white on white is obviously going to be because that's who's in your area or in your neighborhood. That's who you surround yourself with. That's just common sense. But of course, to be at war, to be divisive, people go into this whole you're the other, you're the problem, you're the issue, when there's bad apples in every group. Okay.
With law enforcement officers from the FBI, the Washington City Police, UHP officers, and the St. George Fire Department. I spoke with residents in this neighborhood who said at first they weren't really sure what was going on. There wasn't a lot of communication, but once they saw that crime tape go up in the media.
Yes, we went over that video when it first aired and when it was live, and we covered it today again.
Come out, they started to put two and two together. I spoke with one resident, Jesse Riley, who lives a few doors down from Robinson. He says they parked next to each other and he would see the gray Dodge Challenger daily. He said in retrospect, he noticed that the car was missing for the past few days, but it wasn't until photos of that vehicle started circulating online that piece connected for him. Riley said he was already upset about the passing of Charlie Kirk. To know his neighbor may have been responsible has been hard to process.
So when he saw that vehicle being circulated online, he kind of like, hey, that's something. So even if he had not turned himself in, other people might have started to pick up on the pieces of the puzzle of like things being a little suspicious. Like the neighbor saying, oh, that car has been around for a few days, and then seeing those images like, oh, that looks like him too. So I think others will obviously would have put these pieces together, and he eventually would have been turned in by someone. And they also said they had a lot of tips rolling in, so who knows what those tips were, because now with the actual father and youth pastor doing it, until later when there's like FOIA requests or released to public on the FBI files, will we know of other possible tips.
Obviously there's the thoughts that kind of go through your mind of why it happened in Utah, probably versus obviously not just because he lived here, but maybe a Utah event is going to be more lax on security. Everybody's a little bit more pumped up that Charlie Kirk's in town because we're all seeing from a common viewpoint. So the last thing we're thinking is that there's going to be somebody of an opposite viewpoint there to do harm. So that was, what was really hard to wrap my mind around initially. And then you add this on top and I'm like,
and that's the thing I want everyone to keep in mind, is that people on both sides are all trying to think of a motive, and everyone is thinking it's about people or someone not liking his viewpoints or his rhetoric or his speech. So why are people getting fired for pretty much expressing the same sentiments that this probably occurred because of his rhetoric and his speech? It's not necessarily blaming him. It's just that people are trying to guess as to the motive. So that's why I believe Matthew Dodge should not have been fired, because he didn't really condone violence. He actually just spoke on the possible motive of why it happened. Okay. Yeah. So make sure y'all sign our petition. I need I think 6 more signatures to have 100. And if y'all can at least get me to 100 by the end of this live, that would be great. Again, at least 6 more people sign my petition, please. Hold on. Let me post it.
Is this even real right now? This is reality?
We also learned this morning from police reports and Governor Cox that Robinson's family said that he started to get more political over the past few years. They also told law enforcement that Robinson was aware that Kirk was coming to Utah on his college tour and that he said he disagreed with Kirk and his teachings. In St. George of Kelleher, KUTV 2 News.
Liv, thank you. In the wake of this deadly shooting here on the campus of Utah Valley University, Salt Lake Community College says they're going to put a pause on all speakers coming to their campuses, at least for the next month. This will run until the end of the month. College saying this will give them time to carefully review their safety practices. Salt Lake Community College saying it wants to be a place where all are welcome and all viewpoints can be shared through civil disclosure. Now, tonight, some students here at Utah Valley University were able to return to the campus and pick up their belongings that were left in the mayhem after the shots were fired and kids were running for their lives. 2 News' Leslie Duarte spoke to students today to find out exactly how they're feeling as they return to campus.
Heidi, many students I spoke to were heartbroken over the situation, still processing. Some were able to pick up their items and take them with them. However, those who had items in the courtyard where the incident happened were told they could not take their items yet.
They haven't processed any of my stuff yet. Looks like FBI is still going through and investigating everything.
Andrew Kang was in the courtyard when the shooting happened.
Still traumatized from that experience. I've never witnessed anything closer or similar to this incident.
He says UVU told him all the items in the courtyard wouldn't be released until Monday.
Inside, I had my gym shoes, my shorts and a shirt. I have my car key and I have my wallet in there. I also have my laptop and a charger as well.
Many other students were also here to mourn.
My heart feels pretty heavy.
I've been out here all day. I've made some signs with some friends. We're holding them up.
And that's the thing, is that now with that being a crime scene, they have to make sure that everything is checked out, because you never know what he touched, where he went, everything else. They have camera surveillance to track everything down, but obviously they want to make sure they actually collected all evidence before allowing people into certain spaces. With that being said, someone not having their laptop and school supplies and things they need is also going to prohibit that person or stop that person from possibly even completing assignments. So I'm sure measures are in place for people that are having issues or needing certain things, or dealing with this tragedy that happened on campus. Some measures are in place for those students not to fall behind or have issues. Hold on.
In support of Charlie Kirk.
Just hours after the FBI announced the arrest of the alleged shooter, students reacted.
I think nobody really deserves to be murdered. There's no justification of murder, and shootings in general in this country is a big problem.
I think this was almost an attack on the concepts of free speech that we have in America.
And many sharing a message to the Kirk family.
My prayers and condolences towards the Charles family.
Now, as far as when students can return back to campus, the school announced Wednesday is the day that classes will resume. And for more details and information on exactly when students can pick up their belongings and return to class, the school says they can visit the university's information page. Reporting live at UVU, Leslie Duarte, KUTV 2 News.
Yeah, so that makes sense to have delayed class campus to Wednesday.
Leslie, thank you. We will have the very latest on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, his funeral, and the legal case against Tyler Robinson during the news on our website, KUTV.com, and also on the 2 News mobile app. Here on the campus of Utah Valley University, it is quiet tonight. There is a sense of relief that arrest has been made, but hearts are still heavy, and the road to healing will be a long one for many students here on campus. Back to you in the studio.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So my name is Hunter. I was in the middle of debating Charlie Kirk in the middle of the assassination at Utah Valley University.
Do you know how many mass shooters?
So this has to be devastating right here, to be the last person to really speak to him in the middle of debating, asking this question, and then this to happen. So that is traumatic, to be honest. This person is definitely probably reliving this moment all day and night. It's 24/7 reliving this moment of when that happened. That's scary. Right. And also not only witnessing this firsthand and being that last person interacting, but also even like the possibility of like you might in that one moment thought it could have been you or it could have hit you. The bullet could have like, that's very scary. So let's listen to what he has to say a little bit, not the full thing. If you want to watch the full thing, you can watch it on your own time. It's like 43 minutes. I don't have 43 minutes to watch this full thing, but yeah, hold on. Let's watch some.
There have been in America over the last 10 years. Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Wow.
What brought you to the event that day?
I make videos on Charlie Kirk, and I made this video about.
So let me actually put this up really quickly because I didn't do it before. Hold on, because I did not know we were going to show that part, but hold on. Wait 1 second, please. Okay, the following video contains violent or graphic content presented for education and documentary purposes. Viewer discretion is advised. This material is not intended to shock, sensationalize, or encourage violence, but to provide context and understanding.
The statistical analysis on trans shooters, and sort of the point that I was trying to make was that it's sort of a statistical outlier, that they're extremely underrepresented when it comes to how peaceful they are. Obviously that question, pretty ironic given when it was given. Yeah, so I mostly came in there because Charlie's very open about having some sort of dialogue or some sort of conversation that he believes in engaging, and I'm pretty on the record of how much I disagree with him, but I do definitely respect how much he's willing to platform voices to ensure that at least some semblance of a good conversation can come out of it.
Mm-hmm. And as far as these statistical anomaly thing when it comes to trans shooters, is that in response to the way that him and Turning Point were framing that as a big issue?
So it was about 3 weeks ago. There was a trans shooter at a Catholic church. Charlie made a bunch of tweets basically saying, when are we going to start noticing that this is a trend? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm getting my math degree at UVU. That was my university. And I was like, there's an answer to that. There's, we can determine if there's some sort of outliers, we can use p-values, things like that. And I was like, according to the data, it really doesn't pan out that there is a trend here at all. So I kind of made a video calling him out a little bit and saying, hey, I want to come debate you. I want to come do it. And a lot of people were kind of encouraging me. So I kind of wanted to
see, that's what I wanted to bring attention to. He actually is into stats, and he recognized that there isn't a trend, and that Charlie Kirk, just like some other debaters, I won't say names, can pretty much guess, but they make up fake stats, and then they go around spreading these fake stats without any receipts or backing, proving what they're saying. Or they misinterpret it. And then when people like this guy, people encouraged him to debate, like, hey, go debate, be in opposition. You made a video calling him out. So this was something that Charlie Kirk did. He encouraged opposition to his talking points as far as verbal back and forth debating, prove me wrong, and things like that. So what's interesting now is that after he has passed away, after he has been unalive, should I say, people are trying to discourage this discourse and this back and forth debating. It's like he's no longer here, so no more debating or talking about things you disagree with. And that's where I feel like people are being silenced. So yes, people should not be on here, cheering on the death and doing that, because that's like condoning violence, especially in certain career paths or positions or things like that. However, people that are still in disagreement with him and in disagreement with his talking points and rhetoric, those people should not be silenced or even fired from their position because of their disagreement with his beliefs. And if you are a true supporter of Charlie Kirk, you should not be trying to discourage people from being in opposition or speaking out against his talking points, which he actually used as his brand, and his moneymaker was to debate people that went against his talking points. That's how he made his money. That was his brand. Right. So, unless I'm wrong, right? Wasn't his whole thing prove me wrong and debating people? Wasn't this person brought there to go against him on this transgender topic? So what's the issue now? Hold on.
Come and have my I guess my little audience see that.
Mm-hmm. How was the energy whenever you arrived to the event?
Very conservative, for sure. Everyone was very energetic. Chanting Trump, chanting USA.
Get comfortable. Bring the best libs that Utah has to offer.
There was a line of
so right there, bring the best libs that Utah has to offer. So he's wanting a back and forth debate with liberals. He's wanting that. So then what's the issue? That's his brand of having that back and forth. Okay. But I guess now that he's no longer here, people don't want anyone to talk about his talking points or go against his talking points. Like, I guess you're feeling like, oh, he's no longer here to, I guess, defend himself or go debate. That's not how things work. Once you are a person that goes, prove me wrong, I want to have this back and forth discourse and verbiage and banter and debate, whatever you want to call it, with liberals, that does not stop the moment you are no longer here. Even in 2025, people like Kirk are debating and going back and forth with people that are no longer here, like MLK, going back and forth through his speeches and speaking on certain things. So you're you no longer being here and even assassinated, such as MLK was assassinated. People are still debating and arguing over his points. There's a lot of historians, researchers, sociologists, anthropologists, different people that are no longer here. People are still going over there, and theorists, people that have these theories. People are arguing day and night about certain theories, but Marxists or Freud. People just always Marx, Freud, different people are always going to be debating these topics. That's what happens when you have a legacy of certain talking points. It's going to continue decades past your death. Hold on.
Liberals on the rooftop who were holding like pride flags and I think some like Palestine flags and things like that. And, there was a little bit of taunting back and forth, but not very out of hand. Most of the debaters were either like asking questions like who's better, LeBron or Jordan, or like some like theological debates about distinctions between like Mormonism and Christians.
That Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God over all. Christ is God.
But also, the event lasted, I want to say 20 minutes, maybe. Like, I really didn't get a good finger on the pulse on what an event would really look like, because, I showed up fairly early. I was the second person to speak there. So like, the first person was maybe 10 minutes and I maybe got like less than a minute in. So
could you give us kind of a recap of how that conversation with Charlie went?
Sure.
Yeah, so we're gonna, hey Charlie. Hey, hopefully we're gonna have a little bit more disagreement.
So it was, I came in and I said, hey, there was a shooting that happened maybe a few weeks ago in Minneapolis.
And ever since then, about 3 weeks later, the Trump DOJ said that we should start talking about revoking gun rights.
Okay, I'm gonna pause because I don't want to I'm gonna turn the volume off because they might play that part again. Because once he answers that question,
You agree with this? Is that a fair assessment or something like that? And he said yes. And then I said,
So do you know how?
yikes! Because when he asked this question, that's when it happens.
that happened maybe a few weeks ago in Minneapolis.
And ever since then, about 3 weeks later, the Trump DOJ said that we should start talking about revoking gun rights for transgender Americans.
Do you think, is that, you agree with this? Is that a fair assessment or something like that? And he said yes. And then I said,
so do you know how many transgender Americans have
Lord have mercy, I don't want that part to play again. Hold on.
been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
and I said, there's 5. And I said, do you know how many shootings there have been? I think maybe my memory's a little hazy. I haven't rewatched the videos, honestly. But it was something like,
I bet. Of course, no one wants to really watch this video over and over. Okay, especially not him, right?
Like this, which I knew the answer was a little under 6,000. He said something like, we need to account for gang violence. And I think I was like, I said, I was in the middle of saying, great, did you run a statistical analysis on that? Right? Like essentially saying you have the burden of proof. And I think I was in the middle of saying that when he got shot.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have?
Hold on. And that's when it happens.
I went down pretty immediately, and everyone near me, everyone in the rest of my line, who I'd been talking to for the last few hours, dropped down with me. I remember I have a brother who was in a school shooting, and I was talking about the distinction between these. That for me, it was there wasn't as much fear as I think I would expect, because I recognized immediately, I think I was a lot more logical than I thought I would be in that moment, where I was like, that's an assassination. He is the target. He is the only target. I am freaked out, but I know that I'm okay. Whatever.
So he recognized that this wasn't like a mass shooting, because it wasn't coming across as a mass shooting or someone in the crowd just going around shooting. He recognized that it went straight through his neck, that this is some sort of assassination. So he was able to ascertain that, and probably even do his own research of mass shootings, he recognized that this wasn't like a typical shooting, that this was something. So he wasn't feeling like he was in fear of his own life at that moment, that he knew it was just a targeted attack on Charlie.
It definitely became chaotic. My wife was in the crowd. I tried reaching her. It took me 20-30 minutes. Just a lot of chaos as I sort of shifted in a weird place, and then I had to wrap back around, and I couldn't find her, and our phones weren't really working, and it was bombarded by texts, and I don't know. So it was very chaotic, and it took a while to really orient myself. But it was a strange environment, because people were kind of milling around afterward. I think a lot of people had this similar idea that it's like, this is different. An assassination is very different from a mass shooting, where a mass shooting, you disperse, right? Everyone's a target. But when it comes to an assassination, it's everyone just sort of was there. And I heard a number of people say, so much for the tolerant left, right? The 2 or 3 people said that as they walked by.
And what do you think about that assessment?
I made this video a little while ago. I've been following, sounds crazy, I've been following Charlie Kirk for a little while. I went to Tampa, Florida for one of his events. I remember I was just basically interviewing some of his followers, and I found this girl, and she seemed so young and bright, ignorant for sure. Dumb, I would probably say. I'll be honest, dumb. But I was just asking her questions, and I started bringing up, I'm like, oh, liberals would say, and then I would give my argument, right?
You know, someone can go get like a whole surgery done, you know, without parent approval. It's like, how is that even happening? How are they going to the doctor's appointments without the parents there?
And then like, I know I've seen parents on social media where they're like, oh, I haven't identified my kid yet. Da, da, da. And it scares me because I'm like, oh my gosh, like they're going to grow up thinking that they don't know what they are, or like that they could transition into something else. And,
But wouldn't that be transitioning with parent approval?
yeah, that's what I'm like saying, like to take away. Does that make sense?
But if they have parent approval, it sounds like you're talking about parents who give approval that they should be trans.
She was like, that's such an interesting thing. I've never thought of that, right? She gave, and I was like, I was like, cut. That's so perfect. I'm so glad I captured that like the conservative person was so clearly just kind of needed to hear the right thing and maybe got bumped in the right direction. And I posted it feeling so confident, and 90% of the comments were about how fat she was. And I really felt like what am I contributing to in this culture? And like, in some ways I'm extremely.
Wow. So pretty much he's trying to get out a different point of view and get people to understand certain things. And then no one's really focused on the topic at hand. People are focusing on her body composition. Yeah, that sounds like social media to me. Hold on.
I'm extremely proud of the left. I'm extremely proud of the people that I've met, organizing and being in these conversations. And I don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. And I would also say that the right definitely has its issue with violence, right? We talk about political violence, like, you know, Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro, Paul Pelosi, you know, I could go on and on. But like, I am startled very often by how quick people are to grab onto like righteous violence. And I don't know. I understand his assessment when he says so much for the tolerant left. Like, that's kind of in some ways a lot of things that I've seen.
Was there something you saw in particular that you were like, man, that's too far?
Yeah, about Charlie? Or, I mean, yeah, I saw someone post like, proud to be a UVU alum today. And like, it's also people in my hallways, right, who are just maybe a little bit terminally online. But like, I don't know, I for sure seen some, why am I gonna be sad? I'm glad he's in the grave. A lot of comments like that.
Nah, real shit though. How do we know that Charlie Kirk didn't die of a fentanyl overdose? You feel me? Like, we gotta wait on the toxicology reports come out, cause okay, we might have saw a gunshot and shit, but we also saw somebody put their knee on somebody else's neck, and we saw other people still say that person died of fentanyl overdose.
What was some of the rhetoric you saw online that was like particularly insane to see? What kind of things were they saying?
Seeing people and
that right there, that clip, that's actually sarcasm. That actually, to be honest, I think that person was being sarcastic, because a lot of times when things happen to Black people, it's on camera of what's happening, what's unaliving the person, and what's happening to the person, what's killing the Black person. But then people will still act ignorant and dumb, and they'll come online saying, oh, maybe this happened, maybe that happened. So that was sarcasm. So maybe the person didn't get it. That person was not being truthful as to, you know, what their speculation or guesses as to what happened. They are being sarcastic as to when a lot of times when Black people are killed and unalived on camera, people still reach and make up stuff about their possible cause of death when the death is actually filmed on camera. So obviously everyone knows what happened to Charlie Kirk. He was unalived in front of everybody. But sometimes when people are watching these videos, they still make up a whole different story as to what happened. So that was sarcasm, not stupidity. You have to be able to catch sarcasm, in my opinion, on that one. That last clip, okay?
like big news pages that are like, yeah, well, anyways, what's for dinner? Or, well, this is karma. Like, this was deserved. Nobody deserves to be shot and killed. Nobody. Doesn't matter if they're Democratic Party, Republic Party, does not matter.
Yeah.
Nobody deserves to be shot and killed in front of their family.
Yeah.
No one.
How did we get to this point where it's so divided we can't even look at the other party, you know? So it's disappointing, you know. Yeah. It's shocking.
So you monitored the online discourse in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
First few hours, I for sure logged off.
That's enough time.
Democrats own what happened today.
Bro, I'd be so pressed if this guy shot me.
Yeah.
So you kind of I saw like two different narratives on the right. They were like, all right, this is the turning point for the left. Like they have officially gone haywire. I think Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer said, we are all Charlie Kirk. And then, I think libs of TikTok said, this is war. So it was like the, spawn point for like a larger domestic conflict that's going to be apparently spearheaded by the left. Then there was a lot of people that I saw celebrating the death, saying like this is what he deserves for his rhetoric about Gaza and immigration. And they pointed to some of his quotes where I think one quote said, it was something like, I'm willing to accept gun violence and gun deaths as a natural byproduct of the freedoms that we have with our Second Amendment. And there was just a couple different things where people were making it seem like this was a symbolic victory for the left. Is that kind of what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty adamant, and I don't shy away from how much I dislike the things that Charlie says.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
So again, we cannot conflate the two. There are a lot of people who dislike the things that he says, but they don't condone the violence. So even some people you will hear from today, even people that saw him being unalived, they don't condone his unalivement. They still don't agree with what he said. I guess some people are expecting everyone to just all of a sudden agree with what he said, and those that disagree, he's some sort of deity or some sort of martyr or someone that has been high lifted to some high rank, even though he's, I don't know, to where you have to now agree with him as if he's some ruler or something. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, but we cannot silence others or force others to agree with your point of view or talking points. Okay, no, that's not going to happen. Okay, and stop accusing everybody that disagrees with his talking points as condoning the violence. That's two separate things. So that's a way to smear and to punish people and to label people or mislabel people by saying if you don't agree with his talking points, then now you're condoning his violence or his death, and that's a lie. Two things can be true at the time. Condemn the violence and also disagree with his talking points. Those two can coexist. That's my issue, okay? Yeah. But also, please, this is not a conspiracy channel. Charlie Kirk was unalived, and the person who unalived him is actually Tyler Robertson. So this is not a conspiracy channel, so I don't believe that the killer is still on the loose. This person, Tyler Robertson, is the suspect. He is the one that unalived him. There's a confession to the family he said himself, the shoes match, the face match, everything matches as to the suspect. This is the suspect. So this is not a conspiracy channel. I repeat, not a conspiracy channel. Okay. There was the actual unaliving of Charlie Kirk. He's no longer here. There's no conspiracy as to it being a hoax. There's no conspiracy as Tyler Robinson not being as to him not being the unaliver. He is the one that actually did it. He has experience with weapons and firearms through family training since he was young. Okay. Yeah. Gun events, the whole 9 yards. Hold on.
I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman. I wonder, is she there because of her excellence?
I disagree with him on 1,000 different fronts. And I feel like I don't know why it's so hard to not hold that in one hand and in the other hand hold that's a human being, that's a father of 2 children, right? Like that both of those can fully coexist at the same time. And in some ways, I have a lot of respect for Charlie Kirk.
Bingo, it can coexist. My issue are people online that's annoying. that keep on acting like two things can't be true at once. It's annoying. It's like you have to pick one. You have to pick one thing or another. Anyone that speaks negatively about him is automatically seen or viewed as condoning, and then people are getting fired for this false belief or this false misunderstanding of being condoning something that they're not condoning. It's weird. Okay.
Being so open to debate, for being such an incredible organizer. Like, I think as someone who's interested in political organization, that's something that I've always found really admirable about him. But like, he's about my age. He's got a 1-year-old boy. I've got a 1-year-old boy. I've got, we're about the same height. And like, I think about how that boy is not going to have any memories of his dad. And that to me is like that's everything. That's
they don't understand that outside of the TikToks and Instagram reels that they see of him disagreeing with what they believe is a father of 2 kids and a son of a mother, that their kids are going to bed tonight. His kids are going to bed tonight without a father, and his wife is going to bed without a husband.
Yeah.
And that to me is just it's sickening. It's sickening to see that this is really what it's come to, and people really think that like this is what they have to do to get a point across.
Additionally, I mean, the conditions that created Charlie Kirk's views are still existent.
Yeah.
The undercurrents that led to all of the opinions you disagree with and that the left disagrees with. It's you can eliminate Charlie Kirk, but it doesn't take away the rhetoric that led to Charlie Kirk.
I think that's what's so irritating about this. Like, on the one hand, this is evil, this is tragic, this shouldn't have happened. On the secondary hand, if you're not even convinced by that first argument, it's also counterproductive. That doesn't even do anything. He's a conservative commentator. He doesn't even have, like, Trump has been given every opportunity right now to crack down on the violent left.
For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today.
And that, like, my whole point about making a video about how nonviolent we are only can exist if we stay nonviolent. It just doesn't solve anything either. Like, I don't.
We need to get away from this whole we talk, and even that in the Black community is like a thing. Like, we have to keep on saying we are not a monolith. Everyone is not the same. Everyone doesn't speak for everyone or represent everyone. All Democrats don't. One Democrat doesn't represent all Democrats. Okay, just the same as one MAGA person doesn't represent another. Left, right. Come on now. We have to stop with this whole thing, because that leads to wars and issues. If we can keep it on one individual or one bad actor or one lone wolf, bad apple spoil the bunch, if we could keep it on the individuals instead of trying to make it into a group thing, that would be better. But that will never happen, because people have to make it into a group to have a war. Instead of, if you keep it on the individual and say the individual is a problem per incident, then that will be best. But people don't want to keep it on the individual. They want to make it into a whole group, so then it could be like a hate across a group of people instead of just one person. Yeah. Fine.
I don't understand how you walk away from that. Like, what did you solve at all? Everyone is now more angry and justified in their anger, or at least more so than before. And I just I don't know. I get so angry at these wannabe activists, these assholes, these disturbing, evil. I don't know.
I think that one of the key words is antisocial.
Sure. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that I grew up around a bunch of violence, but I've seen shootings before.
Yeah.
I've lost people to gun violence, whether it be in the street or from police. A few people in high school and past that. So to me, it's something horrible. Universally should be recognized as a bad thing. But there's this weird kind of antisocial undercurrent that I think is running through like early Gen Z, like 18 to 22. I'm not sure if it was because they were socialized during COVID and they missed like a bunch of formative years, but the things that they're tweeting about this situation and just their dissociation to like the horrific violent imagery.
See, this is the things about dare. You're not making this distinction. There should be a list of individuals or whoever you're pointing out. You're saying dare, like it's everybody. Lord have mercy. So anyways, I'm down with this video because this person keeps on like doing the grouping thing. The grouping thing is what creates divisiveness because you keep on saying dare. Not everyone on the left is condoning the violence. Okay, hold on. Let's go to something else. So people are going against people are making memes for Cash Patel. Well, let me show you why. Hold on. Let me find the video. Some of these memes are crazy. Fine.
And I'll see you in Valhalla. To my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Valhalla. See you in Valhalla. So people are cringing at this whole Valhalla. And why did he say see you in Valhalla?
To my friend Charlie Kirk. Rest now, brother. We have the watch. And I'll see you in Valhalla.
Valhalla. A Hindu man says he will see a Christian in Valhalla. This is the director of the FBI, by the way. So they're saying that, you know, Charlie Kirk is Christian. You saw how he answered that first question at that event, right, in Utah? And that was a Christian way of pointing out or viewing Jesus, right? So he's a Christian, so people are wondering why he says see you in Valhalla to a Christian. Of course he's being memed and, you know, so in my opinion, Cash Patel, he has, you know, he's trying to, in my opinion, I hate to say this, but he's trying to fit in. He's trying to fit in with the good old boys and fitting in, but he comes across as cringy and awkward. Okay. He's trying to fit in, but it's cringy. Okay. Valhalla. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. So anyways, he's being memed, okay? Yeah. So that whole conference was weird altogether. It's like they didn't even talk about Tyler that much. They talked about themselves and how great of an investigation and how much work they put in for this investigation and effort they put in for this investigation. Oh wait, I forgot. The suspect turned himself in. Well, the family turned him in. Okay, but yeah, okay, putting out the pictures. The father saw the pictures, recognized his son, but ultimately he turned himself in. So how much longer would the investigation have taken since they had already detained two people, one for obstruction, which was George Zinn. Then they had this other guy who was unnamed, and then they were on their third. So they've now the third one turned themselves in. So I don't know. Maybe we probably had 10 detainments by now if the person had not turned themselves in, based on the trajectory and path we were currently on. I'm just kidding. Well, maybe not. So he said, "Rest not my brother. We have to watch. I'll see you in." He said Valhalla. So that isn't just like a fancy way of saying heaven. It comes from like myths, like Norse mythology, the afterlife, and the hall where fallen warriors they feast on. They not feast on. They feast with Odin until there's some sort of final battle or something. Okay. And another meaning, Ragnarok, whatever, child. And then, another thing is, it's also a part of the U.S. military culture as a sign off, not a formal but an informal sign off. Kind of like I'll see you on the other side. The thing is, Charlie Kirk, Mr. that just had a whole question during that whole event about Jesus is Christ and resurrected on the third day. That's actually Christian beliefs or Christian thinking. So that will kind of put him under the category umbrella of being a Christian in our category, right? That's his religious denomination, should I say. Valhalla isn't a part of Christian theology or Christian beliefs. So it's kind of cringe to say that to someone as a send-off or something to a Christian. So they would say, send off to, I guess, heaven would be his. But of course, I guess if he's not aligned with that Patel, then it's like, see you in heaven. He's not expecting to be heaven. So I would not say anything. You're not going to say see you in heaven was aligned with his, then it's best probably leave it alone. And then as far as military, I don't know about, I'll be honest, I don't know if Kash Patel served in the military or not, or if he has any military affiliation or anything. That's not necessarily a prerequisite to be in his position. But maybe he has heard other people say it that's in the military because he works for the FBI. Maybe he has heard people say it and thought that was something appropriate to say, or something that, I'll say it, like other people have said it. So in my opinion, it might be the latter. He has probably heard military people say it, and then he has taken it on, not understanding the full context of what it means. Yeah. Or I don't think Kirk also served in the military or Marines or anything. Yeah. And also outside of that, you're supposed to be, my issue is you're supposed to be FBI Director Patel. You should not be up there trying to say certain things like that anyway. It's kind of like unprofessional. People are talking about, let's fire this person or that person because of this or that. And again, for people that don't like or dislike the talking points of Charlie Kirk, it's problematic when you see a lot of these top people, FBI director, president, everyone siding with this guy. It's kind of like, do y'all have the same thoughts and opinions and beliefs of this guy? What conversations that he has had are controversial topics or talking points do you co-sign and agree with? Because if I think he's racist and his statements are racist and you co-sign and agree with those statements, then what are you saying that you are? So that's the thing that people are paying attention to. If you are in a certain position or leadership, people are going to be questioning, do you agree with all of Charlie Kirk's statements? And if not, can you tell me which ones you agree with and which ones you don't, so I can know who's like your position and what you are, and then I can see how much this must be America for equality, right? But a lot of these people are seeming to agree with a lot of his statements, which are a lot of them are hate speech and problematic statements. And that's why people believe in systemic racism, that there's a lot of people that through implicit biases and other explicit biases and covert or overtly, it doesn't matter, are racist. Okay. even when they don't even think they are. They have these underlying beliefs and things that could lead to them acting in a certain way or behaving in a way which leads to biases and discrimination. So that can as well lead to trust as well. Okay, so Valhalla isn't really bad in and of itself. It's just out of place, out of context, and definitely weird and cringy being said to someone that is alleged Christian and possibly not military Marine based. It's just, yeah. So anyway, that's another statement. If you hear people talking about Valhalla, how he said that, that's my explanation of it. So let's go to the next topic. Oh yeah, there was the his wife, Erica Kirk. She mentioned something about the evildoers. There's a lot of divisive language coming from we're going to avenge your death, the evildoers. There's a lot of divisive language to where it's like a full-on war between the left and the right. And to be honest, how people actually thought that there was actually a war between the radicalized sectors. Like, I don't know. I'll have to think about that myself more. Hold on. So let's see what else I wanted to talk about. Oh, the Trump donor myth. Okay, I have to allow ads apparently. In my opinion, I did not watch her whole speech, I'll be honest. But you think it's performative? I think that she has to continue on with his brand and continue on with the company's mission. So in my opinion, her speech was that of someone that has to keep on with what he was doing and to carry on this whole turning point. So it wasn't just about her speaking as the wife, but also speaking as this is Turning Point USA, the brand. So a lot of times that's what you get out of these speeches, is that someone is speaking for the brand itself and the name and carrying on this business and this brand and this name and carrying on what he did. So it's saying that he's no longer here, but this business and brand will continue on and go on and move forward. There's no stopping it. It will continue. So the shooting suspect, so what I like about Snopes is they go over the actual claim and then they go over the actual reality and the truth, okay? The shooting suspect in the assassination of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, donated to U.S. President Donald Trump's 2020 presidential campaign. In false. A different Tyler Robinson donated to Trump in 2020. So think about it. In 2020, that's 5 years ago. And guess what? Tyler Robinson is only 22 years old. So 5 years ago, was he like 17? Maybe 17 going on 18. He's not even old enough to vote yet. So this is the wrong person. After law enforcement on September 12, 2025 arrested a suspect, Tyler Robinson, in the fatal shooting of U.S. conservative activist Charlie Kirk, social media users began spreading a claim that Robinson donated to U.S. President Donald Trump's 2020 campaign. The claim Hold on. Let me go here real quick. The claim primarily spread on X, although similar posts appeared on Instagram and Facebook. Many posts included a screenshot appearing to show a public financial contribution record in which Tyler Robinson purportedly donated about $225 to a Trump's 2020 campaign. It says Tyler donated to the Trump campaign. That's what someone put on their Twitter. And right there, it says Tyler Robinson, St. George. Now, the thing about it is St. George is where Tyler's apartment is, the one that was arrested as a shooter. However, he's 22. And it says occupation is entrepreneur. Okay, Tyler is actually a student, and then now he's working in electrical work. And then it says, however, while the search for Tyler Robinson in public financial contribution records did come up with a person by that name who donated to Trump's 2020 campaign, it was not the same person who law enforcement arrested on charges related to Kirk's assassination. As such, we have rated this claim false. So if you actually do a search of individual contributions, there is a person named Tyler Robinson who donated to Trump Make America Great Again. But listen, how many people across the United States, even across the world, but based on certain names and certain things like that, who will actually be named Tyler Robinson? 1 million people probably named Tyler Robinson. You can just start searching databases for Tyler Robinson, and everyone that comes up with that name is automatically him. What's the middle name? What's the age? What's the other information? It says amount $224.48. Receipt date October 5th, 2020. So that would be almost 4 years. I mean, almost like 5 years ago. Report year 2020. And it says primary election, entrepreneur, Tyler Robinson, St. George, Utah. And people got St. George because his apartment, not his parents' home in Washington, but his own apartment is in St. George, but that's not him. So if you hear that online, that's actually false. It's not him. Wrong age, wrong person. And that person was also married at the time with the deed. And last time I checked, this Tyler was not married with the deed in 2020. Okay. According to the Federal Election Commission, the Tyler Robinson who donated $224.48 to Trump listed an occupation of entrepreneur and lived in St. George, Utah at zip code 84790. The Robinson donated the money on October 5th, 2020 to the Trump Make America Great Again committee. Public records showed the shooting suspect's residential address. In contrast, was in Washington, Utah, a different zip code physically close to the Robinson who donated to Trump, but not the same address. It says the Federal Election Commission website has published the Trump donor's full address. Looking at that address using the Washington County, Utah property search webpage found that the Robinson who donated to Trump bought the St. George house along with his wife, according to the deed. The Trump donor sold that home in 2022, according to additional records. The shooting suspect, reportedly a 22-year-old, as of this writing, would have been a minor in 2019. In Utah, children can only own or sell property if they are emancipated or married, but social media posts from the suspect's mother depicted a close-knit family, according to USA Today, thus suggested Robinson was not emancipated, and there was no indication that the suspect had married anyone. Reputable news reports would have certainly included that. Furthermore, neither of the suspect's parents' name, based on reputable reports like the BBC, matched those of the people who bought the St. George house. Given the differing addresses and the evidence indicating that Tyler Tyler Robinson, not connected to the suspect, lived in St. George. We felt confident saying that the Tyler Robinson who donated to Trump was a different person from the shooting suspect. It is worth noting that a search for Tyler Robinsons in Utah who have donated to political campaigns also comes up with the Robinson who donated to Act Blue, a Democratic fundraising platform. But that Robinson lived in Salt Lake City, Utah, and thus was also not the suspect. So they also went a step above that and said they did look at other political like donations, and they did find another Tyler Robinson donated to a Democratic association or something, but that even was the wrong person. So again, just because something says Tyler Robinson and Utah, it doesn't mean that it's the right person. Lord have mercy. I had the same issue doing a sham investigation where people were doxing the same person, doxing different people with the same name and I'm like, the middle name is different. Everything is different. It's a bunch of people with that same name. So people do go out here doxing people because, a Tyler Robinson, Utah, that's our guy. No, what about the middle name? What about the age? What about the date of birth? What about this? What about that? You have to make sure that everything matches, not just the name. Lord have mercy. Please, people. Go the extra mile because you don't want to dox the wrong person or put out the wrong information. So they also have on Snopes other talking points or other things they debunked, should I say. About Charlie Kirk's last words. Okay, let me see this one right here. Charlie Kirk once said passing the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake. Let's see if that's true or false. It says claim. Turning Point USA CEO and co-founder Charlie Kirk once said, "We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s." And they said that is correct attribution. Context. Journalist William Turton first reported on Kirk's comments in January 2024 in an article for Wire. According to Turton's report, Kirk made the statement while speaking at America Fest, a political convention organized by Turning Point USA in December 2023. Turton provided an audio recording to Snopes, which verified that Kirk said the quote about the Civil Rights Act. Following the September 10, 2025 shooting death of Turning Point USA CEO and co-founder Charlie Kirk, people on social media shared an alleged statement he made about the passage of the Civil Rights Act. The landmark federal law banned discrimination in public places, provided for the integration of schools and other public spaces, and made employment discrimination illegal. Some social media posts archived here and here attributed the following quote to Kirk: "We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s." Other posts shared across social media archived here, and here similarly claimed Kirk had called the legislation a huge mistake. Snopes also received reader emails and website searches about the authenticity of the alleged quote. We found that the quote about the passage of the Civil Rights Act being a huge mistake was correctly attributed to Kirk. Journalist William Turton first reported on Kirk's comments in January 2024 in a Wired archived article. According to Turton's report, Kirk made the statement while speaking at America Fest, a political convention organized by Turning Point USA in December 2023. Turchin attended the event in person while working as a reporter for Wired. He provided an audio recording to Snopes, which verified that Kirk said, "I have a very, very radical view on this, but I can defend it. And I've thought about it. We made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the mid-1960s. Kirk made this statement while responding to a question from a student who said he was the subject of the title investigation at their university after posting a derogatory message about transgender people on social media. Hold on. Kirk made similar remarks about the Civil Rights Act outside of the Turning Point USA event. For example, in April 2024, Media Matters for America published a video and accompanying transcript in which Kirk said the Civil Rights Act created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon. The footage appeared in a video on Kirk's channel on Rumble at 8:06. And it says in another video shared by Noah, it says a young political influencer on X archived in August 2024. Kirk confirmed to the breast, so he said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Okay, so let's look at some of this video footage and see. Okay, hold on. So let's look at his Rumble, I guess. And it says give me a timestamp of 8 minutes and 6 seconds. So let's see if that's still there.
I have so many thoughts here, but let's dive into white versus whiteness. What does this mean?
Those metrics, Charlie, that you just read, higher educational
are doing fine.
Yeah.
Lower than that.
Yeah.
It's probably lower than that. So 75.
The fact that they're being racist, because that's good. Put in at a particular time to solve.
Oh, I've criticized it.
Yeah. But
that's
I mean,
Caldwell's thing.
Yeah, I mean, and Chris Caldwell is a colleague of mine, and I think it's it's fine to do that. But I think just as a political strategy, I think if people want to say, hey, there were absolutely real problems that it was addressing, whether you think it did it in the perfect way or not. But we're as far from that time right now as they were from the Wright brothers. So there's a lot of things that have changed in American society. We're not worried about people not being served at lunch counters anymore.
Yeah, and the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
Yeah, and that's the reality. And so we just need to fundamentally relook at a lot of our civil rights legal regime. And without that, even though I don't think it's sort of the magic bullet, but I think without that, there's limits to the amount of progress we're going to make.
Let's talk about discourse and dialogue. This topic would have been even more forbidden 4 or 5 years ago, but it's now becoming in more and more mainstream circles. Is that because the problem is becoming worse, or but our side is more courageous to confront it?
I think it's both, Charlie. And I'm going to commend you in particular, and Tucker, and guys like Matt Walsh.
There's like three of us.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, you guys are the big three, but not the only ones, but definitely
that have something to lose.
Yeah, the big three who've really come out and talked about this. So I think it's been a combination of things are getting worse, and that's actually put pressure. And then that we've had a few folks like you who have been willing to speak forward, and I'm really appreciative, or have people like me on the show just to discuss.
It's a no-brainer. This is not controversial to me. This is real. I know it.
It's not gonna be a family member donating in anyone's name. That's obviously a totally different guy that was married. Go back to what I just said. That's a totally different person, a whole different life, a whole different career, a whole different everything. Totally different Tyler Robinson. Okay, hold on.
We live through it every single day.
Right. Well, it helps because you're spending so much time with young people, Charlie.
Yes.
So you addressing, whether you think it did it in the perfect way or not. But we're as far from that time right now as they were from the Wright brothers. So there's a lot of things that have changed in American society. We're not worried about people not being served at lunch counters anymore.
Yeah, and the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon.
Yeah, and that's the reality. And so we just need to fundamentally relook at a lot of our civil rights legal regime. And without that, even though I don't think it's sort of the magic bullet, but I think without that, there's limits to the amount of progress we're going to make.
Let's talk about discourse and dialogue. This topic would have been even more forbidden 4 or 5 years ago, but it's now becoming in more and more mainstream circles. Is that because the problem is becoming worse, or but our side is more courageous to confront it?
I think it's both, Charlie, and I'm going to commend you in particular, and Tucker, and guys like Matt Walsh.
There's like three of us.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, you guys are the big three, but not the only ones, but definitely
that have something to lose.
Yeah, the big three who've really come out and talked about this. But I think it's been a combination of things are getting worse.
Okay, so
and that's
you
actually
heard
put
that one,
pressure.
right?
And then we've had a few.
That was that he did say this, that Civil Rights Act is something he actually said. Okay, being anti the civil rights. Okay, hold on.
Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy.
Now you gotta figure it out.
I wouldn't be here. That's trouble.
Who's that?
I have
All
a
right.
question.
Okay, what's your question?
Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy.
Now you gotta figure it out.
I wouldn't be here. That's trouble.
So the kid says, why did you say the civil rights bill should be overturned? And Charlie Kirk says, I didn't say that. He said it was a mistake. So what's the difference? Like, you said it was a mistake. Mistake means it should not have happened. It was accident. It was not good. What do you mean? So that's again playing with semantics. Like, okay, it happened so far, so now I'm not saying I wanted to overturn. It's too late now, but it definitely was a mistake. Tomatoes.
Who's that?
I have
All
a
right.
question.
Okay, what's your question?
Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy.
Now you gotta figure it out.
I wouldn't be here. That's trouble.
Who's that?
Hey, transcript. I don't know if you caught on or watched some of my other videos. But this is actually my like third or fourth video on Charlie Kirk. So I would suggest some things you're putting in the chat we have already covered and went over. Again, some things you're putting in the chat we've already covered and went over. So I would probably check out my other videos or try to catch up on what we've already talked about. Hold on.
I have
All
a
right.
question.
Okay, what's your question?
Why did you say that the civil rights bill should be overturned?
I didn't say that. I said it was a mistake.
Why? That's crazy.
Now you gotta figure it out.
I wouldn't be here. That's trouble.
Who's that?
I have
All
a
right.
question.
Okay,
So there it goes. Okay, so people need to stop acting like he's not seeing certain things. So we made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act of the 1960s. That's like a direct attack on one of the most important civil rights protections, and of course, U.S. history, especially for, of course, let's be honest, Black people. The 1964 Civil Rights Act, it banned racial discrimination in most public places and spaces, like everywhere. Like everyone knows, especially like schools and things like that, jobs and things. It's the legal backbone for dismantling Jim Crow segregation. And of course, it's targeting Black people. So when people are saying that he had hate speech and divisive speech, this is what people mean. Why would you say that this is something that was a mistake? Why was it a mistake? Why? For Black Americans, and not only Black Americans, for minorities, it means equal access to a lot of things in society. Buses, restaurants, voting, schools, workplaces, jobs, things like that. Calling that law a mistake calls into question what do you actually mean. It calls into question people's basic right to be treated as full citizens. So you're calling out that. So people are now seeing, for someone that's a racist, and only a racist would say something like that, a racist homophobe, because some people are saying he's homophobic as well. I have to get into the videos on. See, for the homophobe thing, I have not watched enough videos to see his talking points on that. Some people are calling him a homophobic person. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he's saying this stuff about Black people, which I have focused on more often, because I'm obviously Black. But I mean, I need to actually look at the homophobic stuff too. So when someone made a post on social media saying he's a homophobe and this or that, and why are we putting the flag at half mast, they're trying to like question is the president supporting this? And why is he expecting everyone to be lowering all flags or putting flags at half-mast for someone that was divisive and hate, like had these hate messages, right? And then also for the FBI director to be so supportive. Everybody's so supportive, and it's like, okay, what are you supportive of? Are you supportive of this too? Does the FBI director Kash Patel co-sign and agree with a lot of the talking points of Charlie Kirk? Does the president? Most people say yeah. So if people are going to say that people are co-signing these, are complicit, or actually in agreement with this, then if I call him a racist, I'm also going to call you a racist. I'll be pretty much blunt, okay? Yeah, and again, I'm not saying that everyone agrees with all his talking points. There could be someone that agrees with one of his talking points and not all. But you have to understand that since he was someone that did not like Civil Rights Act, or like a lot of things that benefited Black people, talk down to Black people, then a lot of Black people are not going to be in support of his talking points, which is rightfully right. The Civil Rights Law and Act was not abstract. It protected Black families from being kicked out of places, being turned away from jobs, discrimination, labeling, and things like that in certain spaces and places, harassment, exclusion, and like that. And when you say that it was a mistake, you're trying to say that you wish it's something that should not have happened or occurred, and that it should be as it was before the Civil Rights Act. You're saying that it was a mistake, right? That means it was something that should not have been done. And again, you can debate policy details, enforcement, things like that, without condemning the core principle that discrimination is wrong. Saying the whole act was a huge mistake is problematic. What parts of it do you disagree with, or do you disagree with the whole thing? That's like, okay, so the whole thing, the whole act is a huge mistake, or parts of it specified. But saying the whole thing is a huge mistake dismisses the lived experiences of and the history of Black Americans. Okay, it does. And the final law of outlining and prohibiting like state-sponsored racism, okay, at the national and federal level of outlining this racism. That's why many see it as hate speech, divisive speech that he was speaking. He's not someone that was not, he is full of hate and a lot of hate speech and rhetoric. Some might say that he was just saying all this stuff to be controversial, shock value, prove me wrong, to be debate, to spark these conversations, and to say things that he felt would get attention, polarizing statements. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter his intention. It's still something that is considered divisive language. It undermines the right of the entire community to be treated fairly. Okay. And I'm not saying, everything is perfect, but for someone to say the whole act was a mistake, that's problematic. But are we surprised considering his previous and other talking points, right? And again, when public figures like him attack civil rights foundations, it chips away at the guardrails, keeping discrimination out of daily lives, in our daily lives. We can argue about how laws should be enforced and implemented and things like that, but dismissing equality itself is a line that is very divisive. And that's why please sign my petition about Matthew Dodd, because he actually spoke out on Charlie Kirk and his divisive, hateful language, and then he was fired. Matthew Dodd did not say I agree or condone violence. He never said I'm happy that he's shot at or unalive. I don't think he knew he was unalive at that very moment, or shot at. So you know, he never condoned the violence. He just talked about a possible motive was the actual hateful language that he actually spoke, and that was probably why he was targeted, because of the hate speech. So was that actually true? Because now that all these articles are popping up of people saying that that's a possible motive, is that Tyler Robinson, the suspect, did not like his hateful language and rhetoric. Now, I'm not saying that's a justification or excuse or that it was justified. However, I'm saying that's the motive, or why the suspect felt it was justified. And everybody across America, on the right or the left, are all speculating, guessing that they believe it's his talking points and that it's his speech. Some people are saying people want to silence his speech, and it was his speech that was problematic, that to someone. And now we know it's Tyler Robinson. So was Matthew Dodd wrong in his assessment and his analysis as an analyst for MSNBC to actually speculate and guess that that was a possible motive, which is actually, in hindsight 2020, it is actually true, which most people already guessed on, even though we're not analysts, right? Yeah, so sign the petition right here. My mom just posted it. I need like 5 more signatures. So please, if I can have 5 more people sign it. Again, when people, let me actually get into the last part because I have to get off here. There's more I want to talk about. There's just too much going on with this topic. There's also the trans activist angle, but also there's the people getting fired that I wanted to cover. So there's a woman on Twitter by the name of Laura Loomer. So she sometimes does post, and sometimes it is targeting people that she wants to be fired. So she said, meet Galvin Sylvia, he, him, who displays his pronouns in his bio. He is currently employed as a data analyst with FEMA at the Department of Homeland Security. It says yesterday he posted on IG, have masks for the literal racist, homophobe, misogynist, be for real, for real. So the person that she's pointing out is, she said he's a data analyst for FEMA, and that he posted on his IG questioning why we are putting the flags that have masks for a literal racist, homophobe, misogynist. So he's racist as in towards minorities, homophobe as in towards people with an LGBTQIA plus community, and misogynist towards that he's towards women. So then she says this was his response to Charlie Kirk being assassinated, and she says, "Be for real means be fucking for real." And no, be fucking for real. She says his father is a major general in the United States Army and currently serves at the Pentagon. He was nominated for a 3rd star by Joe Biden. It says Gavin's brother is married to a Muslim woman. He made a post with his grandmother pretending to vomit on the Trump Tower sign in New York. These people hate us. They don't belong near the levers of our national power. So she's trying to really not only go after Gavin Sylvia for his statement, but also target his father, who is a major general in the United States Army, and also the brother, and pretty much the whole family, just because he posted this. Now, maybe I'm missing something, but correct me if I'm wrong. He posted half mask for the literal racist, homophobe, misogynist. Be fucking for real. Where in this is he condoning violence? Where does it say that he condones violence? That he's celebrating the assassination? He's calling into question why the president of the United States has ordered half mast for someone that's not an elected political official, for someone that is a racist and misogynist. But I have not listened to all the homophobic stuff. I have to listen to all the stuff myself. But based on his assessment, he's looking at it as he is a homophobe as well. Okay. And I did hear him say some transphobic stuff. So he's questioning, why are we putting the flags at half mast for a literal racist, homophobic, misogynist? Are you, as the president of the United States, actually, agreeing with his homophobic, racist, misogynistic rhetoric? So that's what he's questioning, but there's nothing in here that says he's agreeing with the violence, or he co-signing the violence, or he agrees with the assassination. And yeah, that's no combination. There's no comparison between him and Martin Luther King. Was about freedom for all and equality for all. This guy, Charlie Kirk, is about divisiveness and some people having rights and some people not having rights, and saying that a civil rights bill was a mistake. So that it's totally different. Apples to tomatoes. So then they want this guy, they called on this guy to be fired. So this is why he put Gavin Sylvia put half mast for the literal racist, homophobe, misogynist. Be fucking for real. That's true. Why is that? So then they, of course, want to dox him as data and program analyst for FEMA. They post his LinkedIn. They want him fired. They post his dad, and they also, probably want his dad fired. This is all, to be honest, silencing of free speech. This is a way to silence free speech. It says day 4, author day at the canal in Indian. We saw Trump Tower. And they're not really, So they're not really Trump. He's not really a Trump supporter. So now, should he be fired because of this statement? There's nothing. If he were condoning violence, yes, but this statement is not condoning violence. So I want there to be a distinction between statements that condone violence and statements that don't condone violence. This is not a statement that's condoning violence. So if someone in the chat can tell me, press 1 if you think this is a statement that condones violence, and press 2 if you think it's a statement that does not condone violence. And I can see what time it is. I got on here too late. But this is not condone violence, so I don't understand why someone would want him fired. This is like the silence. This is like, if Charlie Kirk was here, this is someone he would probably go back and forth with in opposition, prove me wrong, and debate with, going back and forth. This is something debatable. This is not something about condoning violence. This is something debatable. So when someone if you want him fired for this comment, then that you're silencing free speech. This is free speech. Debate with this person, like go back and forth and say, hey, well, this is that. But to call for someone's termination based on this statement, that is actually silencing free speech. It is. So that's the problem I'm seeing now with a lot of people getting fired, is they're not getting fired for just statements on condoning violence. They're getting fired because of their freedom of speech and their expressions towards him being of his hate speech and his rhetoric and talking points. That's weird. Okay, hold on. Yeah, for telling the truth. People are getting fired for telling the truth. And again, just because it's not you that's getting fired, you have to understand what this means. This means that anyone that speaks negatively about Charlie Kirk, and people can try to get you fired because you speak negatively about him, that you disagree with statements that he has made about civil rights, black pilots, homophobic statements, transphobic statements, anything that you feel that at this time why are we lowering the flag for someone that's hate speech? Anything like that is like you're going to be seen as condoning violence, and then it's like you're going to be silenced. People are taking names of everyone that says anything negative about them, and then your job or your occupation could be taken. And why is it problematic is because when they want to silence people in top positions, like let's say Matthew Dodd, because he works for media, they want to silence this guy that works in government at FEMA. They want to go after his father who works, I forgot what their father works at. They want to silence the father. They want to silence all these people in high-ranking positions. So then everyone will be afraid to speak up and speak their mind out against hate. So then once everyone is afraid to speak up about hate and against hate, then no one is going to speak up. And then now that's a feeding ground for discrimination, racism, hatred, and a lot of things, because everyone at the top is going to be afraid to speak up because they're going to feel like they're going to lose their job. They're going to feel like they're going to lose their job for speaking up. And then some people at the bottom don't want to speak up for the people at the top because they're like, that's not my job, that's their job. It's their job, yeah, not your job. But if you don't speak up for those people, it's gonna be detrimental for you, because at the very end, when they're done firing everybody in these positions, everybody else is going to be at the bottom, and only the racist people will be at the top. So again, just because something is not impacting you or affecting you in this moment, you have to think outside the box and think about how it can impact you later on if you're silent and if you're mute. Because I can guarantee you, if they stop all the people at the very top from speaking out against racism, a lot of black people are not at the top. A lot of minorities are not at the top. So think about the plan. Silence all the people at the very top that are not black or whatever else. So then now everybody else at the bottom, they don't have a voice of people at the top to speak for them or speak out for them, or allies. Okay? So pay attention. And then it starts with people at the top, and then it trickles down to everybody is silenced because everybody's afraid of losing their job. Now everyone sees these people getting fired. Now people are afraid, oh, don't speak on Charlie Kirk. Don't talk about anything negative about Charlie Kirk, because they're going to say you're condoning the violence and you're going to lose your job. So now everybody's being silenced. The other people that are not being silenced are people that can't be fired. People that have their own platform, their own spaces, but everyone that's underneath somebody, like a professors, teachers, or other people, they're at risk of losing their job if they actually speak out about Charlie Kirk getting his negative rhetoric. Fired. People are taking names, child. Yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah, let me hurry me get out of here because I'm tired. But I definitely wanted to make sure I cover everything I said I was going to cover. Let's see. So I'll cry over FEMA employees' revolting comments about Charlie Kirk. Revolting comments about Charlie Kirk. The Post questioned President Donald Trump's order to have American flags flown at half-staff following Kirk's assassination on Wednesday in Utah. A FEMA spokesperson told the Daily Mail this employee's words are revolting and unconscionable. Okay. He was immediately placed on administrative leave. So he was placed on administrative leave. So that's not really fire. He was placed on administrative leave, but still. Says celebrating the death of a fellow American is appalling, unacceptable, and sickening. But how is that I don't get it. I don't see anywhere in that statement that he's celebrating the death. Sylvia has previously shared politically charged posts on social media, including one image showing him and his grandmother pretending to bomb it in front of Trump Tower. It's not recently, but before. Although he's on leave, the public has demanded that FEMA terminate him over the remarks. So he's on leave. It says FEMA, Gavin Sylvia needs to be terminated, not placed on leave. Those of us who pay his salary want him terminated immediately. One American share on X. Really? Y'all doing too much. He did not condone violence. That's not a statement of condoning violence. Y'all are starting to be weird. This is like, I can see where this is going, and this is weird. Nothing in his statement condoned violence. He questioned why people were putting the flags that have masks for a racist, homophobe, misogynistic person. That's a valid question. Kirk was hit by a single bullet while speaking to a crowd at the public university in Orem on Wednesday afternoon. The father of two, known for his fierce MAGA views and thrilling debates with college kids across the country, collapsed immediately after being hit by the gunfire and died shortly after. And yes, I don't condone that violence. That should not have happened. No matter anyone's talking points, rhetoric, or speech, violence is not the answer. Okay. Trump delivered a solemn message to the nation hours later, criticizing the demonization. So people demonizing political opponents, doing a 4-minute video posted to his Truth social account. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror, the president said. Trump also ordered that flags be lowered, with all 3 American flags at the White House dropped to half staff. It is unclear when Sylvia shared his post criticizing the order, but posts on X claim it was posted on September 11th. Such behavior does not reflect the values of public service and will not be tolerated at FEMA, the spokesperson added. We expect all public servants to uphold the highest standards of professionalism, respect, and integrity. Sylvia's leave comes as other federal agencies closely monitor employee social media posts and reactions following Kirk's murder. It is unacceptable for military personnel and Department of War civilians to celebrate or mock the assassination of a fellow American. Assistant to the Secretary of War, Sean Parnell, posted on X, Department of War has zero tolerance for it. On Friday, President Trump and federal officials revealed that the suspected shooter, we already know. Anyways, I still don't get it. What's in his message that condones violence or says he agrees with the violence? Nothing in that comment says that. He simply questioned, why are we acting like he is like this sworn in elected political official or someone that isn't a misogynistic, racist, homophobe. Misogynistic, yeah. He said half mask for the literal racist, homophobe, misogynist, be fucking for real. That's freedom of speech, in my opinion. That's not someone condoning violence or wishing death or mocking the death of someone. That's like someone, I hate to say it because I'm not trying to compare him to Hitler, but I'm just saying if someone is known for hate and divisive speech, people are not going to expect that the president of the United States is going to order flags at the White House to be put at half mast for someone or half staff for someone that is racist or full of, like, has hateful rhetoric. Yes, that's your friend and you can mourn him like as an individual and as groups of people. However, the White House represents America, and as a representation of America in the White House, you should only represent statements of equality, and his statements are not of equality because he doesn't even want. He said the Civil Rights Act was a mistake. Okay, wow. So it's right for people to actually question why the White House is being used to honor someone that was divisive and full of hate. Hold on. So anyways, that is a lesson for a lot of people out here. He's not the only one. There's a lot of people all around the world, the United States, getting fired left and right. So warning and take heed to anyone out there. This is what people want. Silencing of free speech. Your speech can get you fired. Just calling out his racism, homophobia, comments, things he says, you can get fired. Freedom of speech comes with consequences when it's not what people want to hear. Okay? Even if it's the truth, such as Matthew died. Okay, hold on. Okay, the last thing I wanted to talk about, I guess we can talk about the trans activist angle. Hold on. Let me close some of these tabs. I have too many tabs open. Children's Healthcare fires employee over Charlie Kirk comments. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta says it has fired an employee after learning about a social media post discussing conservative Charlie Kirk. Now, again, the statements of people condoning violence and celebrating violence in certain positions, yes, I agree with, no, they should not be doing that. However, people that with statements expressing, asking questions about, or talking about his rhetoric and talking points that do not condone violence, I believe that's actually free speech. Because if this person had tweeted, I'm glad that we're putting the flags that have masks, I loved his talking points, they would have their job. But because they said they disagreed with the have masks, and then they are put on leave. Y'all don't see that if it was flipped around, it was positive, he would still have his job. But because he disagreed with the have masks, then now it's problematic. Hold on. And he actually gave reasons such as homophobia, racism, and misogyny. Fox 5 received multiple calls and emails regarding a staff member who allegedly posted in a split about Kirk following his death. Now, again, someone sent me this one, but again, I'm not. If people are talking about a hate, like if they actually are condoning violence, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people that actually get fired for not. Hold on. Delta also suspended multiple employees for comments related to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And the Secretary of Defense, Pete, said that Pete Hegseth said he instructed staff at the Pentagon to look for comments about the assassination made by soldiers. So anyways, people are looking and scouring the web to try to fire people for comments made about Charlie Kirk, who I believe is a racist, and yeah, people are calling him as a homophobe and other things. Crazy. Hold on.
Cash Patel, everyone.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, this is what happens when you let good cops be cops. We're going to debunk this bullshit that the FBI caught the shooter. We're going to debunk that. You see, I'm very big on what people say. I'm a former Army interrogator, and I was trained to listen to the words you say because the words you say are very important. So we're going to look at what Cash Patel said, what the governor of Utah said during this press conference, and we're going to debunk some shit, and we're going to analyze some shit. But first, let's listen to some more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
No, you didn't. No. We're going to debunk this shooter was.
So anyways, someone sent me this, but I wanted to say this. They do have the right person, okay? They have the person. There was a confession. There's a bunch of evidence towards this person being the person. There's the friend, that the roommate. I would say watch all my videos. I already went through a lot of this evidence and the things that have been put out, and they have the person. The first few times, no, but as far as this being the wrong person, this is the right person. The right suspect with the confession, a lot of evidence improved. So now I will say that everyone has the right to their own opinions and beliefs. So if you want to believe that they don't have the right person, that's for you. But for me, I'm satisfied that they have the right person. And there's sufficient evidence to point towards him being the suspect. And there's no other person that has done this. He matches to a T of what the images, everything that lines up to be the suspect, and everything has been, yeah. So with that, I'm gonna skip over this video. So what I will say is now I will go over again, people send me stuff, I will give you my honest opinion, but my opinion is not the all be all. That's just my opinion. Okay. So now as far as the Groper stuff, that is kind of lining up to what I would say, is, evidence of him being, that. Now the last thing people, were talking about is a possibility of, the roommate angle, of the roommate being some sort of trans and some sort of trans activism stuff going on. So we can take a look at that. But as far as the conspiracy of that, this is the wrong suspect and this is a hoax, this never happened, any of those conspiracies, not my channel. And I will be telling you that any creator that goes down a path of too much like a conspiracy hoax, you could jeopardize your YouTube channel, because they have a whole new thing called misinformation. And if your channel is called with misinformation for a known tragedy and you're saying that it did not happen, you can actually get your channel deemed. Okay. Your channel could be deemed because they don't like the channels that say like Sandy Hook never happened or this school shooting never happened, that's a hoax. YouTube is not like those types of channels, especially if there's a ton of proof of the existence of those activities. Okay, hold on. So let's get into the whole trans partner and some videos of him before the shooting, and then we'll call it a day. Okay, hold on. And for some people, I would say start from the very beginning, go through all the evidence of the suspect at the school, what he was wearing, and then the pictures of Tyler at his own home with those same like shoes on, how Tyler looks, and this picture of the suspect at the school, the person jumping out the building. Just look at all the evidence that has been submitted. I have been looking at this since that first day. So yeah, this is not a hoax, and this is not the fake suspect. This is the actual suspect. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter Tyler Robertson was reportedly living with a transgender partner before the attack. The individual, who was a male, transitioned to a female, according to Fox News correspondent Brooks Seaman, who broke the news, is fully cooperating with the FBI. Seaman claimed in a tweet Saturday morning. She also said the FBI had texts and other communications between Robinson and the individual that helped FBI authorities solidify that Robinson was indeed the shooter. So again, the roommate even has shown evidence of, Robinson communicating about the rifle, I think, right? So again, everything is linking up to this being the actual unaliver. So that's why I don't get into the conspiracy realm, okay? Now, again, it says this bombshell comes just over a day after authorities confirmed Robinson had been arrested and was being held without bail on accusations of aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, and felony discharge of a firearm. Chillingly, Charlie was shot at Utah Valley University Wednesday as he spoke to an audience member who asked him if he knew how many mass shooters in America were transgender. The question came during the first stop for Charlie's American Combat College tour. While Charlie did not survive the gunshot, his widow, Erica, broke her silence on his death Friday night by giving a powerful speech, promising his legacy will continue on. So there's one part of that speech I wanted to go over, but to be honest, y'all, I'm tired, so I'm not going to go over that full speech today, okay? But I do want to point out the part where she said the evildoers. And people were talking about that and, having their own, interest in why she was saying evildoers. When there is only one evildoer, and that's only one lone wolf and one lone shooter, and that's Tyler Robinson. So there is no group of evildoers out there that caused this or did this. It's Tyler that did this, made that decision to unalive Charlie Kirk. One person, one man, one gunman, one suspect in custody. Even the police have said there's no other suspects out there. This is the only suspect that has done this. So there is should be no waging a war against the evildoers. That's creating divisiveness and ongoing dispute and conflict between the left and the right, unnecessarily so, when it's actually white on white crime, to be honest. And the suspect that actually did it is already in custody, and people are going to be seeking the death penalty. So that's all that should be mattering, right? Charlie Kirk shooting person of interest heading to campus with one. Okay, we already saw that.
There are about 6 armed
Yeah, I saw that
men
already.
in the backyard of a home right next to UVU campus.
That's what Discord had to say. Because Discord is where the messages were put, right? Discord says platform not used in suspect's murder plan. Discord was not used by Tyler Robinson to either plan the murder of Kirk or to hide the evidence, TMZ has learned. A Discord spokesperson tells TMZ, in the course of our investigation, we identified a Discord account associated with the suspect, but have found no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord. The statement goes on, the messages referenced in recent reporting about planning details do not appear to be Discord messages. These were communications between the suspect's roommate and a friend after the shooting, where the roommate was recounting the contents of a note the suspect had left elsewhere. Authorities say Robinson's roommate showed them Robinson had made a joke on Discord and then showed investigators the messages, which included Tyler stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving a rifle in a bush, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. Discord seems to be saying these communications were not on his platform, rather a note that Robinson had written off the site to his roommate. By the way, Discord says it has removed Robinson's account. Okay, why would you remove it? Shouldn't that be it be preserved? Shouldn't that be preservation until the investigation is all the way complete? Utah authorities have said that as of this point, they believe Robinson acted alone, but the investigation is ongoing. Exactly, acted alone means that no one should be blamed, or there should be no evildoers or anyone to be out there. And also, they have the wrong shirt. They have the right logo, but there's actually a long sleeve version of the shirt that I showed y'all too. There's a long sleeve version of the shirt that's the actual one. This is short sleeve. They have one that's long sleeve that is the exact match for his. And that's this one right here I showed y'all. It's on you can see it on eBay. That's where one is. See, it's the same logo or I forgot what it's called because I'm tired. But it's right there, ironed onto the shirt on the front, okay? And it's long sleeve. But they pretty much have it otherwise. But yeah, so he wore a long sleeve black one with that, and they had the short sleeve one. Okay, so let's look at this. Keep on with the whole trans route, okay? Exclusive. Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson lived with his transgender partner, sources tell me. The individual, who was a male transitioned to a female, is fully cooperating with the FBI. Sources tell me the FBI had texts and other communications between Robinson and the individual that helped FBI authorities solidify that Robinson was indeed the shooter. This is that person saying it, but what other evidence is there? Okay, so let's see. Fox is reporting this. So let me see what they're reporting. Okay, what? Hold on. Now, to be honest, I hate to say it, but I need to see more than just this. I need other evidence and proof. Okay. From just this Brooke person. Hold on. There's a bunch of ads always popping up. Wait. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin lived with transgender partner who is now cooperating with FBI. So this is Fox reporting this. She says senior level FBI officials told Fox News Digital. Bureau officials confirmed that Tyler Robinson, 22, was in a romantic relationship with the unnamed person who was a male transitioned to a female, and they shared an apartment in St. George, Utah. Those FBI officials told Fox News Digital that Robinson's partners fully cooperating with the FBI's investigation. Hold on.
Cause affidavit. Utah authorities have
Hold on, I just lost it. Yeah, I had to hear it somewhere else besides just Trump. The Fox News, should I say? Especially from that person. It has to. What FBI person gave her inside information to investigation? I have to hear it from, I have to hear it from more than just one source. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'll have to look up stuff myself and I'll see what I think. Hold on. Anyways, I would not run with this story either, just like the hoax stuff, until there's actually more official stuff, okay, from more than one source, from a verified source as well. So they're trying to say that he has a trans partner that helped FBI agents zero in on Robinson. Officials said the FBI took evidence from their apartment, including computers, which has been sent to Quantico for a review. All right.
33-hour manhunt. So according to a probable cause affidavit, Utah authorities have recommended charging him with several state charges to include aggravated murder. Investigators have also recommended charging him with felony discharge of a firearm causing seriously bodily injury and obstruction of justice, capital first-degree felony conduct.
Oh my God, stop popping stuff up. You're becoming annoying. Okay, stop. So he lived in an apartment complex with the roommate. That's for sure. In St. George, Utah. The apartment Robinson and his apartment share is in the same Southern Utah community Robinson's parents live in. It is approximately 4 hours away from Utah Valley University, where Robinson allegedly shot Kirk. It says he lived in that apartment complex with his roommate and lover. Why didn't the FBI say this during their press? And they're saying that moments before they were talking about the transgender question, then he got shot. So anyways, I don't believe this until I have more proof. I'm not saying that people are lying. I just need more proof. Are they really trying to show the apartment number 73? Why did they show this zoom in on this door? Yeah. Did y'all show the apartment? The FBI declined to comment on whether Robinson's partner will be charged with the crime. It says forensic agents are seen at the apartment complex where Robinson, 22, the suspect in the killing of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk, lived in St. George, Utah on September 12, 2025. Kirk was shot dead while speaking at Utah Valley, we already know. So these are people, forensic agents at his place. And then you can see them going to that door right here. So you can see them, they're outside this door. And they're going in one, you can see one person agent going inside of this door. And then you can kind of see, I think right there, it could be on that door, it looks like it could be a 74 or 74 or something. So it could be possibility. 72, 73. And it's not going all the way over. So that could be possibly 74 on the other side and then 73 right here.
Tearing America apart. I have so many thoughts here, but let's dive into white versus whiteness. What does this mean?
Sure. Well, one of them is, as we were kind of noting before the break, is kind of almost a cultural category, whiteness, and then white is more of an ethnic category, which is again a catch-all for a lot of people that would have been seen as similar in some contexts, but very different in others in American history. But as you pointed out, whiteness is kind of used as an overall category to often just talk about things that a lot of us would just consider pro-social, and of course shouldn't be limited to any one race at all, and in fact aren't.
Yeah, that be colorblind.
Yeah, but in fact,
I'll read off the list, but keep going. Yes.
Yeah, to stigmatize those things is seen as stigmatizing whiteness, and it's not a coincidence, as I write about in the book, that when we begin to get our first kind of looks at white privilege, that term, it actually doesn't occur at a time, 100 years ago when there would have been white privilege in the United States. It happens in the 1980s with an academic at Wesleyan who uses that term. This is right around the time that anything resembling white privilege is dying. It's just sort of like if you're living under Kim Jong-un, you're not going to talk about Kim Jong-un's, power. It's only if you're safely away, then you can criticize Kim Jong-un.
They say the taxpayer-funded National Museum of African American History said that family structure, having a family, is white culture. Nuclear family, father, mother, 2 or 3 children, is the ideal social unit. This is like the Black History Museum.
Yeah.
Wife is a homemaker.
Hold on 1 second. So people are posting images of this so-called so let's look at a different article about the roommate. Hold on. That's not from there. That's what the Daily Mail has. Lance Twiggs. Tyler Robinson's roommate, who tipped off FBI as identified as family, refused to deny. A 22-year-old wannabe professional gamer who lived with Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin gave cops incriminating text messages leading to his arrest. Lance Twiggs turned over Tyler Robertson, who lived with him in a 3-bedroom apartment in St. George, Utah, Daily Mail can reveal. Twiggs showed police texts from Robinson about stashing a gun linked to Wednesday's shooting of the prominent conservative activist at Utah Valley University, a law enforcement affidavit said. It is unclear if Twiggs is the same person referenced in the reports, and he has not been named in the affidavit. His grandfather, Jerry Twiggs, told Daily Mail that he was unable to comment on rumors that he is trans and that there was a transgender motive to Kirk's murder. I don't want to comment on that. I'm not sure what his situation is exactly right now, he said, adding that he never met Robinson. Jerry also confirmed his grandson had been talking with the police, but that he had not spoken to him since. So Jerry Twiggs, the grandfather of this roommate, says that his grandson has been talking with the police, but that he had not spoken to him since. After he was with the police, he's been at his house, and there's no way for us to contact him other than going over there, he said. Lance Twiggs, who lived with Tyler Robinson in a 3-bedroom apartment in St. George, Utah, turned Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin over to police. So that could be, you know, if this is true and this is a roommate, then his whole comments about transgenders could be, you know, what he considered hate. If he had a roommate that's, you know, a partner, I don't know. I'm not going to say partner yet until there's 100% proof or evidence that they're actual partners. But even having a transgender roommate and probably understanding the plight of transgenders and, you know, feeling like he's full of hate towards transgenders. And I'm not saying that's a justification. I'm saying I speak on motives over here, okay? I'm saying please understand the difference between motives and not justifications. So this is the police, you know, back at that apartment complex. Authorities are yet to confirm a motive, but Utah Governor Spencer Cox told the Walls that, you know, Robinson was deeply indoctrinated with the leftist ideology. South Utah native Twiggs studied at Utah Tech University, according to his Facebook page. Robinson, 22, was also taking electrician training at a nearby technical college. And like Robinson, he was an avid gamer, posting shooting game videos on a TikTok account with the bio, becoming TikTok pros one terrible video at a time. He posted himself on social media playing popular games, including Apex Legends, Valorant, and Rocket League. Other comical videos he shared, including adding spaghetti to an Italian sandwich and microwaving a bottle of Mountain Dew. Friends told Daily Mail that Robinson and Twiggs were part of a large group chat of dozens of gamer friends, mostly from Robinson's alma mater. Pine View High School, hosted on online chat network Discord. Robinson's alleged incriminating texts to Twiggs were also sent on Discord, according to the affidavit filed Friday. So a lot of gamers do use Discord, and also Discord does have private messaging, so you can actually drop something in someone's Discord message. It's not going to be public. It can actually be private in their actual messages because Discord inbox. So that could be another possibility. Twiggs and Robinson's neighbor, Cable Phillips, 20, said police arrived at their two-story housing complex around 5:30 a.m. on Friday and cordoned off the surrounding area. These shirts says forensics on the back, so and let's see here. Investigators were seen carrying out paper bags, envelopes, and a personal computer. A forensics team photographed the exterior and worked their way inside the property. While they worked, neighbors stood behind police tape watching in the early morning desert sunshine. Resident Josh Kemp, 18, told the New York Times that Robinson will always blast music with his roommate and never talk to anybody. Oliver Holt, 11, told the paper that when he knocked on Robinson's door last week asking for odd jobs, the alleged shooter was acting pretty strange and kept glancing back into his apartment, acting kind of nervous and scared. Twiggs and Robinson's female next-door neighbor, who asked to remain anonymous, told Daily Mail the young men were reclusive and that she had spoken to Twiggs twice in the past 2 years. She said she did not see anything about Twiggs that indicated he was transgender. The neighbor said Robinson and Twiggs had a third roommate who moved out about a year ago. To their knowledge, two others have moved in since. To their knowledge, no others have moved in since. The third roommate was also a male and did not appear to be trans, the neighbor said. So people are saying the roommate is trans and, you know, and a partner. And some people are saying it's just a roommate. Some people are saying it's not trans. Some people are saying the person is trans. Twiggs was not named in the law enforcement photos. Hold on. Oh, okay, I closed the wrong one. Yeah, I agree, Nitty. It does. Hold on. Here's another photo of Twigs. Just a second. I wonder if he took his Facebook down yet or not. Let's see. A Zillow listing shows photos of Twigs and Robinson's apartment at the Fossil Hills housing complex in St. George. 1,460 square foot space with 3 beds and 2 baths. Hold on. The property listing said the current owner has roommates bringing in a total of $900 a month for just 2 of the bedrooms. An affidavit supporting the murder, obstruction, and felony firearm charges against Robinson described the roommate handing over bombshell text messages to police after the shooting. Robinson sent messages to Twigs, who was not named in the law enforcement filing, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, according to the affidavit by Utah Attorney General's officer Brian Davis. So when he dropped that in the woods, I was like, why would he leave that behind? That's not smart. But it looks like it was a drop point. He was hoping that, I guess, someone would retrieve it or something. I don't know. Robinson allegedly texted about leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also referred to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope in the rifle being unique, the affidavit said. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. Police said the descriptions matched what they had found. So as you can see, even though those messages show it matched the descriptions of what they found. The rifle, the same caliber rifle wrapped in a towel, abandoned in a wooded area near the Utah Valley University campus shortly after the shooting on Wednesday. The affidavit does not accuse Twigs of any involvement in the crime. At his parents' nearby home on Friday afternoon, Twig's father, Tyler, said no one in the family will be commenting. It appears Twigs and Robinson became close after the alleged shooter graduated high school. He received a $32,000 scholarship in Utah State University, but only attended one semester in 2021 as a pre-engineering major. He later enrolled at Dixie Technical College in his hometown of St. George, which is in the extreme southwest of Utah near the Arizona border, and was a third-year student in the electrical apprenticeship. His apprentice program. Wait, let me go back up. A statement by the college said. Hold on just a second. Okay, so they lived. So hold on. So it was just him and the roommate, but they had previously had another roommate that moved out, and then now it was just those two in there, Robinson and his other roommate. So he at least told his roommate what he had been up to. Now, originally those pictures looked like college dorm, like it looked like a college dorm to be honest, or something because of how the bed was. But now I can see that it was an apartment. It's just how he decorated the bedroom and how the bed looked and everything. It looked like it would be like a dormitory or something. Because usually when people have their own place or a space, you have like I guess a different size bed. But yeah. I think that's the one he was probably in. I have to go back and look at his pictures, but I think it was that one. Where is it? This one. I know he had something similar set up as this. Can't remember. Just a second. That's the place they lived in. Okay, so what do y'all think? Y'all think that his roommate Lance Triggs is actually a trans? Let me actually. I need to see more pictures into what we're talking about as far as trans angle. Hold on. Also, would that really matter if the person is trans or not? What would be the whole driving factor or motivation to just go on and on about if let's say the roommate is trans, let's say he was in a relationship with the person, what would that change anything or what would that do? Yeah, it doesn't matter. But of course, that's a way to now try to put it on. I guess it's going to be a target towards like the trans community. They feel like it's something related to trans is going to be now targeting that group of people. I'm looking at something real quick. Now, I do know that the person said they had made videos and put videos online.
Venmo account. This is Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk assassin. And he had a Venmo account. And he had 5 friends on that Venmo account, including Lance Twiggs. Lance Twiggs, the transgender partner of Tyler Robinson. I'm going to share some stuff from the Venmo account. You don't want to miss this right here because Lance Twiggs is on it. And Lance Twiggs received some money exchanged for certain items. I'm going to share that with you, and then we will further discuss. Check it out. This is the public Venmo account of Tyler Robinson, the Charlie Kirk assassin. This is his Venmo account at Crafton247. And it says no transactions yet. It lists 5 friends, but if you click on it, there are 4 friends listed. 4. The 5th one is gone. Now I put this list of 5 on my X account and tweeted it out about an hour or so ago, and there was 5. Now there's 4, so maybe somebody took themselves off. The Josh Miller person. But here, look at here. Kyler Agaffa. Lance Twiggs. We know who Lance Twiggs is. The supposed
Yeah. Hold on. So this is Lance Twiggs. He has, let's see. What's this one say? Let's be on his Facebook being nosy. Lance Twiggs just went snowboarding with my sister. Took a couple tries, but I was able to kind of land 180 right at the end. People are trolling his page already. Okay. Let's see his friends list. Photos. I think he probably cleaned up this page. There is barely nothing. Yeah, he cleaned this up because there's other pictures out there. Yeah, he done cleaned up his social media page. Digital creator, Utah Tech University. So he put stuff on private, or he limited his page, but not everything is hidden. Sir Lancelot. Let's go to his IG, see if he put it on private yet. Most likely he did, because if you don't get to people's social media fast, the internet sleuths and trolls will be spamming people's page and they'll be blocked out and locked out. And sure enough, I should have went on here earlier, because now, yeah, it's private. IG is private. You snooze, you lose. Thankfully, other people probably already screenshotted it. Hold on. Let's go back. Wait, let me go back to his IG. Friendly neighborhood licensed fish finder. Paranormal stuff. Okay. Anyways, he has pretty much tried to hide social media stuff because people are probably all over his shit, which people are taking pictures and stuff. Okay. So with that being said, let me go find some pictures elsewhere. I want to see like the pictures that people are trying to paint as, what you call it, transitioning or transgender. Hold on. Let's go. Well, let's go see his let's see if we can find the TikTok.
But here's the magic part. Watch this. There are actually cookies inside of here, and I've never seen that in my life. For Christmas, I got one of those cookie boxes, but here's the magic part. Watch this.
People saying Tyler Robinson's boyfriend, Lance Twigs. Y'all need to, y'all come on now. Anyways, I'm done for today, y'all. Listen, here's the thing. Okay, so he got a roommate, but I still need evidence. I need evidence of the so-called person transgender, not just a feminine looking photo like with a hoodie. But where is the proof of this person transitioning to a woman? So, am I missing something? Let me go. I need more proof. Let me see if I can find. Is there more proof somewhere? Hold on. So this is the photo everyone keeps on saying is proof of transitioning to a woman. This photo right here is the proof of transitioning to a woman. I think it's because they said FBI told Fox News that the FBI official unnamed told Fox News Bridget that it's a transgender partner. But where is the proof? That's Fox News, to be honest. I need something more than that. I need what other sources have been told. Hold on. So this is the proof so far. So what else do we have? Hold on. Let's try this. Now he's reported as a furry and a transgender. Yeah, okay, so okay, I need more proof. Where's the more proof of transitioning to a woman? I'm not saying someone's lying. I'm saying where is more proof of the fact? Okay, that's skateboarding, which we see. Y'all, please. Some of these posts are crazy. Y'all, stop. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's go to his mom. Let's see. Here he is. Let's see if his mama here. Let's see if Lance Twigs, his mama. Let's see if the mama got her Facebook still up. People are on our page talking about, isn't your son a transgender? Why y'all on that lady page? Why y'all on that lady page talking about, is your son a transgender? Y'all, what is y'all doing? Is your son a wait. Come on, Facebook. Someone says, I assume you need to, it says you need to lock down your account. I will assume you had no idea your son was part of a political assassination. His transgender mental illness is not your issue. Really? Okay, Linda. Isn't your son a transgender whose ideology led to his partner killing Charlie Kirk Wild? Y'all put memes on the page. Anyways, let's go see some photos. Oh, not that many photos here. I'm still not seeing evidence of him being transgender or transitioning to transgender. So I guess the evidence is that Fox News is allegedly supposed to have information from an FBI official that told them that it's a transgender partner, that the roommate is his transgender partner. So I guess Lance Twiggs is supposed to be the transgender partner, but there's no evidence besides from an unknown FBI official that allegedly told someone from Fox News. Okay, hold on. Okay, so that is what I went over everything with y'all as far as the rumors. Believe what you want to believe, and I would say look into more evidence yourself. Okay. So they're trying to say that that's the roommate. They're a couple, but again, I'm not finding anything to show that. I'm not saying that it's a lie, but I'm saying that there is no proof or evidence of it yet. Okay. Hold on. No official statement yet from law enforcement or anything. No confirmation fully of a romantic relationship yet. Hold on. That's gonna be it for today, y'all. If anything comes out, then y'all will know that I just touched on all the main topics being discussed and talked about. And if the person turns out to be trans and that he was in a relationship with someone trans, to be honest, that doesn't really change anything to me. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't. But of course, that's going to lead to attacks on the transgender community. I'm not really seeing official proof that the person is trans. They need to post more evidence, maybe from official sources, and not just looking at pictures. And there also are some statements allegedly from people that they interviewed as family, but they're not really naming the people. So again, if you're not naming the people, then how do we know that it's really a real source? Hold on. So all the people are referencing the Fox article. And then the Fox article says FBI source. And then other people are naming, saying someone from some family told them that he transitioned, but they're not giving a name. So again, unverified source. Oh, I was watching that other video.
Roommate, transgender partner of Mr. Robinson. Look at this. Here he is, Lance Twiggs. Now I want to go back here. I just want to show these other two people because I do not know who they are. Vic White and Vic White. Don't know who that is. And Nathan Merrill. Now, let's go back to Lance Twiggs. I find something interesting here. He has a lot of transactions on his Venmo. Now, this is the transgender partner of the shooter. Tyler Twiggs seems like could be a brother sending him money. Look, gas money, chicken sandwich, L7 weenie. But then I saw something interesting here back in 2023 by Amy Twiggs. Prescriptions in 2023. Amy Twiggs. Who's the Amy Twiggs? Mom? Prescriptions. And then I keep going down and scrolling down here and I find some other interesting things. It talks about some trips here. Here's another one. Meds. Tyler Twiggs paid Lance Twiggs February 8, 2023 for meds. What is that? And then Tyler Twiggs paying Lance Twiggs a doctor visit December 1st, 2022. Doctor visit. Then I see another thing. Insurance. Tyler Twiggs paid Lance Twiggs November 29th, 2022 insurance. Then I saw here, look, November 14th, 2022. Insurance reimbursement for RX you paid. What's going on here? Tests. November 6th, 2022. Tyler Twiggs paid Lance Twiggs tests. Look at this. Insurance. November 4th, 2022. Insurance. So what in the heck is going on here? And here's some of the other transactions. Now, this guy, Lance Twiggs, at this time is not charged, but apparently Lance Twiggs is cooperating with the FBI. The shooter has communicated with Lance Twiggs about the gun, retrieving the gun, and other text and Discord posts, and they live together in the apartment complex that the feds and police are at. Amy Twiggs, referral. Don't know what that means. Then you got food and burritos, loans, lawn, dealing with dogs, payback. But one thing that stuck out to me was about those doctor visits, prescriptions, meds. What's going on there? So this is what we got here on Lance Twiggs. Now, I'm going to scroll back here. Stay with me, folks. Let's just look at his friends because, you know, it's a network. Who's who here? Seems like there's an Amy Twiggs, an Ashton Andrews, Bradley Pickett, Brandon Oviatt, Carter Hollows, Cody Connor, Emma Kate, Jacob Romero, Jamie Vane, Caleb Peterson, Mickey Twiggs, Quinn Walker, Raina Kay, Shai Sadler, Thomas Gersich, Tyler Robinson. And we know these two roommates live together. Very interesting. Now, let's go back to Tyler because I want to show you something. As I showed you, oh, it now says 4 friends. See what I'm saying? We had 5 before, but it's 4. But I'm going to show you my Twitter post at JLR Investigates. There were 5 names on there. So look at these 4 names here. But there was a 5th name. Check it out. I also want to share additional information. I don't know if this is relevant or not. But, you know, this is Tyler Robinson, the surveillance of him in the stairwell at the college with these shoes. Everyone talks about the shoes. Look at the shoes very closely. Now, look at this. This is Lance Twiggs. Look at the shoes. Look at the shoes. Look at his shoes. It's the exact same kind of shoes, just different shoelaces, but the same kind of shoes. Now, might be popular, with college kids, the shoes, right? But I'm wondering if he, right here, Tyler, borrowed his shoes at the time, even though it's not the same laces. These picture, this picture, I don't know when it was taken of Lance Twiggs himself here. That's him, a roommate, reported as transgender, his lover or his partner. But I found that interesting here. So let me know what you think about that too. So we got Venmo account, we got sneakers, both are different topics, but I just wanted to add that in with this video. The Venmo account of Tyler Robinson. No transactions for him, but it shows there's definitely a link between him and Lance Twiggs, as previously reported by Fox News and also the Daily Mail and also the New York Post, that Lance Twiggs was and is the roommate of Tyler Robinson, a transgender individual transitioning from male to female who is a partner of Robinson. And also, it appears, was the one communicating with Tyler Robinson before the crime, after the crime, those texts about retrieving the gun. Now, it appears that Lance Twiggs is...
And they keep on going on and on about the roommate tipping off the police to understanding that it was the family and the youth pastor, and then later the roommate
is cooperating with the FBI. Will he be charged or not? Authorities searching the apartment they shared together in St. George. He has 2 residents. Lived with his mom and dad in Washington City, Utah. The Dodge Challenger was out front after he got arrested, and we watched it in real time as it got towed away by an FBI raid. But they were also raiding the other apartment where he stayed at. He recently got an apartment with Lance Twiggs, and they stayed there. So there is a tie between them. What does Lance Twiggs know about this crime? Did he know anything beforehand? These people hung out on Discord. They were into gaming together, a lot of gaming. Former friend of his or a classmate said that he was a Reddit type of guy. Discord, we're hearing a lot of Discord. What else is out there? We are continuing to dig in, but I found the Venmo account. Also the shoes. Let me know what you think about the shoes. I don't really think the shoes are important here, but it's interesting. They're kind of the same shoes, but a lot of people wear the same type of, people say that's, those shoes, the Converse, it's kind of like college kids wear that. But I thought it was interesting because it was the same color. What's going on here, folks? What's going on with Lance Twiggs? What's going on with Robinson here? The Charlie Kirk assassin. Sitting in jail right now, no bond.
So again, a family member did confirm that Lance Twiggs, 22, is someone that is a roommate of Tyler Robinson, the suspect shooter, that's also 22, and they live at that same address. So a family member of Twiggs did confirm that. People are trying to say a family member has confirmed the transgender, but that's not like something that's looking official either, okay? But also, it's saying that law enforcement confirmed it to the Post too. So not just Fox. It says to the New York Post. It says Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin Tyler Robinson was living with a transgender partner who was in the process of transitioning from male to female. A law enforcement source confirmed to the Post Saturday. So it says to the Post. It doesn't just say that individual who has yet to be publicly identified by authorities is not fully cooperating with the FBI. So this could be someone that is a male, and then they're saying they're transitioning to female. But again, I still would just hold off completely, y'all. Listen, I am. The family member who asked not to be identified said Twiggs was the black sheep of their St. George, Utah family, but declined to speculate on a romantic relationship between the two men. Now, someone being a black sheep could be because they were ostracized because they want to transition from a man to a woman. Some people could say a black sheep, or it could have been behavior issues or other problematic issues. I don't know. But this was a black sheep of the family. Sometimes it could be no problems. It could be just that the person is just, the family just doesn't. They're the black sheep of the family. She said she did not know her relatives' politics or whether Twiggs was transitioned to become a woman, but added that it would not surprise her. So the relative said that she does not know if that person is transitioning, if Twiggs is transitioning to become a woman, but added that it would not surprise her. So there might be something that she recognized, but again, that person's a black sheep of the family. And they declined to speculate on a relationship between the two men. The family member said she knew Twiggs was brought in for questioning by police. The Post observed Saturday that no one was at the $1,800 per month townhouse Robinson and Twiggs were believed to have shared. A neighbor claimed 2 weeks ago several people driving cars with out-of-state plates were seen going in and out. It did not give off a good vibe, the neighbor said. Kirk, 31, was struck in the neck by a single bullet, we already know. And the question at that time, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years? As attendee Hunter Kozak. As a self-professed evangelical Christian, Kirk criticized the goals of the LGBTQ agenda, expressed opposition to same-sex marriages, and spoke out against gender reassignments, surgeries, and procedures. But he usually spoke about these issues with kindness and empathy. That's what the article I'm reading says, by the way. He recently spoke at length to a transgender male about the process of transitioning at one of his Prove Me Wrong pop-up question and answer events, according to a video of the encounter posted by his organization in May. Hold on, what's this? The FBI is currently looking for a possible motive in a mountain of evidence, which includes the relationship between Robertson and Twiggs, as well as every connection, every group, every link, and anyone tied to the shooting, according to the law enforcement source. Federal and state authorities revealed during a Friday news conference that a roommate was cooperating with their investigation. Text messages and other communications that the roommate traded with Robinson 22 helped the feds nab the accused assassin. The roommate had shared communications from a contact named Tyler on Discord that described bullet casings similar to those found at the scene and discussed the need to retrieve a rifle from a draw point. Casings found at Utah Valley University, where Kirk was shot, bore inscriptions. We already read all that. And then he changed outfits. All right, y'all. I will see y'all in the next live. On the replay, make sure you hit that like button. That's a free way to support the channel. The family member said as a child that Twiggs was seen as intelligent, a fast talker, and a talented pianist. But when he got older, he was always gaming and in his own little world. The relative noted he is still somewhat involved with the family, but has chosen a very different lifestyle, so not super close. He moved out when he was 17. Discord, the social networking platform, said in a statement Friday that there was no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord. All right, y'all. Have a great rest of your day, and I will see y'all in the next live. Make sure y'all smash that like button on your way out or in. Yeah. And yeah, I don't see what Tyler's roommate's gender has anything to do with what himself. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't.
He goes to court. We'll cover that, and we'll cover whatever else we find. We're doing deep dives into this guy. If you want extensive coverage of this terrible tragedy, this is the channel. JLR Investigates. Make sure you like, hit the notification button. We will talk soon. I got to go back to digging in to these individuals, Lance Twiggs and also Tyler Robinson, and there are people around them too. I got my eyes on some others too. So stay tuned on this channel. You won't be disappointed.
Yeah, people are really just going too far with the whole. We already know why people are trying to determine why, like if he's in a relation, if he's homosexual in a relationship with the trans woman or not, things like that. We already know why, and what's going to happen if they find out if it's true or not. Hold on. After Kirk's killing, suspect joked that his doppelganger did it. And I gotta log in just to read this. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else, because that's gonna take time. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin Tyler Robertson joked with pals on Discord about how his image in FBI photo was his doppelganger. So he was in Discord. So what is this? Why did Discord delete message and then say that he had nothing like with Discord when obviously people keep on mentioning Discord? I think they just don't want anything tied to their website or linked to their platform. But I mean, the preservation of evidence as well. And we have to be honest, Discord is a place where you have a lot of privacy if you want privacy. Well, you know, not private as in 100% private, but for groups and like different things, it does afford a lot of privacy. Let's see. Especially if you know how to work it. Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin, Tyler Robertson, flippantly joked with friends on Discord that his doppelganger was the one who shot the conservative activist after the feds released his photos while he was on the run, a report says. So he was like one of those people that has loose lips, like he will tell on himself type person, to be honest. So he was eventually going to get caught anyway. The 22-year-old accused assassins chats with his pals lit up on the social media messaging platform Thursday afternoon when the FBI released grainy images of a lanky, what they call him lanky, well, he is lanky, college-age man in dark clothes during their hunt for Kirk's killer, the New York Times reported. One of his virtual buddies noticed the similarity and tagged Robinson in a post with the FBI images, writing "Where you at?" short for "Where you at?" alongside a skull emoji. They want that $100,000. Where you at though? Where you at though? Robinson accused of blasting the Turning Point USA founder in the neck. Why y'all typing words like blasting? With one fatal bullet in Utah Wednesday afternoon, shot back within a moment, shamelessly insisting it was a lookalike trying to get me in trouble. So even when his friends were like, this looks like you tagged him. Tyler on Alive Charlie, another user then wrote, the outlet reported. Ooh. So they are in there and they pretty much see what was being posted. One member of the 20-person group chat suggested turning Robinson in to claim the FBI's $100,000 reward, all while a massive manhunt raged. Wow. Only if I get a cut, the alleged assailant sneered, using the avatar of John Arbuckle, Garfield's perpetually confused owner. Whatever you do, don't go to a McDonald's anytime soon, one pal quipped in a nod to where Manhattan COO killer Luigi Mangione was nabbed, the paper reported. Okay, so even some of the people in the Discord kind of realized that he was the suspect. They like, yeah, that's you. You know, some people probably been joking, but I think some people are thinking that that was him, right? And trying to see his reaction. So it was like 20 people in the group. That's 20-person group suggested turning Robinson in to claim the FBI's $100,000 reward. It says, whatever you do, don't go to McDonald's anytime soon. So I guess they were trying to say like how one other person got nailed before, don't do that. So it's possible, yes, that him and his roommate had similar shoes. Or they even shared shoes, who knows? Because he definitely wore those shoes a lot. So I guess it's probably one of his like shoes that he liked to wear. Hold on. Now let's see here. Robinson didn't agree, Justin, that he better also get rid of this manifesto and exact copy rifle I have lying around before urging the shooter was clearly from California. The accused gunman went on to mock the FBI's investigation, referencing the trans scribblings found on the ammunition and claiming it was all fabricated by some dude in the briefing room. So he was definitely in Discord while, this investigation was happening, typing away. Some of his friends looks like they were joking, like, or some maybe not even joking, like, this looks like you. So to be honest, some of them might actually probably turn him in like, oh yeah, that's you. I'm going to turn you in. I think this is you. Who knows? I mean, it's an anonymous tip line. The bullets were fired roughly 200 yards from an imported bolt-action rifle that the investigators found wrapped in a towel in a wooded area. Robinson is accused of firing a fatal shot at the married father of 2 young children who was seated under a pop-up tent while speaking to thousands on the first stop of his American comeback tour. The alleged killer turned himself in to the authorities on Thursday night in southwestern Utah, which we know. A more than 3-hour drive from the Orem campus after being confronted by his own father and speaking with a youth minister about the shooting, law enforcement sources said. After his arrest, his friends on Discord were in disbelief that he was the real unaliver, with one noting that the officials want him to face a death penalty for the public and salvage sling, the outlet reported. I truly cannot distinguish if this is for real, another said. So it looks like people from the Discord are probably releasing those messages. So I would say to be looking out for more people talking about those messages, which I was looking forward to being put out. But now that Discord has deleted him from there, people hopefully have already screenshotted and gotten the evidence because, yeah, usually that goes with the person. To be honest, they should not have removed his account because he could have posted in more than one server. There's Discord servers, so he could be in a bunch of servers. So, yeah. Hold on.
Charlie Kirk is taken into custody. The FBI says the arrest happened some 33 hours after the assassination. Here's how it all unfolded. The suspect was identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. Robinson's father recognized his son from the photos released of the shooting suspect. He urged his son to turn himself in. Robinson initially said no, but changed his mind. He was taken into custody and later booked on murder charges. Investigators are now digging into his background and a possible motive for the shooting. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell is live in Orem, Utah, with more on the details of the arrest. Josh?
Colleen and Giovanna, those here in Orem, Utah, they are relieved that Charlie Kirk's shooter is now in custody. But we are learning a lot about the 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. He is a resident of Washington County, Utah. For reference, that is near Zion National Park. That's a 4-hour drive from where we are at the scene of the shooting at Utah Valley University.
We got him.
Charlie Kirk's alleged shooter started his vehicle observed on campus. Also, investigators say Robinson changed outfits while in Orem, Utah, and later messaged his roommate on the widely popular online platform Discord.
Utah is usually known as a safe state, but now I don't think that's going to be the connotation anymore.
Supporters of Charlie Kirk continue to come to UVU's campus to pay their respects and remember the conservative activist.
He had a really big influence on me, just being able to accept and be able to talk to people. I don't agree with him at all anymore, basically, but he still had a really big influence in the way that I kind of approach talking to people around politics.
Now, video appearing to show Tyler Robinson in the moments after the shooting show him walking with a limp. Law enforcement sources tell ABC News that rifle, he was hiding that rifle underneath his clothes, which they believe is why he had a limp. Colleen and Giovanna?
Okay, so let's talk about a little bit about this whole trans activist. So as far as what I think is, when we talk about tragedies like, of course, the killing of unaliving of Charlie Kirk, it's kind of important to stay focused on who is actually responsible for the acts of violence. And in this case, like I said, there's a lone wolf, the lone shooter, and that's actually Tyler Robinson. And that is a person who has pulled the trigger. There's only one fatal gunshot wound to his neck. And no gender identity, sexual identities, sexual orientation, or relationship, friendship, roommateship, none of that changes the, I was about to say shit, but yeah, none of that shit really changes the basic facts of the case. So whether a roommate, in this case Lance Twiggs, is transgender or not, or whether they were dating or not, is irrelevant to the crime itself, unless there's some sort of direct evidence that they were involved in planning or carrying this out for some other motive or purpose, and they actually specify certain things. But the whole thing about going on about speculating or sensationalizing someone's identity or sexual preferences, it distracts from accountability, from the real issues. And also it just leads to people now wanting to, let's go target transgender community. It's a transgender community, they're violent. The violence of the transgender people, and it's all because of the transgender. It's like it's gonna target transgender people who already are a targeted group of people. when it's only one person and we don't even know the whole specifics and everything. So to me, when people are trying to narrow it down to find someone to blame or find a group to blame, it's so they can hate an entire group of people and spew hate and venom towards an entire group of people when only one person pulled the trigger, and that's Tyler Robinson. Only one person should be punished, while only one person should face consequences and be, targeted, and he has already been apprehended as a lone suspect in this case. Being trans, gay, straight, or anything else doesn't make someone guilty by association. So the responsibility only falls onto the shoulders of Tyler Robinson. So as this case moves to the courts, we should just focus on the evidence and who's responsible. Now, if it turns out that the roommate helped plan it, even if, let's say the roommate helped plan it or is a part of it or something, or even is a motivating factor of trans rights, does that mean that every transgender person out there is now responsible for the unaliving of Charlie Kirk? That's a dangerous rhetoric, or dangerous narrative that's going to respond. Are we going to now attack every transgender person because if there is a link? That's where it becomes problematic. We only need to focus on one person being punished, and that's Tyler Robinson, who people are trying to see the death penalty for, capital punishment, and that he doesn't represent every white person, just like people can say right now that a white male, Tyler Robinson, represents all white males, y'all, and all white people are killers and thugs and rifle toting thugs and gangster going and doing these mass shootings and mass killers, because people can say that about all, but people are not going to do that. They're going to just keep it to Tyler as being the one person that has done it. In that same light, if someone is involved as transgender, you don't say, well, all transgenders are this or all transgenders are that. If you don't want that done to your own community, don't do it to other people's community, because everyone is an individual. And with that, I will see y'all in the next live, and have a great rest of your weekend. Bye. Oh yeah, let me give a shout out really quick. I forgot. Shout out to Tracy. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Again, shout out to Tracy. I think I just saw you in the chat. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Cash App, I appreciate the support. Y'all, and everybody else, everyone else, please have a great rest of your weekend. I will see y'all in the next live. Bye.
I got